Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Hello. Oh, this isn't ready yet. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, we got that going. I do have to do a raffle, and I do have to do a drawing as well. So I'll do another raffle. As I'm doing that, I'm going to set up this other drawing as well. I'm gonna turn on this light. Give me some background light. What else was it gonna? Oh yeah, this. Let's get Cloudbot going. Oh, so there isn't. Well, as you guys can hear, we got Catherine music, baby. I beat Catherine. I played that game. Pretty rad game. I liked it a lot. Got the good ending. I went for. I was being loyal to Catherine, the one with the K, because that's the kind of man I am. I'm a very loyal person. I would not join a succubus. Let's see. I know Ludo World Order had some stuff. Okay. Gex and Memology. I'll draw Memology first. This is a bad reference, honestly, but it is what it is. Can't always pick our references. I need to do full body and go rinse path. I need to do rinse path too. I haven't done it. Am I missing a pencil? Where'd it go? Bullshit. And I got a pencil here. There it is. Oh, uh-oh. Don't do this shit to me. Okay, good. At least the mic still works. Let me know if anything bad happens with my setup. I don't think anything bad's gonna happen. Okay. I'm gonna try to get through this as fast as I can, dude. Oh, this song rules. Dun, 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 dun. Ludo Girl Looter is a sub, my Twitch sub, and I give them abilities to get 2 characters on the canvas. So that's why I'm doing it. You can get that perk too if you pledge my Patreon or sub to my Twitch channel, but it's up to you guys. Like I said, it's all good either way. Kinda gave Memology a lot of hair in this image, but there's nothing wrong with that. More hair is always good. Pay me tons. Well, I'll be honest, like, DSP kind of gave Patreon a bad rap, dude. There's a lot of good stuff on Patreon if you want to search for it. Where's my blending stump? There it is. I'm like trying not to have much ink as possible. Like I used to. I used to be crazy with ink. Alright. Well, that'll be it for that. Let's get Gex up there. Then we're gonna get started with Ask the King. That's right, we're doing Ask the King. It's coming. Just get this out of the way, dude. Gotta get out of the way, man! There you go. Bada bing, bada boom. This is bugged. Who's the puppy in the middle? It's a black lab. I don't think it's anything specific. Yeah, we're skipping this song. Catherine OST. Yeah, this isn't the full body OST, unfortunately. That one I have to like gotta wait for because I don't know if I want to get it just yet. I'm skipping this song too. We might skip this one as well. Yeah, that's cool. We are skipping it. Result. Alright, there we go. Bada bing, bada boom. Baby. Alright. Well, I think we all want to get into Ask the King. I think we spent enough time. We can take a break from this for now and come back. How about that? How about that for content? Oh my god, this is a mess. This is a mess, dude. Fucking sometimes. Jeez. All right. Sorry, we're getting rid of the music. Bye bye music. All right, back here. Guys got 5 minutes left. For now, at least. Okay. Well, I guess this could go here. The King of Hate vlogs, baby. Now, of course, classic DSP did not.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the King of Hate vlogs. This is my YouTube.
It's fucking bullshit. He didn't do fucking timestamps for this bitch. Can you fucking believe that? Is something wrong? Is guys, if my stream is fucked up, please let me know. Don't keep it a secret from me, man. But I think everyone's fine. Everything's good. Mail, motherfucker. Hold on. I want to check back to OBS. OBS is good. Okay.
Hello. Hello. How you?
I like how he says hello 2 times. This is
How you doing?
pretty.
My camera's a little off.
Tism, dude.
Let me actually. My camera go up a little bit here. So, ladies and gentlemen, hello and how you doing? Today is Thursday, October 8th, 2020. I'm Darkside Phil, and I welcome you to Ask the King. This is the first episode of Ask the King that
I like how the skeleton's doing a Nazi salute.
I've been so busy with game releases over the summer because this year has been such a different kind of year for gaming with the COVID
different
pandemic,
year, man.
Screwing all the game release schedule up. Typically, the summer is so slow, but this summer was really chock full of new releases. I mean, Ghost of Tsushima took us, almost a month to beat. We had ongoing playthroughs that just took forever. So because of that, I really didn't have time, no downtime, to really do the show.
No downtime.
Normally it would have been kind of in September, but I delayed it a few weeks. So here we are in early October, and I finally decided to get around to it. Now, again, we're going to have this discussion.
Again, guys.
Do you guys out there feel that Ask the King should still be an ongoing show? The reason I have to...
No, I like how, by the way, I like how he blames the pandemic on all these games being delayed and all this stuff that's so different, but nothing major has changed about these game releases. I mean, I feel like a lot of games that got delayed were gonna get delayed with or without it. So I kind of think it's a little nonsense to attach himself like a little psycho. Just attach everything to the pandemic. Like it is what it is. I mean, movies are more chaotic than video games during the pandemic, dude.
Question is because we talk every day on stream. Every single day there's a pre-stream, we have discussions during the live streams of gameplay. We have this kind of a deal every day. And some people have even expressed their opinion. They're like, Phil, you got a $20 patron perk where if people pledge $20, they get their question answered on Ask the King, but don't they do that every day on stream? And the answer is, well, yeah, people ask me questions every day on stream. There's no guarantee that I'm going to give them a lengthy answer to anything.
That's bullshit. How many pre-streams go so long because he gives them stupid answers? This is, like, really dumb. That's like me saying, well, guys, when I do the viewer's canvas, I don't promise I'll draw fully in shade. I draw whatever, and if you want, like, full drawings, you guys gotta go to my Patreon. Like, I try to give the best as I can here. I mean, this is a pencil medium, so it is what it is. But this guy always answers questions, and he always gives roundabout answers because he wants the pre-stream to be so long. He doesn't want to do gameplay before noon. He doesn't want to do that because it's DSP.
When you pledge to my Patreon on Ask the King, I will give you a huge answer to your question, dedicated segment of time on a show.
And a lot of these answers he doesn't ask the King is just him giving you a lot of info dump just to answer your question. So you can ask DSP on Ask the King, well, Phil, why do you not like Persona 3 as much as Persona 5? And he'll be like, well, you see, okay, now I played Persona 4 for Patreon, and Patreon said that they love Persona 4, and then they, voted for me to play Persona 3, so I played Persona 3 in order to get hyped for Persona 5, when that was going to come out, and then I played Persona 5, and I gotta be honest with you, Persona 5 is... Okay, so Persona 5 is like, a game from Atlas that's like really lengthy, and I think Persona 5 is a way better game because, it really makes it expand upon the formula of Persona game from the past. He just does a lot of shit like that, and then by the end of it, you forgot what you asked.
Just for answering questions. But that being said, this year, I think I've had 2 questions asked by patrons. This show, none. So I definitely think that this format, okay, this format for Ask the King, it's not necessarily, it's not mandatory anymore. But I'm okay with doing it. I'm okay with continuing this show. I realize that Ask the King is one of my longest running shows in history. This is episode, I think, 84, either 83 or 84 of the show. And that's crazy. This has been
crazy,
running since,
man.
what, like 2010, 2011?
This show may not even hit
at this point. So I
I'm
understand.
kind of surprised he's not trying to shoehorn in this show to reach 100. Dude, watch. He's gonna do this he's gonna keep doing this little begging thing for asking for questions, but he's gonna artificially extend all the way to episode 100, and that will be when he ends Ask the King. I guarantee he's gonna end Ask the King when he hits episode 100.
That there are people who've been around for a long time who love the idea of the show.
Okay, guys. We're about to announce the winner of the viewer canvas. And this time, it will only be one winner. So far, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 contestants enter. 1 will leave. My Ruin, you are the winner. Please type in chat what character you would like on the viewer canvas. All right, there we go. That's that, guys. 2B. All right. I like it. I like it. Okay. I'll make a 64 reference for you.
The fact that I've got a
My
legacy
Ruin
show
one.
from my old content days that I still do in the modern era. All right, I get that.
I get
But
that,
Ideally,
guys.
does it make sense to do the show? I don't know. Someone proposed to me this week, instead of doing it like this format where I just answer your questions in a dedicated video or stream, that instead I do it as a segment every couple of months when I do a special marathon event. So, for example, I just did a Rageathon. This month, I'm doing a Halloween marathon.
Oh, God.
Maybe I could take an hour out of those marathons to answer your questions.
Now, this is some bullshit because those marathons are literally meant to be for gameplay and all that kind of stuff, and he wants to nerf it for for Ask the King, pretty much. So he wants to do a marathon event with even less gameplay. This dude really loves playing video games so much, he's finding all reasons to just drop it. This is ridiculous.
Maybe, I don't know. I need your feedback. By all means, feel free to give me your feedback. Do you think Ask the King is something that has an essential purpose and should continue to happen moving forward, or do you feel the show is outdated? I'll be honest with everyone. Getting people to ask questions for the show can be like pulling teeth sometimes.
It's like pulling teeth.
There was a rush of
This
questions.
is a good thing to describe your audience, that it's like pulling teeth to get them. Yeah, I agree.
Asked last minute, because I asked people to post up questions last minute for it, because almost no one had. And I did my best, as usual, to pick the most entertaining questions or questions that I felt would make a good show for you guys. We'll see how it turns out today. This may be a shorter show, depending on my answers or whatever. We'll have to see what happens, okay? So let's see. Let's give me your feedback. As always, the way the show goes is, number one, I answer questions from my forums. Then I answer questions from people who tweeted me today over at They Call Me DSP on Twitter. And then at the end of the show, if there's time, I take questions live from the stream chat. Now, if you guys contribute during the stream, I am going to do a live shout out during the show. But if you're posing a question in that contribution, I may save that question for the end segment of the show where we answer questions from live viewers. So we'll see what happens with that as well. And maybe I have time to interject it, but I'm going to be focusing primarily on these questions. Now, this stream is just like a normal stream. By all means, guys, if you want to help out, please contribute. The best way is right here, sending me a tip right down there. I need the help this week because I got a ridiculous stream. By all means, guys, if you want to help out, please contribute.
He said this to his streaming audience, right? He says it again. And it's like about tipping the stream. But this is a YouTube video, so why are you telling the YouTube audience about this?
The best way is right here, sending me a tip right down there. I need the help this week because I got a ridiculous amount of chargebacks this week, which completely screwed me over. If you're watching this show on demand on YouTube, not live, Please, if you like the show, please consider supporting it with a tip. I need the help this week. If I can get through this week, I should be all right, but it sucks that I just had so many chargebacks in 1 week. And hopefully now I've put these protections in place that people should not be able to be doing these anonymous express checkout tips anymore that are fake. So hopefully moving forward, I can trust the tips to be real. We'll find out, all right? But for now, let's see what happens, okay? All right, let's get started with Ask the King. We start off with forum questions, as I said. Now, normally I would be
forum questions.
I haven't been Patreon questions in a long time. So we're just going to start.
No, I think he said later, eventually, that these are two, he did ask to answer 2 Patreon questions, but then he just goes straight to the forum questions. Okay.
Question from Jeff Bezos Right Nut. And he asked a question that for some people might think is personal or insulting. I don't actually feel it's personal or insulting because the guy asked in a very respectful manner. So I'm going to answer the question in a very respectful manner. Okay? He says, some people might think it's personal or insulting. I don't Patreon questions. There haven't been Patreon questions in a long time. We're just going to start with a question from Jeff Bezos Right Nut.
I sure love how he read that name. He really liked it.
And he asked a question that for some people might think is personal or insulting. I don't actually feel it's personal or insulting.
Of course, everyone else thinks it's personal. Not the guy who said that it's fucked up to make fun of his hairline. This guy went out of his way to try to debunk the trolls for making fun of his hairline. But he's telling us that we think it's personal. Okay.
Because the guy asked in a very respectful manner. So I'm going to answer the question in a very respectful manner. Okay? He says, if you ever start going bald, would you rather shave it all off or deal with a bald spot and receding hairline? Or maybe try one of those hair growth treatments. Okay? First off, I am losing some of my hair. And I know I am as I get older. I'm 38 years old. And I realize that as I get older, this is going to happen. If you take a look at my hairline, it's not even. Right here, this side, I'm losing way more hair than this side. Now, actually, I've noticed on this side, it's actually started to lose a little bit recently, too. So I'm going to turn into Vegeta, essentially. I'm going to have this fucking weird hairline here, and then the hair's going to start going up like this. It's going to look really weird, okay? In addition,
he says that thing that's going to look like Vegeta, but it's not. Because, like, it's human hair, not anime. So it's going to just look like he's just balding. That's pretty much all it is.
The back of my head, I have a patch right here that's had lighter hair, like, forever. Like, even when I was young, I was told at the back of my head I had a patch of hair right here that actually had less hair than the rest of my head. Now, the thing is, I've had a crew cut from the late high school days all the way through until 2010. And in 2010, I decided to grow my hair out and have it long like this for the last decade. So it wasn't until then that I realized that I actually had that lighter patch of hair back here again, okay? There's nothing much I could do about this. You get older, this shit happens. Your hairline will recede, you'll have less hair. What am I going to do? Ultimately, I don't care. I'm being honest here. Ultimately, I don't give to do about this. You get older, this shit happens. Your hairline will recede, you'll have less hair. What am I going to do? Ultimately, I don't care.
By the way, I forgot to do my meme of answering the question. So, what would I do if I was balding? Depends on how I bald. The way I think my hair is probably gonna bald if I judge it off my dad. I think I'm going to just lose my hair like front end, right? I just keep it the way it is. The only time I'd ever shave my head completely is if it's like a ridiculous like pattern, you know? Like if there's balding in the back of my head, I would just shave completely. That's what I would do.
I'm being honest here. Ultimately, I don't give 2 shits. I don't. If I go back to a crew cut, I go back to a crew cut. If I go bald, I go bald. If I actually try to make the hair grow evenly again through hair treatments, which they have, maybe I'll do that. I don't care. I really don't give 2 shits. It's really about my wife. My wife is the person.
No, this is really dumb, right? It's my wife. The only thing that matters is my wife. Why does your wife matter about what you want to do with your body? This is so dumb. Like, I don't know what it is. The moment Kat moved in, it's like DSP just gave up on having any individuality. It really, as soon as Kat moved in, he can't play games on his own. He can't play Minecraft on his own. He can't play Morrowind on his own. He can't dress himself on his own. He can't do anything on his own. Like, is Cat like slipping him some drugs so that he becomes like a helpless little baby? Like, and that's why like a lot of people are like, well, why doesn't Cat want kids? Why would she need a kid? She has DSP. I really think Kat is probably living as a mom through DSP. That's probably what makes her stay around. If DSP was able to like do things on his own, then she'd probably want to leave. To be honest.
All day long. My wife is the person who cares about how I look. So if she says, oh, try to fix the hair, I will. If she says leave it be, I will. If she says shave it off, I will. I don't care. It's just like people ask me about my beard. They say, Phil, your beard's all patchy. Like, actually, my beard isn't patchy. My beard is growing at the same rate it was 10 years ago when I first started growing it. But most of my beard hairs are now white. And you guys on camera see how white this looks? But it looks, oh, it's patchy. It's actually not. This is all white hair. So on the camera, it catches in a way that makes it look almost transparent, but it's really just all white hairs. Do I need to dye the hairs black? No, I don't care. I don't fucking care. I don't give two shits. But if my wife says, oh, I don't like how that looks, dye it, I will. Or she says, you know what? It's not really working anymore because it's all white. Shave it off. I will. It's really up to her, not up to me. She's the one who has to see it all day, every day, not me. So it's her call. As of right now, everything seems to be all right.
Now, also think how romantic that is, right? Usually people would want to surprise their significant other to make them like them. You know, sometimes they're like, oh man, my girlfriend, like, she sees me in the same hairstyle every day. You know, I'm gonna do something different. I'm gonna really wow her, and then they do whatever. But no, DSP instead has to be Cat's little Barbie doll, and she has to customize the. DSP is literally the custom character for Cat. That's what it is. DSP is Cat's custom character, so she gets to decide what he does. You know, Cat should tell him that she wants him to get a sex change. Because I mean, he might as well. He always has the chest for it. You know what I mean?
No one's really saying anything. You know what I mean? Like, she doesn't really care, so I'll leave it as is until one day she makes a decision and she says, I like this or like that, then I would do it. I don't care. I've always been like, I don't give a shit. It's like the least important thing to me. When I wake up in the morning, I just don't care. It's not a big deal. And it's funny because in the last few years, as you know, as I've become a full-time streamer, and I now need to have a webcam on constantly. Oh, I gotta wake up, I gotta brush my hair for streaming. Before then, I didn't at all. I would come to stream with fucking hair going wild and shit. I didn't care.
There are multiple streams where you see his hair like kind of peacock in the back, and all kinds of shit. But he's saying that he cares how he looks. Okay, Mr. Oh, I need to shave for my day off. Why do I need to shave for my audience? You guys aren't real people. He literally told his chat that he wouldn't shave for them because they're not real people. And he's saying that he grooms himself for us. Now, okay, so he grooms himself for us, right? Not his wife. Wow, DSP, that's just as cool, right?
I'm just a normal dude.
I'm a normal dude.
I don't care about that. I gotta wake up, I gotta brush my hair for streaming. Before then, I didn't at all. I would come to stream with fucking hair going wild and shit. I didn't care. I'm just a normal dude, right?
The way he said that is so weird, dude. I'm a normal dude.
You're certainly never gonna be able to accuse me of being a metrosexual.
What is wrong with metrosexuals? What was that about? You won't accuse me of being a metrosexual. Oh yeah, because like they're so bad, right? Okay, are we in the early 2000s?
Okay. Next question from 100 Gex. Now this is a question that I've been asked over the years. I'll answer it again, in the best way that I can. All right. He says, if you were to instantly be granted $100 million today, with no strings attached, how would you spend it? Presumably, you'd fix your tax situation. After that, what would you do? Would you continue streaming and stream less often? I often find it fun to daydream about the scenario. Well,
for me, if I had $1 million, if I had $1 million to my name, I would probably just save that for a living. I wouldn't spend. I mean, I would spend on stuff that sure I might want, but I would try to keep it as like, hey, just uses for to pay for stuff that needs to be paid, etc. I mean, I'd probably be more responsible for it. You know what I mean?
$100 million, no strings attached. That would mean no taxes or maybe post-tax or whatever. $100 million is insane amount of money. It's way more than anyone would ever need to live. Seriously, it is. It's just exorbitant amounts of money. So I can tell you right now, yes, obviously the first thing I would do, any debt, any existing debt that I have, pay off my back taxes, pay off this house, pay off my car. I would ask my parents, what debts do you have? Obviously, my wife, to pay off any debts that she has, pay off all debts with myself and my family, my direct family members would be immediately paid off. That's number one. Number two, I would likely donate a lot of it. Because once everything's paid off and I see how much I actually have, I'd probably look at it and say, okay,
I kind of wonder if
I really don't need that much money. $100 million.
Does DSU still pay off Cat's debt?
So I would probably just go ahead and donate a bunch of it. Now, where would I donate it? I don't know, because when you have that much money, you actually make a big impact.
Yeah. Now, this is ridiculous because it's very easy for him to tell us, "Oh, I would give it to a charity. I would." But I guarantee the second, let's say he gets that $1 million, well, guys, you know what I was telling you guys? I would have given it to charity. Well, I can't because I have this huge tax bill to pay, man. I can't, spend it on charities. I mean, it sucks. I would love to, but, fucking life throws some curveballs. Yeah, this is pretty good. Oh, my God, come on.
Impact to something. A ginormous positive impact. So I would want to actually look into charities and things, find one that's legit, find one that I feel would be super beneficial for me to contribute to, and I would probably do a big, or maybe multiple contributions, split it up and do a contribution here, there, and help a bunch of charities or whatever. Okay? Now, in addition to that, what I would do is invest, and what I mean by that is I would try to diversify. Even though I love being a streamer, and I've said this a million times, if I won the lottery today, I would still stream. Would I stream in the capacity I do now, 6 days a week full time? Haha, no. I would probably stream 3-4 times a week, way more casual time frame. It wouldn't be super strict having to stream, 4 hours of gameplay, one stream, 2 to 3 hours of the other stream. I probably would be more laid back and relaxed, play way less games. But I love doing this. I love having the interactions we have. I tell you right now, I'd immediately turn off all contributions. You guys would not be able to contribute crowdfunding whatsoever because I wouldn't need the money.
Another meme that he would do. Okay, guys. I know I said I'd turn off contribution streams for my streams when I got this much money, but I gotta be honest with you. I gotta pay a lot of taxes, a lot of debt behind the scenes. So unfortunately, I gotta keep tips going, man. People are telling me that they love tipping me, so I'm not gonna say no. It'd be kind of fucked up for me to say no, don't give me money. So I decided to keep it open so people can support me. You know what I mean?
Guys, go donate to a cause or do this or that and do something worthwhile with your money, then donate to me.
Wait.
Contributions. You guys would not be able to contribute crowdfunding whatsoever because I wouldn't need the money. I would tell you guys, go donate to a cause or do this or that and do something worthwhile with your money, then donate to me.
Now he literally just told us that he would tell us to donate to a cause. He would tell his audience to donate to a cause, right? Coming from Mr. I would never tell you who to vote for. I would never do that. That people who do that on the internet, they think that you're an idiot. That's why they tell you who to vote for. I would never tell you who to vote for, but he would tell us who to donate to. Huh. Okay.
Okay? And then, of course, I would invest. Like I said, I would probably have some kind of savings, but in addition to that, I would invest. Maybe I would buy some, like I've talked about, buy some franchises.
Buy franchises.
Businesses out here in my name. That's a different way to make money besides just streaming. Maybe finally do that restaurant that I've been talking about for how many years now. Do my own restaurant where I can have this cool thing that's not online related,
Now-
a real brick and mortar.
Now, if he didn't need any more money, etc., why would he want to make a restaurant to make money? Okay.
Business that I can sink and invest into, maybe become a staple out here, because there are almost no good Italian restaurants out here. There's one that's kind of crappy. It's like a fusion restaurant that's not good. There's one that's pretty good, but bad location in my opinion. And there's one that's Americanized Italian food that's not really authentic. It's still good, but it's not authentic. I could do like an authentic Italian restaurant. I would probably want to do something like that. So anyway, that's the bottom line. I would, number one,
That's
pay
the
off
bottom
all
line.
existing debts for myself and all my family members. Number two, I would probably donate a ton of money. And number three, I would probably have a savings and invest a bunch of money into things outside of streaming. So that way I've diversified my assets. Okay?
Diversify the assets, baby.
Fair enough. Okay. Chloe asks, I was wondering if you had not pursued a career with YouTube or Twitch, is there any career path you would have chosen and why? The thing is, Chloe...
Wait, what was the question?
Chloe asks, I was wondering if you had not pursued a career with YouTube or Twitch, is there any career path you would have chosen and why? The thing is, Chloe, my life's been chaotic. My life was not pre-planned. I'm not one of those people who, like, when I was growing up, I said, I absolutely want to do this for a living no matter what, and I'm going to do everything I can to live up to that goal, whether it's years of schooling and, internships or whatever. I didn't know what I wanted to do with my life. I was the valedictorian of my high school, but I wasn't accepted to any of, like, the big-name colleges, despite the fact that I had a straight-A record, extracurriculars. Why? Because I was white and I didn't have money.
Yes,
so if
white
you're white
people.
and you don't have
White
money
people
to
have
actually
such a
outright
have
pay
it so
to go
hard
to one
finding
of the top colleges
schools.
in the United States. You don't get
Okay.
accepted. It's that
All
simple.
right.
If you're going to need financial aid, you don't get accepted to those colleges. So because I didn't know someone at those colleges to get my foot in the door, I had to go to decent colleges. I mean, I went to Fairfield University.
No,
It's known as-
I love, by the way, that he is so mad he could not get into Fairfield University, not Fairfield, oops, Harvard and Yale and shit like that. And he's like, I had to go to these other colleges that normal people go to. Wow, DSP, you went to college, man. That's probably more than what some people can say. But this guy, like, he wants to be in, like, this. He wants to be with the 1%, it sounds like. Every time he talks about something, he's like, I'm now with the special boys. And he always wants to be. Because if he didn't want to be treated specially, why did he go out of his way to try to get into Harvard and Yale and all these other places that are, like, immediately who goes to Harvard? Like, okay.
It was a pretty good college. But I didn't have any... let me put it this way. I didn't have any way to get networking so that I could get a job out of college. I started off college. I wanted to do a computer science major because that was the 90s, was the big heightened tech stuff. That was when the websites were exploding, internet businesses were exploding. And then when I was in college, literally the tech bubble burst and all the jobs vanished in the job market for computer science. In addition, the teachers
How
they
did
had
it
there
vanish?
for computer science were
What is
absolutely
it?
god-awful and couldn't teach to save their lives. They were really good coders, but they couldn't actually relay that knowledge of how to actually code to the students. I came in with no knowledge of computer coding at all, and the guy couldn't teach me basic shit. Meanwhile, kids who were coming in who had previous years of experience were telling me, yeah, you needed to come into this school with previous experience because he hasn't explained any base level shit. He just expects you know everything, which is just bullshit. I'm going to college to learn computer programming. Why do I already need to know computer programming? Dumb shit, right? So I changed my major in college from computer programming over to business and then eventually a major in finance.
I always wondered, like, because, like, I mean, I did try to do a computer science class. Now, I don't think it was an introductory level class, so I kind of didn't know what I was expecting, but it was like one of these early classes you take, and I was like, I don't know what I should do, and I tried taking that, didn't understand it, and I left. I don't think DSP took an introductory course, just saying.
Unbeknownst to me, all right, to really get a job in finance, you needed to know someone. Just like to get into a good college, you needed to know someone to get into a job in finance. So here I am working in college, all right? And I'm busting my ass just to make ends meet. I'm working a full-time job during college to pay for college. So I have no free time. I'm all day, every day I'm either working or I'm in class. And then weekends, maybe I get one day a week where I get to actually go like play Street Fighter or go to a tournament or something, right? Which was my hobby. That was my.
Now look at that. He would do Street Fighter, right? Maybe DSP. Maybe you should have done the internships over the weekend. Maybe don't do fucking Street Fighter.
Life during my 4 college years. I didn't have tons of free time to spend with friends or anything. I was working my ass off. So how was I supposed to then get experience or get networking skills so I could get a job when I graduated from college? Maybe if I was filthy rich, right, and I didn't have to work during college, I would have had tons of free time and I could have done internships and all kinds of shit. I wasn't given that opportunity. So when I graduated from college, no one would hire me for a finance job. So I ended up working at a company that I thought was a finance job, but it wasn't. It was predatory lending. Lending mortgages and credit cards to families with horrible credit scores who don't know how to manage their finances and basically giving them insanely high loan-to-value loans. Imagine you already are terrible with money, and a company latches onto that and gives you a 95% loan-to-value loan on your home. What that means is that, let's say your home's worth $100,000, they would give you a loan for $95,000 against your house. You have no equity, nothing. You own nothing,
no equity,
essentially. Okay, that's what we were doing. It was predatory lending in the hopes they would default and we would steal a house. That's what the company was that I was working for. So after working for them for a year,
I love that he tells us that he worked for a predatory lending company, and look what he's doing for a job. He's soliciting tips. Man, I think it's like DSP learned from that predatory lending to use that to get money for his tips, dude. Pretty cool, huh?
With that, I went and worked for Best Buy for Business. Now, I've told that story a million times, right? How they hired me to be someone who knows technology and is going to sell technology to small business owners, but they didn't actually follow through. And within 8 months of working there, they were trying to get rid of the whole program, and they framed me and fired me, lying to get me out of the company so that I wouldn't be paid anymore the big money that they were basically.
Now they were accusing him of buying like multiple stuff for whatever reason. This dude bought like 3 PS2s. And he said, "Oh, it was to run tournaments," but that's still kind of buying multiple consoles for. I don't remember exactly the wording. Wasn't it like, you can't buy you can't use your employee discount to buy stuff that is what is it? It's like you can't buy it for like your own personal gain or whatever. Like you can't buy like you have to buy one thing for yourself with your employee discount, and you can't buy stuff for other people or whatever. I don't remember the exact phrasing, but that's kind of what he did with the PS2s. Just because it was for a tournament doesn't mean that it didn't apply to that kind of ruling, because you're buying it for things. I think they assumed he was buying multiple. Yeah, that's it. To resell some. Yeah, that's right. Now, don't you have to pay to enter a tournament? So he could kind of say that he was paying, that he was making profit off of those PS2s.
More than the line level person in the store for a team that was a failure. So that didn't work out. Then I went to work for a helicopter company, all right, which my dad currently was working at the time. I get in as a customer service rep, and within 2 years, they recognize that they want me to do more than just being a customer service rep because I'm a leader in the company and I go above and beyond. So they put me into continuous improvement work, which means that they're training me to do this process by which I look at a company, how they work from start to finish, and I look at a certain process that company does that basically they feel needs improvement. Maybe it's too slow, it's not profitable enough, there's bottlenecks and holdups. And I would map out that process, finding the points that need improvement, bring in the employees who do those processes, redesign those processes from the ground up, improve them, roll out the changes, and now measure with metrics the improvements to the business. This is what I was trained to do, and I did it for 2 years. And after completely redesigning the repairs process of this helicopter company from start to finish, and actually not only improving it, but making them get more money for it, they laid me off. They never paid me for it. They paid me as a customer service rep for 4 years, but had me for 2 of those years doing continuous improvement work, never paid me $1 to fucking do it, and then laid me off after the fact.
I can imagine that, dude.
That's my employment history. Like, you see what I mean? With that history, How could I ever have planned on wanting to do something with my life? My life has been chaotic, going from job to job, being mistreated at every job, being treated like a piece of data on a spreadsheet rather than a human. Every major company I've ever worked for mistreated me.
Whoa,
So
man.
how could I possibly say I had a roadmap of what I wanted to do if I wasn't a YouTube streamer or content creator? I never wanted to be a YouTube streamer or content creator. This fell into my lap.
Bullshit. He did a video saying, let's make this a full-time job. And I think he said sometime a while ago that he wanted this to be his job. And now he's saying, no, it was,
As something
out
to
of
do
his
when I was
control.
laid off from my
Okay,
job
dude.
at the helicopter company.
Okay, dude.
I would have loved to be a person who had a roadmap. And this was a stable roadmap of something that I could have done my whole life, and I would have never had the chaotic uncertainty that I had for my whole life. It just never happened. In fact, as crazy as it sounds, all right, as crazy as it sounds, this job that I'm doing now is the most stable job I've ever had in my life.
Oh, no, my knees raised.
What? Yes, even with YouTube falling apart, the destruction of my YouTube channels, the adpocalypse, all the fake shit that happens to me on a daily basis, like false DMCA claims, slander about me all over the internet, all the shit that affects me daily, chargebacks, all that stress and nonsense, this job is still the most consistent and stable job I've ever had.
How is it stable and consistent when a false DMCA strike can literally get him to stop streaming? Okay, dude.
In my entire fucking life. I've been doing this for 10 years. Right? I've been doing this for 10 years. 10 years. I've never done another job in my life for 10 years. Even though this job has evolved, for sure, right? At first, I was just doing videos offline, dicking around. Then I did co-op videos with people. Then I started branching out and doing other things like reviews of food, reviews of games, commentary videos on other things outside of gameplay. Then I did like something creative like Project 7. Oh, shit. Then I got into the direct capture live streaming shtick. For 3.5 years now, I've been a full-time live streamer, and I put out way different content than I used to. Yes, I've evolved, but Then I got into the direct capture live streaming shtick.
How is direct capture a shtick? It's not like a shtick is usually like a character trait or whatever, like a trait or a gimmick. How is direct capture a gimmick? It's something that is like essential to do anything. This dude loves saying shtick about everything. Oh, they restreamers, it's their shtick to be negative. Okay, dude.
For 3.5 years now, I've been a full-time live streamer, and I put out way different content than I used to. Yes, I've evolved, but I'm still doing the same thing. I'm my own boss. I'm putting out gameplay and entertaining content for you guys on a daily basis, and this has been the most consistent thing I've ever done in my life.
How is it consistent if you change your streams though? You don't do the same content, but it's consistent, guys. Don't you worry.
Because I played that game. I went through high school and college intending to get a job and just have that be my career. I played by the rules, what my parents wanted me to do, and everyone told me this is what you should do in America to become successful. And I was mistreated. I was dumped, fired.
He says this, and he can still claim that he's still being mistreated. He even said that Twitch mistreats him because he doesn't have a partner manager over at Twitch. And he's telling us that, well, I was mistreated in the past. You're mistreated now. Everyone has their issues, dude.
Laid off and treated like shit everywhere I went. They just didn't care about anyone who actually wanted to work hard. They wanted someone who was basically a pushover or a kiss ass. And I'm never, guys know me.
You guys know me. Okay, DSP. Well, if Twitch, I get another false DFCA strike on Twitch, well, that might be it. That I might have to move. I might have to leave Twitch, man. Gets a fourth ban on Twitch. Well, I think I'm gonna go on YouTube and talk about it, but I want to go back on Twitch, man. I love Twitch. You know what I mean? Okay, dude.
I've never been one of those things in my whole life. It's one of the reasons why you won't see me getting the Xbox Series X Advanced Console preview, because no one's gonna send me that shit, because I'm not gonna kiss Microsoft's fucking ass. I don't do that shit. I'm an honest guy. I have been my whole life. So.
Oh yeah, EA was in his channel. He was telling everyone to treat them nicely. But no, he doesn't kiss ass, dude. He's not a pushover. He's an honest gamer. He he revised the history on the chair sponsorship because he told us that, oh, I didn't have this chair sponsorship long enough for me to even chill for it. A guy in his chat, when he got the Spawn Seeds chair, literally told him, "Hey Phil, the Spawn Seeds chair is stuff made from China. It might be a scam." He then bans the guy and says, "I can have you be dissing my sponsor. You know what I mean?" And he tells us that he never did that. Laveria Media, when he was in talks to be in a partnership with him, and his whole chat was telling him, "It's a scam. You're being scammed, DSP." He's like, "What? Why are you telling them that they're a scam? You know how fucked up that is?" And then he goes around and says that it was a scam. Like, this guy is ridiculous.
Chloe, I couldn't tell you what career could I have pursued if I didn't do YouTube or Twitch. I don't know. I would have been happy if, when I was at that helicopter company, if they had actually come through with their promises. Is after 2 years of doing work above and beyond what I was expected to do as a customer service rep, if I was actually treated nicely.
And the other thing is that if you ever see a Twitch staff in his chat and someone tells them, "Hey Phil, Twitch staff's around," he will completely change his tune and he will be completely friendly. He'll be like a completely different person. There was one stream where he was miserable, he was getting mad and salty, but one guy said, "Hey Phil, a Twitch staff is here." "Oh, Twitch staff's here? Okay, man, well, what's up, man? Hey guys, what's going on, man? What's going on in my chat?" "I like seeing what my chat says, man, you know what I mean? It's pretty cool." So he is in no place to talk.
I was given a job as continuous improvement, and I would have loved to do that work. I actually enjoyed that work when I did it, and I actually really liked seeing how the hard work that I put in improved a business overall and made them more profitable, right? But then the company decided that, oh, we don't give a fuck that he did that, and dumped me. Like I said, within a 2-month period, the repairs process was improved. They started
I like how he uses the term "dumped." Like, was he in a relationship with that helicopter company? Were they lovers?
immediately seeing improvement in turn times and profitability of that program. They gave me a award. It was above and beyond the Call of Duty award. Big document they gave me. No money involved, but just an award. There was a presentation for it and everything. Congratulations, Phil, for going above and beyond and redesigning our repairs process. And then in 2 months, they shifted me to another department, said, "We have no work for you," and laid me off. So that's what I mean. I would have loved to keep doing that. But that's how they treated me, you know? It is...
No, like it's his laid off. Like, they could have laid him off because they just couldn't afford him. Like, I like how he just assumes that it has to be negative. Maybe they couldn't afford their workers, DSP, and they had to cut loose ends. Now, this is kind of, like, silly. He says this, he's like, "Fuck them, man. They laid me off." But if they didn't lay him off and they laid someone else off, would he be this mad if they got laid off? Of course not.
What it is, I guess. That's American corporate culture. They don't give two fucks about the employees. It's rare in America where you find a company that actually cares about its employees and will treat them properly. And to them, you're just a number on a spreadsheet. You're just a cog in a big wheel, a big machine. You know what I mean? And they will dispose of you whenever.
Now, I like how he says this, but, like, they gave him all these awards and all this stuff. They even paid for the education that he was taking to do these things. And he's like, "Oh, they mistreat me," all this stuff. Well, you could find a lot of stories about other people who work in video game companies that have been crunched, harassed, all these things. There are people who probably have it way worse than Phil, that probably have earned the right to complain about it. And DSP, well, they paid for my education to do this continuous improvement, and then they laid me off. Wow, man. So wild.
Where they feel like it. You did the good work for us, now get the fuck out. They did the same thing with my dad. My dad was busting his ass doing continuous improvement work for them, and they laid him off too. So
yeah, maybe they couldn't afford workers, DSP. I mean, we literally were in like our economy was in a rut for, well, you might still be in a rut, dude. But during that time, I mean, a lot of people were losing their jobs. So I mean, I don't really think it's anything to do with malicious intent.
Continuing on, Eternal Napalm says, "What are some of the best game soundtracks you've ever heard? Which ones resonated with you beyond your time playing the game?" For me, I'm a child of the 80s and 90s.
Oh man, my favorite soundtrack. Ooh, that's a good question. I would say either Persona 3, Royal, Persona 5 Royal, or No More Heroes. No More Heroes is pretty good. I like Wind Waker as well. Zelda Wind Waker is so good. But man, it's really hard. Yeah, and Metal Gear Solid has a lot of good soundtracks too. I like 3 a little bit more. 1 is good too because 1's a little bit classic, but 3 is pretty good. But I'm stuck on those. I can't really pick a single one.
90s, right? So when I think classic game soundtracks, Super Mario Brothers, that music is gonna stick with my head forever, of course. Zelda, for me, Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past, because that was my first major Zelda game that I played from start to finish, and I played it a billion times because I loved it so much. So that music.
Oh,
Of course, the
Castlevania
soundtrack
is
to
pretty
Street Fighter
good
2 is
too.
the soundtrack I've heard most of my life. Seriously, like I've played more of any video game than Street Fighter 2 than any other game, and I've heard that soundtrack more than any other game in history. So Street Fighter 2 has to be up there. Of course, then I have to go with the classic RPGs that I grew up with, like Final Fantasy 4 and 6, Chrono Trigger. Those soundtracks are so like stick. Every time I hear those music, I get pumped, I get excited because I feel like back to my childhood, sitting around playing fun JRPGs. So that would be my music. Now, of course, there's been amazing games with amazing soundtracks. The first Mass Effect comes to mind.
Mass Effect.
Blue Dragon comes to mind.
Okay, Blue Dragon, whatever. I never played that game.
Games like that, I can say, wow, those are soundtracks that'll stand out forever or whatever. The Uncharted theme, the title theme from Uncharted is so amazing. But for me, when you ask me about music in games, I'm always going to go back to those classics.
Uncharted is like such, it's good music,
all right,
but man.
let's shift over.
Doesn't even mention Persona.
Doesn't
even mention Persona. And Persona 5, I think, is one of the best soundtracks. I mean, okay, guys, we're gonna go here. Let's listen to this. Persona 5 Royal. I mean, listen to this song. This song fucking rules, dude. I love the drums in this. And it gets better as it goes. It's so good. Oh. Nothing like this. Dreams, they can come true. No more tears anymore. Want me to fly? Believe in me. Things you suffer from any way. Oh, the song is so good. Yeah, but Three Houses has good songs too. Oh, Mass Destruction's so good, especially the FES version. True. I love the instruments. Oh, it's so good. God damn. Oh, this song is too good. I can't stop, man. Like, the drums are so good. The drums and the guitar, the lyrics, the vocals. Yeah, he doesn't give a shit. He doesn't know what he's talking about, dude. Dreams, they can come true. No more tears. Want me to strive. Oh, goodness, believe in me. Anything believe in me. This song's too good, dude. Too good. Oh, that song is so good. And DSP doesn't know good songs, man.
Forum questions.
Feels bad, man.
Black Mage C-Type did 101-bit cheer. Biggest cheer of the day so far. Says, I don't know about Ask the King, but I asked fans to vote for Barry Burton and Corpse Killer 25th Anniversary Edition on the King.
I literally hope none of that shit happens because this is harassment. Get it out of here.
Make Halloween Marathon great again. That's it. He really wants me to be Barry Burton for Halloween, and he really wants to see me play Corpse Killer during the Halloween event. You can do both of those things. For example, you can nominate games for the Halloween event by typing exclamation point marathon in the stream chat right now. You can vote for the costume by typing exclamation point costume.
But you don't vote for the specific costume, though.
Cheers and thank you for the cheer, sir. Morningstar 2126 just did a 200-bit cheer and said, me and my friend have been watching your content since 2012 and discovered your channel, of course, through This Is How You Don't Play videos.
If people vote for Movie Monster or whatever the fuck, he can't be Barry Burton. He's not a monster.
Which led to us watching your real videos. Yeah, and that's perfectly fine. There was one point many years ago where I was an idiot, and I thought that stuff was bad. In my opinion, I don't care if you make fun of my gameplay at all. I just don't give a shit. I really don't.
Wait,
what?
what?
Where I was an idiot, and I watching your content since 2012 and discovered your channel, of course, through This Is How You Don't Play videos, which led to us watching your real videos. Yeah, and that's perfectly fine. There was one point many years ago where I was an idiot, and I thought that stuff was bad. In my
No, he still thinks it's bad. Just not. But it's only bad if no one tells them I watched you through This Is How You Don't Play. Otherwise, it's bad.
opinion,
That's how it works.
I don't care if you make fun of my gameplay at all. I just don't give a shit. I really don't.
Okay, yeah, he doesn't care.
To the point where it hurts me for someone to watch a montage of my content on someone else's channel. A lot of people have told me over the years they saw those compilations.
Like, I'm telling you, the reason why he doesn't want to do Catherine. You know, I watched a little bit of This Is How You Don't Play with Catherine. And I can definitely see why he doesn't want to play that game. Because Catherine would probably expose how dumb he is. Because the puzzles in Catherine, they're really good puzzles. They're a good balance of something that's easy that you could kind of figure out, or like you can just kind of do whatever. I mean, there's multiple solutions. There's no one way you can solve it. And I was watching one and I was just like, DSP really doesn't know how anything works in that game. Ugh. And it's goofy as fuck, and I understand why he skips it, because it's too hard for him, and he's playing on normal too. Well, at the time he was playing on normal, but he might have bumped it down to easy, I think. But he played on normal and said that normal is grueling. There was only one stage in that game that I had to look up a guide. It was I think it was in the either the spiral corridor, no. Might have been the clock tower. It was one of the stage 6 puzzles. And there was one I just could not figure out. I was always one block short of reaching into the goal. And I had to look at a guide to see how someone did it. And I was like, oh, okay. So, I mean, come on.
They actually come over to the streams of the videos, and then they like the stuff, and they watch live. Here's an example. Morningstar just cheered. Thank you for the support, Morningstar.
Here it comes, baby.
Where I think it goes
oh, shit, here it comes.
Cleo. Let's get a raffle going on this chill stream. Stay black, fam.
Thanks for the $25 tip. DJ Filthy Rich. Thank you for that. Let's do it. Let's do it. That song still is stuck in my head now. I think of Throw Your Mask Away. Dun, 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 dun. Mm-hmm. This is 25. Let's see. I'll pick 4 winners this time around, so 4 people can win. Excuse me. So 4 lucky dudes can win.
Obviously, the people who are saying personal insults, conspiracy theories, and just wild nonsense about me that has nothing to do with my content that I put out on stream.
But those are in this I don't
play.
plays.
So thank you, Morningstar, for the cheer. Sweaty Man JPEG did 100-bit cheers. As a professional software engineer for 10 years, I'll confirm you have to have some knowledge of coding to succeed in computer science programs. You need to have the mindset of a person who experiments with technology, tries things and breaks them, then fixes them. Right. I went into college with the being explained to that we have entry-level computer science programs here, where you don't need to have any prerequisite knowledge of computer science. You can just come and, I mean, it was supposed to be Comp Sci 101, like the first intro class, intro to computer science, and he's teaching things that are advanced computer science, and you need to have prerequisite knowledge. And I'm like, what am I even paying for?
Now, how does he know that it's advanced stuff, though? If he never took a computer science class, how does he know that that's that's advanced stuff? How would he know that?
For if I have to go learn coding before I take the intro course to coding, then why am I going to college? What am I paying for? I'm wasting my own money and time because this motherfucker is so stupid. He's teaching advanced shit in the intro course. Archangel 007 resubscribed for 2 months in a row, 30 total. He said my longest relationship lasted only 26 months. Well, it looks like your sub lasted longer than that, so thank you very much, sir. I appreciate that. Thanks a lot for the support. All right. Let's go. Let's continue. PW Dubs had 2 different questions that I chose. He actually asked a ton, but I chose 2 particular questions that I felt were pretty pertinent to today's show. So his first question is,
oh boy,
do you think games that are released at the beginning of the year are easily forgotten about and overshadowed by other releases? For example, one of my favorite games of this year has been Dragon Ball Z Kakarot.
Really?
I feel that it is being forgotten.
Dragon Ball Z Kakarot? That game fucking sucks, dude. I just lost interest in that game. Like it was semi fun, but it is just not a game I thought was like even worth to talk about. I think it was overpriced too. It was so clear to me that that game was like a $40 game that they added $20. The fact that it got a price cut like within a week kind of says a lot about that game. It's so obvious that game was such a trash game or a budget game. When was this? This was October. This is this week. Dragon Ball Z Kakarot was earlier this year, dude.
About due to the likes of games like Last of Us 2 and Ghost of Tsushima. Yes. This happens all the time. Games that come out within the first 2 to 3 months of the year almost always get forgotten by the end of the year. It's silly, in my opinion.
It's silly. Okay.
There have been years.
Yeah, people forgot about Resident Evil 7 when that came out, even though people kept talking about it. I mean, I think a lot of people forgot about a little game called Travis Strikes Again. It's a great game. I love that game. I think that was last year, though. Yeah, it was the last year title. And people forgot about that game. That game seriously has a really good story. Like, I will shill the fuck out of Travis Strikes Again. It is such a good game. It's a good, like, spin-off or a side story, but it's such a good story. The story is very underrated. It goes into, like, game development. Like, it felt very personal from Suda51. So, I mean, I say check that game out. Get the Switch version. I heard bad things about the PS4 port of it, but get it on Switch if you have it. If you have a Switch, it's really good. I really like that game. It's more akin to independent games, so don't go in expecting a No More Heroes type game. It's more in line with like isometric kind of games, but it's really good. I really like that game.
Like, for example, I remember when Resident Evil 5 came out. Now, admittedly, Resident Evil 5 was not perfect and had flaws, but it was a great game. And by the end of the year, like, no one was having it in their best of the year countdowns. And I'm like, what?
Because they didn't like the game. when Resident Evil 5 came out, a lot of people hated that game. A lot of people hated it because you had a forced AI partner, because the game was designed to run co-op. People hated the inventory system. Like, RE5 had a lot of stuff that was bad about it. It's only till recently that people kind of look at it a little bit more fondly than it was when it was released.
It was an outstanding game. It really was, but it came out early in the year and people forgot about it. Resident Evil 7 came out in January. Again, by the end of the year, it's like people don't remember January. Now, this year in particular is going to be a
People
weird
literally
We
talked
had
about
the
Resident Evil
pandemic,
7 all
right?
year, though.
Yes, I remember Dragon Ball Z Kakarot came out in, what was it, like February? But I couldn't even tell you 3 games that came out from January to March. All I could tell you was, like, once the rush of
Neo
games
2 never
started
came
coming
out,
in
dude.
summer, then I remember. Like, I remember Last of Us 2, Ghost of Tsushima. I can't really remember any games. Like, I guess Doom Eternal, right? Was it April? But outside of that, I couldn't even
RE3
tell you.
remake,
This
Final
year's
Fantasy
been
7
so screwed up,
remake.
time-wise for releases, that I would almost guarantee you by the end of the year,
Persona
we will not
5
remember half
Royal.
the games that we played the first half of the year. The other thing that's really weird to me, you got the Game of the Year awards, right? And even though we all agree they're not official, it's
What do I think about Resident Evil 7? I did like the beginning of it. I think it kind of brought back the survival aspect of Resident Evil 1. But I think once you leave that mansion, you really start to see that this game is kind of a weak game, and each part after that mansion kind of was a dip in quality for me. The bug house sucked. The Saw minigame segment sucked. The boat was okay. I liked the boat because that at least had interesting story stuff going on. Like, I liked the story of that, but the final boss was just really dumb. Like, it kind of reminded me of the final boss in Gears of War 2, where it was just, alright, you're flying around. Oh, it's a Lambent Brumac? I think that's what they're called, Brumacs. Oh, it's Lambent. Marcus, use the Hammer of Dawn. Oh, you used it, you win. It's like, oh, okay. This is really easy. And so it was really dumb. I did not like Resident Evil 7's endgame. I don't like the main character at all. Like, he's so bland and generic. And that's honestly kind of why I'm interested in Resident Evil 8, but I am not hyped for that game as much as I was for, like, the remakes, because I don't care about Ethan. Like, I like Chris, but you're not gonna play as him. It's gonna be first person, and it's like, oh, okay. Like, I do like that it's set up in this, like, little countryside kind of thing. I like the vampire ladies, whatever. I mean, they look cool, but I mean, Resident Evil 7, I think, kind of is kind of all right. I just am not crazy about it. The other thing that sucked about Resident Evil 7 for me was the enemy designs. Like, you see one mold, you see them all. Like, oh, okay, this mold, he walks. Okay, and at first you're like, oh, that's cool. It's kind of like the regenerators from RE4. Okay. Alright, oh, here's a mold that crawls. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, this one, he's fat and he throws up. Oh. Cool. And it's like, this was stuff that is like in Resident Evil Revelations, but Resident Evil Revelations had the excuse of being on the fucking 3DS. RE7's on the PS4 and has less variety than Revelations 1. Like, dude, you really, a handheld's gonna have more variety than a fucking console version, a console game? Come on.
It's nice that Jeff Keighley every year sits down with always people from all different walks of gaming life. You got people who are game devs, you got people who are people who are in the media, and they sit down, they vote on the best games of the year. They never allow games that come out in December to be part of the Game Awards. You ever notice that?
Yeah,
Game
because
Awards, there's some games that
because there's not enough time to play it, and this happens in every award show. There's movies that come out like in December and January that might not even make it to the Oscars that year. It's just a thing that happens.
some years have come out in December that are great, and they never even consider them as like Game of the Year contender, and it blows my mind because it's like, just because it came out a couple weeks before your award show doesn't mean it didn't come out in 2020 and doesn't mean it should be forgotten.
But no one is forgetting them, though. Whatever.
But that always tends to happen. So anyway, yeah, it's definitely a thing, okay? Now, PWW, that's another question. Do you find it hard to balance playing games and interacting with chat sometimes? I don't have that complaint, but I have seen other chat members complain. My opinion of this is that it's stressful enough. Having
Oh my god, PWW, get out of here. This isn't, it's not that big a deal. I'm able to interact and play games. Okay? What's his excuse?
And what I can tell you is definitely has its pitfalls, but it has its very positive moments as well. There have been really awesome times when I'm playing a game and you guys give me either a piece of aid that allows me to do something in the game that normally I never would be able to do, or you add something to the lore of a game that I don't understand because it's not apparently clear from what's going on in the game just from the game itself. And I'm like, wow, really? That's a revelation, and that actually makes the enjoyment even better. I love seeing your live reactions to what I'm doing. When something happens in a game, I get to see a laugh at it live, or you know what I mean? That's really cool. That's really
bullshit. He doesn't think that at all. Every time he looks at the chat, he's like, why are you not talking about me or the game? He kind of forces the chat to talk about the game. Honestly, he doesn't really talk about the game. He doesn't like let them interact at all. He tells them to talk about it.
And the interaction that we have, having conversations.
Yeah, you know what? He says that he learns about the lore. Does he even care? Did he even care about the lore in Nier Automata? Like, he didn't give a shit. Like, people were telling him, oh, it's like there's some Drakengard connections in Nier Automata. He's like, oh, okay, that's pretty weird, man. Okay. And then he moves on. He doesn't really think about the lore of Nier Automata when people were telling him about it.
Games that otherwise maybe wouldn't be the most riveting. Minecraft, Morrowind, Animal Crossing, just a few that come to mind from this year. These are playthroughs that never would have worked with my old style of gameplay. They worked now because of the interactive streams, okay? At the very same time, you got to understand that there's no way that I can interact with every person on a stream. There may be people who absolutely want a certain question answered or absolutely want to talk to me about a certain topic, and it's just not going to happen. I'm streaming right now, probably, I don't know, because I don't look at viewer count.
I don't look at viewer count.
About 300 people on the stream right now, roughly. I'm just guessing, estimating. I can't interact with every one of those. If every person had a question, how do I answer 300 questions, right? Right now, we got a stream chat that's running. And I glance at it every
you literally don't have to give him like a roundabout answer. You could be a little bit more direct when you talk. I mean, that could be something.
It's very hard for me to scan everyone's comment and see if someone's trying to talk to me or have a question. If you tag me in the stream chat, I'll see it at a higher capacity. Obviously, if you contribute via cheering, subbing, or tipping, those contributions gets put into a separate queue that I look at here. It's my Streamlabs queue. And that queue I actually read directly because I want to give shout-outs for contributions. So that gives an increased chance that I can see what you're saying.
Yeah, like he literally thinks that his chat literally just types and asks him questions. But like, oh my god, I'm blanking. But his chat goes so slow, and he doesn't respond to anything. The only time he responds is when money's attached. You call him out on it, saying, "Oh, you don't talk to me about, unless they attach money to it." Then he'll respond to that. But like, he doesn't respond to anything else. Okay.
There's no guarantee. And the other thing is this: some people don't realize that sometimes when I'm doing a certain type of stream, I don't want to derail the stream. For example, I'm playing Super Mario.
But you're an interactive streamer, though. You're supposed to talk to your chat. Like, what the fuck is he talking about, dude?
Mario Galaxy. We're in the middle of a difficult purple star run, trying to get all the purple stars on a stage. Someone tags me 10 times in the stream chat, trying to ask me a question that has absolutely nothing to do with anything we're doing today. Chances are I'm going to ignore it. That just keeps the stream flowing. If I completely say, okay, hold on, pause, and I put down the controller, now I'm going to sit here and do it.
He does put down the controller when he talks, though. There are multiple streams where he put the controller down to talk to us, though, during gameplay.
10-minute answer to your question before I pick the controller back up. That's derailment of the stream.
Now he says this, like, oh, it's not related to the stream or what we're doing today or whatever. But if you talk to him and say, man, Phil, a lot of people have been baiting him about this for years. Or, I mean, semi-recently. when his tips goal wasn't hit, people were literally memeing him saying, "Wow, Phil, the tips goal is pretty slow tonight, man." And he's like, "Yeah, man, I agree, man. The tips are pretty slow today, man. You know what I mean? It's like, I've been trying to work, and I can't control that, man." And it's like, dude, you do derail yourself when you're talking about fucking money like that. That's not derailing when you talk about the amount of money you make during a stream.
Time and a place for that. The pre-stream is the right place for giant lengthy questions where you want an elaborate answer. Ask the King is the perfect opportunity for that. During a random gameplay session is not. If I'm
How's the
playing a
gameplay
show
session
game
random when you do it
where
every
the gameplay
day?
isn't so riveting or time consuming or attention grabbing that, yeah, we could take time out to do a question like that, that's different. But in general, if I'm doing an action-packed stream, a game that's very difficult or needs challenge or needs a lot of attention, I'm not going to answer every question. You see? And so what happens is sometimes people will come here and they'll want to get they'll have an agenda. I have a question I need to answer.
An agenda.
And then they get upset because I'm not paying attention to it, you know. The other thing is sometimes you'll get a troll tip. You'll get a troll cheer. And that's something that maybe is insulting to me or my family, or it's a detractor meme that I know I don't want to acknowledge on the stream. And then people somehow will say, well, see, Phil's ignoring people. He doesn't pay attention to his fans. No. I know what I'm doing. I've been doing this.
But the thing is that when he ignores troll tips, though, oh my god, this face. When he ignores troll tips, he doesn't add it to the tips goal, and people get mad because it's a little dishonest to get this money and then not count it. Like, come on.
For 3.5 years now, and I feel that, you know, I'm getting better at it. I'm certainly not perfect at it, but I'm getting better at it, and I'm getting better at juggling those kind of situations, trying not to take bait. When people are trying to bait me into stupid conversations or certain topics that are controversial, trying not to just let people bring up detractor memes constantly that are going to derail the stream. You know, I'm doing my best. Again, I'm not flawless, and I'm trying to do better. I am. Every day when I do a stream, I try to improve, and I try to do better in some way. I hope you guys understand that I know that I'm not perfect, and I'm trying to improve, but, you know, it's hard.
YouTube, hate
people
Twitch.
who want interaction, and I can't give every single person the interaction that they crave when there's hundreds of people on a stream. It's just
Man,
not
that shirt's a
possible.
mess.
However, what I would like to say is I feel that my
MMXV.
streams are at a good level that when people do really want interaction, they get it. If you really need my attention, you got a question, you
What
want
does
answer,
MM
you
mean?
contribute via a method that'll put that into my queue at Streamlabs, and you know I'm going to probably address it, right? So at least I haven't grown to the point where it's just uncontrollable. People are constantly just, and there's just so much white noise that there's no way I could even pull out a question to answer. You know
2000.
what I mean? It is manageable, and I'm happy about that. I'm happy that I have this personal interactions with you guys.
Because I knew, like, XV is Roman numerals. I didn't know what MM was.
Versus it's not just me talking out to an abyss of a bajillion thousand people out there watching. You know, I honestly don't know if I were someone who was a big streamer, like these Dr. Disrespects and Ninjas, I don't know if I would like that. I think I might actually hate it. I might hate my job.
Okay.
Because not being able...
Then why do you brag about organic growth then?
Sucks. Being honest here. That's part of the big enjoyment that I get out of every day, having a real conversation with some of you. And if I couldn't do that, I don't know if I would...
He says this, but then he complains about how he doesn't get enough attention on games. Oh my god, guys, there's not a lot of viewers on the Fire Emblem streams. But then he's like, well, thank God I don't have a huge audience, man. Oof, man, imagine. Then why complain about attendance then? He literally complained about Fire Emblem not getting attendance because the vest streak is gone. But now he's like, well, I don't care about attendance. I'm glad I get to hang out with people, man. Okay.
Really enjoy my job.
Like,
so maybe
literally, I would like to see him have a stream where he has like 10 people, like me. Like, I want him to have my Twitch stream numbers, and I want to see how grateful he is that he has that amount of people, because I guarantee he would cry and he would be mad. He'd be mad, dude.
Things happen for a reason. Maybe the fact that I didn't become a sissy screamer at horror games 10 years ago, the fact that I didn't adopt every viral popular thing that people did on YouTube, maybe it all...
So adopting face cam and all that isn't jumping on the hype train. He also played Fall Guys when it was new. That's not falling for the hype? Okay, big ups.
For a reason so that I could get to where I am today and actually have what I consider meaningful streams. I don't know.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Who knows, dude?
All right, let's continue on. Derek had a question, and he asked the following. Back in the last decade, in the early 2010s, how did you manage to juggle playing so many video game releases that came out on release day? Was it that you really wanted to play all those games and you were interested in all of them? You wanted to be the first person to check them out and get that footage up on YouTube? Or did it have something to do with your gaming schedule, calendar? Like, how did you discern what games you wanted to play, and how did you handle juggling so many games? Derek is correct.
Derek is correct.
Back when I used to be exclusively a YouTuber, not a live streamer, I was not doing direct capture, I was not live streaming at all, I played more games. If you actually go back to that period and you...
Guys, you can no longer enter the raffle. It's time. It's time to pick the winner of this giveaway. Our winner, our 4 winners. Winner number 1, Zombie Smasher 14. You are our first winner. Congratulations. Our number 4 winner, number 2, Ludwig World Order. You are our second winner in this giveaway. Now our third winner is Planet Janet. Congratulations. Now our fourth and final winner, Jacob. All 4 of you have won a slot on the canvas. Please type in your characters in chat. How's the rig, Jacob? You won. Come on. You should be happy, dude.
You look at the amount of footage that I was putting out.
Okay.
Of course, you could argue, well, it's way more videos because I was only doing 10-minute long videos back then. That's fair enough. But if you just look at the sheer number of gameplay, the amount of gameplay I was...
Hold on. I want to get all these down. So I'm going to pause them for a sec. Oh man. So we got that. Who else? Oh, I see what you mean, Jacob. I see what you mean. Planet Janet, pick that. Ludwig World Order wants Vegeta. He wants vegetable. Zom wants Alex Roivus. Eternal Darkness. Alright. Some of these images of Alex Roivus is pretty rough. A lot of these are pretty rough. Okay, well, it is what it is. So I got 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, Jacob. I know what Jacob. So we got Cat, we got Vegeta, and we got Alex Roivus.
Putting out in a day, it was way more than what I was doing right now. Okay, being honest. Some days I would start playing in the early afternoon.
Oh my god, that is funny that you said that, because he literally tells us multiple times when he's streaming on Twitch, there's so many games coming out, I don't know how I'll be able to keep up, man. It's pretty wild. And now he's saying that it was more wild back then. Okay.
8 at night, take a break to eat, come back and play for another 3-4 hours. So you're talking, what? That's like 12 hours of gameplay in a day. I don't do nearly that now. Now, what do I do? At most 6, right? I mean, the exception would have been the Rageathon where I was actually streaming for 12 hours. But, you know, the thing is, it was a very, very different world back then. 10 years ago, YouTube was a very different place than it is today. The whole gaming culture was different than it is today. Back then, there was no advanced copies that went out to content creators or influencers. All right? Everyone was the same. You had to line up at GameStop or whatever your respective game store was to get the game just like everyone else. You would get it at the same time as everyone else. Midnight releases, many of them I attended to get the game as early as possible. And then it would be a mad dash to get home and be the first person to play that game and get footage of it out on YouTube, because that was the business back then. Okay? Who can get the playthrough up first? That was a big thing.
I don't think that was a big thing. I don't think anyone cared that much about getting videos uploaded that much.
And there were some people who would actually break the rules and steal games. I'm
Okay,
serious.
LTG,
there was one
alright.
particular YouTuber who I hated. I don't know if he's still around today. But he was infamously known as a guy who had contacts who would steal games behind the scenes. He was someone who worked for GameStop or worked for Best Buy, and they would provide the games to him a week early, and he would play them on YouTube a week early. And sometimes he'd get copyright issues because of that, because he was basically a scumbag. He was breaking the law so he could get the games early and get all the views. But I was just like you guys. I would line up in line.
He says this, but he was able to get, what was it? Marvel vs. Capcom 3 early. He broke Street Date with that. And people still did that back in the day. People still broke Street Date. People who aren't even Let's Players did that. But okay.
And get as many games as I could at launch. And I didn't care what kind of game it was. If it was a fighting game, a shooter game, a racing game, an RPG, whatever it was, I would try to play it. As long as it was known as a release that was going to get some kind of a following, I would play it. A lot of the times, because I was the YouTuber who got gameplay up of a game first, I would actually give exposure to a game that it normally wouldn't have gotten if it wasn't for me.
Yes, cool. Call of Duty would never get...
Tell me, man, I didn't know what this game was. And I went...
Yes, Call of Duty was one of those games, dude. He barely played anything that was niche. It was between Core LTG or Wings. I had to choose the peaceful peanut butter stallion. Oh my god.
I bought it because I saw your playthrough on launch day, and thanks so much for that, okay? But admittedly, doing the offline video recording and no live streaming was a very different life experience. Let's talk. First of all, I was a single back then. I was a bachelor, living in a bachelor pad in Connecticut. I didn't have any life responsibilities except going to work during the day. And then, of course, when I lost my job in late 2010 and I became my full-time job to do this, now I had no responsibilities but just recording all day, right? So it was just complete free time. At all times, it was free time for me. And so I would play every game, and I would record a ridiculous amount. My schedule was so messed up. I would basically play to the wee hours in the morning. Some days, like, drinking profusely. I'm being honest with you guys. I told you about this, that I had a past for substance abuse, where I was drinking way too much. And some nights I would just drink. That's why you would see those drunken videos that I would put out on YouTube. Drunken Fallout 3 and late night drunken playthrough at release day and stuff like that. Okay? I would drink and play. I would upload, go to sleep, sleep way into the afternoon. Some days getting up at like 1, 2 in the afternoon. And then immediately start playing games. Play from games from like 2 in the afternoon to like 7 at night. Upload that footage. Go get fast food. Wolf food down. Get right back to playing. So like 8 to like 2 in the morning, I'm playing more and put more footage out. So maybe I would play 2 games a day. I would get 5 hours of gameplay of each game out, right? And then within a week, I've beaten them, because the games are, 10, 15 hours long? So within 2-3 days, I've beaten 2 games, full playthroughs, bam, on YouTube. Go trade those fucking games in, get half my money back, get new games, wash, rinse, repeat, all right? But the content was very different than how it was now. First of all, I had no life. I didn't have a family, nothing. It was just games. That was my lifestyle back then. Very different from now, and much less enjoyable, let me tell you. I had no interaction with my audience. The only interaction I had with you guys was maybe a little bit on Twitter or reading comments on videos. That was it. There was no social interaction to get direct feedback about anything. So I never really knew how I was doing. I had to judge it based on YouTube views. Okay? It was a very unhealthy lifestyle, let's be honest here. You know, the sleep schedule was terrible. I was drinking all the time. I was eating unhealthy food constantly. It was a very, very unhealthy schedule. I wouldn't be surprised if the year of late 2010, when I first started doing this for a job because I lost my office job, through like 2013, I wouldn't be surprised if those 2 to 3 years took 10, 15 years off my life for the way that I was living. It was just not good, okay? It wasn't until I basically moved
I
here
met
in
Kat.
2014 that I kind of got my life back together. And honestly, it wasn't until Kat moved in with me
Of
that I
course.
finally got on a really better schedule, a more normal human fucking schedule of not being up till the wee hours of the morning, right? And not waking up late afternoons. I had to get back to a normal.
This dude cries when he has to wake up at like midnight. Not midnight, whoops. 7 a.m. He cries waking up at 7 a.m. Imagine crying about waking up at 7 a.m.
life schedule.
Imagine
and,
that.
It took a while, but I did. I'm back on a normal life schedule now, which is good. But anyway, getting back to Derek's question, I was just playing every game possible. I didn't care about the quality of the playthrough. It was just getting the playthrough out. So, like I said, I would rush through games that have, if you played them and took your time, you could get 20 hours, and I'd beat them in 8 hours and put the playthrough out. Done. Next game. That's how I treated it. And a lot of people back then gave me very valid criticism and said, Phil, you turbo through games. You don't take your time at all, so you miss out on most of the content. And then you actually have the balls to review the game, even though you didn't even play entire modes. And those people were correct.
He still skips other modes. He didn't try the Luigi's Mansion 3 multiplayer. He didn't try the Tony Hawk multiplayer. He didn't try, what was there? I mean, I'm sure you can find many other games that he played where he didn't even try the other modes.
Rushing content out to be the first guy on YouTube to get it out so I could get those cheap day one views and make the money and then move on to the next game. It wasn't about the quality of the playthrough, the enjoyment of the game. It was just about putting out the content. And over the years, I've definitely changed to now be more about having a fun play. Look at this. Look at my Super Mario Galaxy playthrough from 8 years ago versus this one now, right? Complete night and day. Now I took my time.
Yes. Let's look at him playing Mario Galaxy now, right? He didn't do the other content in the first run. This time, he's not going to do the Luigi's part of the game. He's only going to do the Mario part and not the Luigi stuff. So, totally different, man. He's playing everything, right? Except for Luigi. Okay. Yeah, let's go there. Dun, 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 dun.
All right, so Mario fell asleep, but in the meantime. So yeah, the Dark Pictures Anthology, Little Hope, and that's happening at the very end of the month. And then there's my Halloween Marathon at the end of the month, which isn't a new game, but a special event for this month. So that's what's going on this month, essentially. Maybe I'll throw other things in there if there's time permitting. We'll see. It happened again. You gotta be kidding! Dude, I hate this. This is gonna take like another 20 minutes to half an hour to do this. This is the worst part of the game right now. Incredibly poorly designed.
Poorly designed. Now, he played Mario 64 and all of this stuff where they collect coins. Now, sure, you could argue that it's 100 coins instead of 8 or whatever. But, I mean, this is kind of like typical Mario stuff.
All this for a single star, too.
Why would they give you multiple stars? This isn't Mario Party.
I don't remember. Dude, there's no way I could rack my. I'm trying to do this. There's no way I could rack my brain. Think about a million games. I looked for every secret star, completed every challenge, saw every optional piece of content, and enjoyed the game thoroughly because I took my time. Back then, it was rush, 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 beat, beat, beat. You see, it's just so different. It's just so different. And here's the thing. Over the years, things have changed anyway. Even if I still wanted to be Mr. Day One Views, I couldn't be. Because now, sadly, there is this established group of golden content creators. People who Microsoft, Sony, Bethesda, Activision, the big companies have rubber stamped These are the big guys that they want to be known as the people to promote their games. They're not content creators like me. They're not gamers or content creators.
Oh, this is
They're
jealousy.
influencers.
Now he shits on them, right? Now imagine, let's say Sony comes to DSP and says, DSP will give you that PS5 for free, and we'll give you all the games for free. Let's say that they do that and he accepts it, because he's gonna accept that. Let's say he does that, right? And then if someone were to come and say, "Wow, Phil, you know what? You are a influencer," and he would tell you, "You're jealous. You wish this is my job. I need the sponsor to pay the bills, and you're just a jealous person who's mad that they can't get these opportunities like I can." That's what he'd tell them, because, you know.
And those people get the fucking games early. They play them a week to 2 weeks early. No one else is allowed to do so. Only them. So they get to put gameplay and content, sometimes entire playthroughs of these games up so early. There's no way a guy like me, who's just an honest guy, not trying to fucking, do a paid advertisement, but actually play a game for what it is at face value, there's no way that I could hang in that kind of content creation like I used to. It's just not possible. The whole game has changed from the ground up. The companies who make the games now have marketing departments that reach out to the influencers to give them the content first. So they will always be the golden kids who get to put out the content first, while someone like me who's busted his ass for 12 years, I have to just be just like you, line up and get the games just like you.
Now look how appreciative he is of being a normal person. I just don't kiss theirs. I have to do stuff just like you, and do this just like you, and all that stuff, right? Man, he sounds like he loves being a normal person. This does not sound like he resents it or he hates it. Man, he really hates to be treated like a normal person. He literally just told us that, like, oh, I busted my ass and I have to be treated like normal people. Ew. Okay.
Get them digitally just like you, paying for everything that I do, and I'm okay with that. That's what I stand for. But it was very different 10 years ago when everyone was on a level
you're
playing
okay
field,
with it.
and there weren't these elitist selected content creators and influencers who got everything early. It was all about being the person to get it first and put the content out, quality content, right away. But let's be honest, that doesn't really go in line with my current philosophy anymore. It just doesn't. If I were able to get the games at launch today, or earlier than launch, I wouldn't do that kind of content that I did back then. I wouldn't rush out the playthrough. I'd be taking my time and doing playthroughs that are interactive with you guys. So it's still different. I've evolved over the years. I wouldn't be doing the kind of content that I did back then. But back then it was whatever game was AAA and everyone knows about it, I got to play it. I don't even care what game it is or whatever, and I'm going to rush through it, get the playthrough, go to the next. That was my attitude back then. Very, very different from how I determine things now. Now it's, gee, would this be a game that, number one, I'm going to enjoy? Number two, the viewing audience will enjoy. Number three, a game that will make a good interactive
money
for streams. There's all these factors now that I have to play in. If I'm going to play a JRPG, is this going to be a JRPG that I can beat within 2 months or 10 months? You see? Fire Emblem, as much as people wanted to see it, not a great game for streaming. Just being honest here. Too drawn out, too lengthy, and people lose interest. I did it because it was a viewer's choice playthrough, but you see, I have to weigh and balance these things now versus back then it was just rush through everything. Who cares, right? Different attitude, different situations. Okay.
But that doesn't make any sense. If he doesn't want to rush through games, then shouldn't he be more happy to play games like Fire Emblem, and he would have loved it more? Now, so he's kind of framing the rush through games as, I gotta find games that are entertaining to you guys. So he's pretty much telling us he still does that. It's just a different word. Pretty cool, huh?
The next question is from Muba. This
Oh
is a
boy.
fun one.
Oh boy.
All right, this one I got a laugh out of it. So I'm just gonna be honest here. Muba asked the following question: what are your thoughts on the facts that detractors get less than a quarter of viewers and contributions when they do not stream content related to you? And he actually linked
Okay, this is
Almighty Tevin streaming on YouTube, playing a game for himself, because I wasn't streaming at the time, playing a game for himself, only has 150 viewers and no one's contributing to his stream. Okay? Now, flip side of that, Tevin restreams me, gets, 600, 700, 800 viewers, and people are tossing the money left and right. Right? Okay. Here's the truth.
Let's talk about this for a second. Let's just take a look at this screenshot Muba posted, right? Let's take a look at the screenshot. What are your thoughts on the fact that detractors get less than a quarter of viewers and contributions and all blah blah blah, right? Okay, let's take a look at this, right? We don't know what time this was taken to begin with, so this could have been like midway near the end, whatever. And this is 150 viewers, which is like only 100 viewers less than what DSP gets on night streams. I mean, okay, right? Now he also streams, odd hours of the night. For me, it's like midnight, 1 a.m. when he streams. So I mean, I'm gonna catch on the YouTube end. But the other thing that's really dumb about this, right? Look at how Tevin sets up a stream. Does it give you a tips total or a tips goal or anything like that? No, he just gives you the credit, gives people the credit of what they contribute, whatever. So how does DSP and Moobot know just how much Tevin makes during these streams compared to when he streams on YouTube or when he restreams DSP? How do they know this? And it's also a little rude to get into other people and how much people make. And again, this goes back to what DSP complains about what trolls do. He gets mad when people try to estimate how much he makes and all this kind of stuff, but he is willing to assume how much Tevin makes during a stream. So, and furthermore, just keep in mind in this whole rant, this is technically against Twitch TOS. You're not allowed, or it's frowned upon to make fun of other Twitch streamers. And DSP's kind of attacking Tevin, another Twitch streamer, but Twitch doesn't really enforce their rules that consistently, so I mean, I probably think it's the checkmark that protects them, dude.
The content that they put out gives me for him thoughts on the facts that who cares, right? Different attitude, different situations. Okay. The next question is from Mooba. And this is a funny one.
It's a funny one. It's hilarious.
Laugh out of it. So I'm just going to be honest here. Mooba asked the following question. What are your thoughts on the facts that detractors get less than a quarter of viewers and contributions when they do not stream content related to you? And he actually linked Almighty Tevin.
And the thing that's also clown world about this is that DSP has went out of his way in the Call of Duty streams, the Blackout streams. He said, hey man, if Tevin does his own content, then like, that's pretty cool, man, and all this stuff, right? He told us he would praise Tevin for doing his own stuff. Tevin does his own stuff. He hasn't done a DSP restream in like what, a month or so? When was the last restream he did? He did Last of Us. I know that. Like, I can't really remember the last one he did. Like, I can't remember. And he might have done a video here or there. Like, he did the video on the Vest Streak, all that kind of stuff. Oh, the Rageathon, that's right. No, he didn't do the Rageathon. No, he didn't. He did part of it. That's right. That was like the last time he did anything related to that. And he hasn't done a DSP video in a while, right? And DSP has complained and cried about trolls not doing their own thing. These people, they're not doing their own stuff, man. I gave them a bet that if they don't do any content involving me, that I give them props, man. So Tevin kind of does his own thing for a while, barely does any DSP content, and DSP still shits on him. This is why. This is exactly what I'm saying. Why should any detractor or anyone that does DSP content stop making DSP content if they don't want to? If they want to keep making it, so be it. But if you're gonna stop doing it to please DSP, that's such a big waste of time to care about, because he doesn't give a shit. He doesn't care if you do or don't. He will always assume you're doing DSP content even if you're not. Like, it's so stupid that he puts this mindset out there and he acts as if we're gonna give a shit about these little challenges. No one takes his shit seriously because he talks like this. Why should anyone care about what DSP tells people, right? Like, That's why no one takes it seriously when he has these dumbass olive branch nonsense. Oh, well, people reach out to me, I'll talk to them. I reach out to them, never responds to me, and that's that. He begs Detritus to stop making videos, and for the most part they have, and he still talks about it as if Detritus make videos on him. Like, this is how goofy this is.
Streaming on YouTube, playing a game for himself, because I wasn't streaming at the time, playing a game for himself, viewers and contributions when they do not stream content related to you. And he actually linked Almighty Tevin streaming on YouTube, playing a game
Streaming on YouTube? Streaming on YouTube. He thinks this looks like YouTube. The same over like the same website as Twitch. He thinks this is YouTube. Okay, dude.
For himself, because I wasn't streaming at the time, playing a game for himself, only has 150 viewers and no one's contributing to his stream. Okay? Now, flip side of that, Tevin restreams me, gets, 6, 7, 800 viewers, and people are tossing the money left and right. Right? Okay. Here's the truth. The content that they put out is lampooning style content. It's content that is reliant on someone like me to be putting out content.
Again, how does he know how much money Tevin made in that screenshot? You don't get any information out of it. The only information you get is a dude resubbed and some guy tipped him $1 and his Twitch channel, his title, Cuisine Royale, he's live, and viewer number and follower number. That's the only information you get. How do you know how much money he makes? But remember, guys, if you guess how much money he makes, you're fucked up and you're a stalker.
Because they cannot do things for themselves. They are known as critiques or lampooners. They could not put out original content that people will want to watch. That's not what they do. Now, I'm not saying that there's not any kind of entertainment value to.
Hold up, I want to hear that again.
Could not. It's content viewers and people are tossing the money left and right. Right? Okay. Here's the truth. The content that they put out is lampooning style content. It's content that is reliant on someone like me to be putting out content because they cannot do things for themselves.
This is stupid to say that this is lampooning style content, and it's not. They can't do other content or whatever. But like, when Comedy Central does their like roasts and all that stuff, does that mean that Comedy Central can't do anything else because they do roasts?
They are known as critiques or lampooners. They could not put out original content that people will want to watch. That's not what they do. Now, I'm not saying that there's not any kind of entertainment value.
And this is dumb that he thinks that it's because of him. People watch a lot of drama videos on YouTube because it's drama videos. And this is the same meme that if you ever start doing DSP videos, let's say Ludo World Order starts, well, no, he does make DSP videos, but you do DSP videos, and then you're like, you know what? I'm gonna do my own stuff, right? You post your original video, and then someone will comment, and inevitably, oh wow, you as you can see, no one cares about your actual videos, and they only care about you because of DSP. Isn't that pathetic? And they sniff their own farts about it and all that kind of shit. And it's like, okay, cool, dude. Like, no shit. People care about drama content. Whoa, man. It's almost like people enjoy that kind of stuff. But imagine if people did that to him, though. Wow, DSP, people only come to you because of that game, man. No one cares about you. As you can see, when you do this other kind of game, it gets no viewers because no one cares about you. I mean, hell, you know what? You could kind of say that about him in the vest. Because look at what happened the second the vest streak ended, right? And now you can't do troll tips, right? He has barely been hitting the vest goal every day. When he did the vest streak, he got $100 every stream. Every stream. The moment that it's gone, he's not making that same money. It's almost like people only cared for the vest and not for DSP. Isn't that ironic? It's kind of sad that he doesn't make that kind of money for his own content, his own commentary, his own craft. He only gets $100 to put on articles of clothing. But for me, I get at least I get some subs. People pledge to my Patreon. People tip here as well. And I give them something that is at least something I can make. But what does DSP do for $100? Oh, he puts on a vest. Oh, and for 50 he puts on glasses. Wow, does he take the tips and does he improve his commentary? Does he find out what the chat wants? Does he try to do something more for his chat? No. He ends on time. He doesn't go overtime at all, only when he wants money. Otherwise, he always ends on time. Complains when a game goes overtime. He did a full playthrough of The Quiet Man, but not Crisis. And The Quiet Man, he says it's a bad game, but he only did it because it was a paid-for event. But man, that Tevin guy, he's a lampooner. He can't get anything when he does his own content. You know what I mean? Okay, DSP, that's really fair.
Value to making fun of someone or lampooning someone. What I'm saying is they're riding my coattails. If I don't exist, they don't exist. So that's why when we get people who are trying to take me down with false DMCA claims and shit like that, I know that's not them. Those guys rely on me to be
Bullshit, because there is literally a pre-stream where he brags about getting money, right? He said, see, the trolls? First, he said that we all don't like Super Puppy. We all are against him, and we agree with Phil about that. But then, later on, he says, you notice? The trolls? They're really mad. They're really jealous that I'm getting the support for the vest streak and the vest money, and you guys are still continuing after that, and all that kind of stuff. And they're realizing that the false EMCA strikes don't work, and all this stuff, and he starts lumping us back in with Super Puppies. So he's going to eventually do that again with this. He's first going to say that we're not like Super Puppy and we're against that. And then within a few weeks or months or however long it may take, he's going to group us back together. So it's really, this is all just him like kind of being like, look how magnanimous I'm being to my detractors. Look how kind I am to them, and they treat me like doo-doo, man. And I'm allowing them to make content about me. Wow, dude, you want to suck your own dick?
here consistently putting out content so they have content to put out. If I don't exist, they don't exist. I know they would never be the person to try to hit me with a false DMCA claim, and I would hope that their viewers would also be smart enough to understand that when you're trying to ruin my business, you're ruining things for everyone, not just me, but everyone around. Anything that I do gets it ruined if I can't put out my content anymore, you know?
Why should but why would we care though? He really thinks that we care so much about him making content. Like, we care so much. If that's the case, you shouldn't have been still making reviews, because I care about the reviews. I cared about them. To make fun of him, dude, but he thinks that we care so much about him making content, but the content that I kind of liked from him, he doesn't make anymore. So I really have no investment in anything he does. Ask the King, as it is, honestly, is something that I've been losing interest in over time. Like, the questions suck. He's been treating it like shit. He just wants accent, because guess what? It's another series that he's been doing for free that he wants to kill off. As I said in the past, the second he calls something fan service, that is when it dies. So we will know when Jasper dies once Jasper is called fan service. The second he says that Jasper is fan service, we know what happened. We know the story. Jasper died. Or Cat died if you said Cat was just fan service. Dude, Cat is fan service. Oh man, condolences, dude.
But the problem here is, where does it end, right? Where's the extent of what happens, and where does it end? Could it be that someone who watches that kind of negative lampooning style content thinks that they should take it upon themselves to end me and end my presence on the internet because I'm an evil person, because someone tells them that much every time that they lampoon me?
When have you told him that he's an evil person that deserves to go away? If we tell him that he deserves to go away, then, like, already he kind of poked a hole in his own fucking statement. So it just shows how little he even believes what he said. So yeah, but like, who said that he's evil? I mean, I think he's dumb, but I mean, okay. It's like he wants the trolls to want him to die or something. Like, he wants that to happen. kind of fucked up if you think about it.
I don't know. I don't know who these people are. Who the fuck is the person giving me the false DMCA claims and the fake tips every day? I don't even know who they are, so I can't answer to that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know these people. They're crazy in the head. But anyway, what's my feeling on these people who cannot put out entertainment content for themselves, but they rely on me? It's very simple. Their viewing audience is my viewing audience. It's true. Tevin only exists because of me. He never would have been known on the internet if he...
Now, this is sad to say that his audience is Tevin's viewing audience is his audience. When he mentioned Tevin's restream as a daycare, he called Tevin's streams the daycare for trolls or whatever, and he's telling us this. Okay.
He never made fun of me. All right? And their viewing audience is my viewing audience. It's true. Tevin only exists because of me. He never would have been known on the internet if he never made fun of me. All right? And quite frankly, it's nice that he has entertainment value enough for his viewership, that he makes money doing it. Fine. But understand that you only exist because of me. So you better be fucking grateful, you know? And the thing is...
You better be fucking grateful. What a great quote. Great quote from the guy.
He has entertainment value enough for his viewership, that he makes money doing it. Fine. But understand that you only exist because of me. So you better be fucking grateful, you know? And
what does they be grateful for? You shit on him every day. He does his own content, and you tell him to be grateful. Like fuck you, dude. DSP gave birth to Tevin. Oh man, that's dude. He gave birth to all of us, man. He's. You know what? I got it. Persona 3, right? If you guys have been watching my content, but then again, you guys probably don't watch my Persona 3 content because you guys don't like that. but in Persona 3, they mention how Nyx is the mother of shadows. That all the shadows in that game are birthed from Nyx. Nyx is the creation of all those shadows. Is DSP the Nyx of detractors? He gave birth to all the trolls.
the thing is, I've already said outright, I'm never, ever going to take down one of those streams. You're never going to see me putting out copyright claims against people. I don't play that game. I'm not. That's stupid as hell. It's such semantics to say that one thing's legal and one thing's not. You know, I'm not going to do that shit.
Oh,
so
now it's semantics. But so why would DSP have to be grateful for doing content if you're not going to take him down? Then DSP, if you had the power to take him down, you know, if he's not grateful, are you going to take him down? I mean, this is kind of weird. It's kind of like he's kind of like threatening Tevin to be like, Tevin, you better like me, and it. You know, it's like DSP has a crush on Tevin. I think he secretly loves Tevin, dude. He probably misses him, misses the content, he misses the Tevin videos. That's what's going on. He misses him. Tevin has not made any DSP videos, so Tevin so he misses him. You may want to check DSP's new tweets. What? Let's go to his Twitter. Dun, 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 dun. Oh no, I'm blocked. Gotta go to my super secret sock account, guys. Okay. I'm really excited to be playing Amnesia in the morning, as I'm finally going to give it a fair try and play it through this time. And it's the first bit of horror game that I'll be doing this month. Hope you'll join me. I've been told that my haters have attempted to file phony divorce papers here in Washington by forging my name from the marriage documents, which are public. Not only is this very dumb, it's incredibly illegal. The fact that they publicly post about it just compounds the stupid. I would go into how dumb this is, but I don't have to. Wasting more than 2 tweets on it would be stupid on my behalf too. I just shrug this stuff off. And reveal in how moronic those who seek to hurt me actually are. But you waste... What? Oh, wasting more than 2. Okay. Oh no, guys, they're forging divorce papers. Oh no. The horror, guys.
See, oh, someone's stream got taken down by Dark Side Phil. I didn't do that. I've never done that ever, and I never will. All right? But at the same time, I would hope that you understand that this whole thing is a great joke, right? You're going to make fun of me. It's a joke. You make money out. You should be grateful that you're making money off of making fun of me, right? And don't take it too far. When you make personal insults about my family members and about things that go way too fucking far past the level of just the content I'm putting out, that's when you've crossed the line and you've become a scumbag. All right? So if you like that content because it makes fun of me and the stupid things I do on stream, fine, fair enough. But if you like that content because someone takes personal digs at my wife or personal information about us that's not public on the internet, or not public on my streams, but they dig it up somewhere on the internet and it's not for anyone's fucking business. If you're making fun of my parents and shit, you're scum. You're literal scum.
So this kind of confirms. It literally confirms DSP Cat was having an affair with DSP. That's a good thing to say, DSP. I mean, before there was an error of doubt, but this is pretty much confirms it, because Tevin did a video on Cat's past life or whatever with Subaru Man, and DSP was like, "That's not true. It's a lie." And then him saying that, oh, he digged information up that wasn't public and all that kind of stuff. So then I guess that proves that did happen then. GG, DSP, GG.
And everyone who's ever done that is scum. That's an immoral person who thinks that anything's fair game, even people who aren't putting themselves out there to be made fun of. You want to make fun of me? Go ahead. I put myself out here every single day on my stream, right? But if you want to start doing personal insults behind the scenes to people that aren't involved, you're a piece of shit. You are. You're just a...
But how does he know what we do, though? See, this is what's bullshit about his little logic here, saying that, like, oh, we should, we don't make fun of, like, don't make fun of my family or anything like that. But no one does. The people who make fun of his family are people who are, like, doing it on their own. But he wants us all to control each other. He wants us to police each other, and that is the dumbest shit I keep hearing. And I've seen people who still make cases about that, saying, "Oh, well, the trolls should police each other, so we could have the SOK again." Like I thought we didn't like the SOK because of that. So that's what's so dumb. That's what's dumb about this, saying that, like, oh, they should police each other. Yeah, last time we did that, didn't people say that it was bad and dumb and shitty? Weird, right?
Immoral, worthless piece of garbage, and this planet would probably be better without people like you. Being honest, people would be able to actually just put out positive stuff and not have toxic, attacking individuals being nasty and doing fucked up stuff to them behind the scenes all the time. All right? So, understand that. All right? There's a line and there's a limit to all of this kind of content.
Who are you to make the line, though? Because, like, the thing that's also dumb about this, I'm pretty sure he went, like, hard on Tevin, too. Like, he got a little personal with him as well, and he got personal with every troll too. He said that we have no friends, we have no family, we're losers, we have pathetic lives and all this stuff. But he's telling us that we can't cross the line and get personal with him, but he gets personal with us all the time, and we can't really respond because he'll ban us. He'll ban if you go into his chat and you disagree, you'll be banned. So this is incredibly dumb for him to cry about us getting personal when he has gone personal towards trolls to begin with. Man, DSP, maybe you just shouldn't talk about the fucking trolls.
Personally, I know that someone like Tevin or these other people who restream me will not be able to put out original content. They just can't. They are a lampooner style of comedian.
Yeah, guys, I can't put up my own content, dude. I can't. I'm canceling Persona 3. I can't put it up now because DSP said I can't. Because I don't get 1,400 views on it. So let's see how many people are here today according to Susan. Susan says I have 39 concurrent viewers, so roughly 39 viewers right now. Guys, I don't get 39 viewers on my Persona 3 stream, so I'm gonna have to cancel it. I can't do it because I need the views, man.
But that comedy is valid. I'm not here to tell you that comedy isn't valid. There's people who do it outside of internet-based stuff. It's perfectly valid. But
Then I like how he says that it's comedy. Like, this is a comedy show, guys. Welcome to my comedy show. I'm like I'm like Arrested Development. That's what I'm like. This is like the Arrested Development of detractor content, dude. Pretty cool, huh? But like, it's kind of shitty to say that like, oh well, they put comedy content out there. They do jokes, man. It's comedy. It's content. They can't do any other kind of content. And then he tries to belittle it by saying that it can't be original content. But what if this is original content because of what I say and what I do during these fucking videos? Like, come on.
just can't take it to that next level. And I tell you, Tevin has taken it to the next level many, many times over the years because he's a hack in that regard. If there's not something going on my stream for him to make fun of directly because I fucked up or I did something stupid, he has to go to that lowest blow.
Now look how lame this is, right? This is really dumb. I see a lot of things. Oh, this is really dumb. I mean, it just gets dumber and dumber. That if there's nothing going on, he makes a video to go to the next low. There's nothing going on right now. What is Tevin doing right now? Let's see. Let's go to his channel. Let's see what he's doing, man. Let's see. He gotta be making new videos, dude. Saying like, oh, DSP is a doo-doo head. Oh no, the last thing he streamed was the end of the vest streak, and it was talking about that. I know we gotta go to the archive channel. Let's go to the archive channel. That must be where the bad stuff is. Twitch. Oh man, all these Twitch streams, huh? This is weird. Babyman Gaming. Yeah, this is weird, man. I honestly, where's the negative stuff? I thought he has negative stuff, but there's nothing going on. There's nothing going on, and I don't see anything. Weird.
That low common denominator because he's a hack. There are people out there who don't have to do that, and those are the people who are truly talented at that kind of comedy.
But who's to say that Tevin's doing a comedy bit? Like, who said that Tevin's doing a comedy bit? He's saying that he's doing a joke, a comedy bit. Like, what's the comedy? What's the joke?
Okay, but yeah, it's hilarious. These people try to do their own crap. No one watches it. No one is watching that stream for that person. They're watching it for that person to make fun of me. If I didn't exist, they don't exist. There you go.
There you go. Got him.
Snakefish Gaming. Actually, we're gonna do one more question and take a break.
That was such a negative fucking segment, and it made no sense because he's like, oh well, there's nothing going on. I mean, he just got a 4th ban from Twitch, and Tevin didn't do a video on it. That's not something. But also look at the phrasing. He says if there's nothing going on with me, if I haven't made a mistake or whatever, he doesn't do a video, whatever. When that's not going on. So let's say Tevin does a video on the vest streak. Oh no. Let's say he does a video on the fourth Twitch ban. DSP would say, well, see, that's not he did a video making fun of me when actually I'm a victim of a false DMCA strike. So like, he's a hack. So that wording leaves it so open for him to kind of say that no matter what Tevin literally does, he's always taking it too far. That's what's so bullshit about this fucking this fucking argument, and why no one takes anything DSP says seriously, and why people dog on this dude, because he says all this shit and means nothing, and then if you do it, he doesn't even pay attention. He doesn't even give you credit for the thing he said that he would give you credit for. Like, DSP honestly should be giving Tevin credit that he's been doing like weeks and weeks of Twitch streams, but he's not doing that because guess what? That would mean giving Tevin credit, which he doesn't want to do. Whoa, shocker. It's like he just wants people to just not make videos about him at all, no matter what. And it's just, come on.
Snakefish Gaming says, Phil, what would you say is your favorite genre of game? I enjoy when you're playing classic Final Fantasy games, and you really seem to enjoy them. I love the streams and keep on keeping on. I would say fighting games, but I mean old school style fighting games, JRPGs,
What was the
classic
question?
games, and you really seem to enjoy them. Snakefish Gaming. Actually, we're going to do one more question and then take a break. Snakefish Gaming says, Phil, what would you say is your favorite genre of game? I enjoy when you're playing classic Final Fantasy games, and you really seem to enjoy them. I love the streams and keep on keeping on. I would.
My favorite genre. I would say JRPGs, but I just got into them through Persona 5, so I don't want to count that because that's like new. I would probably say stealth and hack and slash genres are my favorite usually. I mean, I might lean more on hack and slash because you feel like a badass. So, oh god. Oh god. Hold on. Okay.
I would say fighting games, but I mean old school style fighting games,
Not the new school, dude.
classic platformers, and probably like that more purist form of FPS game, like around the Unreal Tournament, early Modern Warfare era. Those are the ones I like. Okay, those are my favorite genres. Now, I'm not saying I don't like other genres of games, but sports, puzzle, racing, kind of third-person shooter, I would go for a JRPG, a traditional fighting game.
Oh, thanks for the $50 super chat, Ron. Is it? Wait, no, wait. It's 50. It's Ron 50. I don't know what currency that is, so I don't know how much. But thank you for the super chat, John Rankin. Thank you. Great stream. Big ups. Thanks. Thank you. I do think it's $12. All right. Well, $12. It's all good. That's honestly, that's probably the only thing I don't like about super chats because I don't like foreign currency. I don't know what it is, but it's all good. Thanks for the super chat. It's all good to me, man. You know what I mean? But thanks for that. It says $12. I will do another raffle once I get all these done. Then I'll do another raffle, dude.
Kind of stuff I would go for before those other types of games. That's just my personal preference. Okay. One shout out to Shewy701 did 100-bit cheers. Says, what's your opinion about age of digital games and subscription services? It's bound to happen. It's going to happen.
It's gonna happen, dude.
Everything's gonna go digital. All right. You're gonna have a slow transition. Right now, I think this is the console generation where it's gonna happen. You're gonna have people who are going to basically ditch the physical copies. But it's gonna be a slow.
Like, I like Star Wars and all that kind of stuff, but I'm not like a diehard fan, Like, I'm not like, oh man, I need to keep playing Star Wars. Like, I have Jedi Fallen Order, and I kind of fell off it. I like that game, but I never really got like an attachment to it.
Right now, I think
my opinion on subscription services and digital distribution, I don't think they'll ever be the future because a lot of people like collecting stuff, and I think there's a permanence with physical. Like, you'll always be able to pull up that game. Like, look at Scott Pilgrim versus the World. That video game was gone for so long, and it was wiped off from the PlayStation Store, Xbox 360 Store, and we had to pray that Ubisoft was going to re-release that game eventually. Like, it was just, we would have to hope for that. And then they finally announced that they're going to re-release that game for the holiday season, which is great. But what's to say that in the future it's not going to happen again?
this is the console generation where it's going to happen. You're going to have people who are going to basically ditch the physical copies, but it's going to be a slow. I mean, we'll talk about this because actually there's a question about it. But people were finding that actually, when it came to PS5 pre-orders, way more people wanted to pre-order the disc PS5 than the non-disc PS5. And if there was truly a purely digital movement right now, why would that be? Especially because it's cheaper, right? I think people are still skeptical for various reasons to abandon physical media at this point. But I definitely see this console generation being maybe the last generation where people are going to be putting out the physical discs. The logistics of it, it's too expensive. It takes too long to get the discs out to the stores. Is a pain in the ass. And
how is it too expensive? You're pretty much paying the same price. And you think that like if they were to stop doing physical releases, that they're gonna lower the price? I'm sorry, DSP. It's probably gonna stay the same. If anything, it might even go up because they could say, well, guys, we can't keep the prices low anymore because Sony now taxes us to host their game on their service.
You don't need them. There's no reason to have a physical disc because when you get that, it's not even the real game. That's an unfinished version of the game because as soon as you pop it into your console, it needs to download the day one patch that makes it the complete version of the game. So there's no reason even having the disc. But I think people are just slow to adapt and change to it.
But the content of the game is on the disc though. You can have it on like sure they have to download the day one patch, but once you download it, you don't need to download it again. Like it's really dumb to say this because usually day one patches mean nothing, and actually a lot of games don't do those anymore. Like there's not been a lot of day one patches anymore. You notice that? You notice there's been not a lot of day one patches in recent year. The one game that did it like over the top is God of War. The game that he loves so much had like 5 patches in like less than a week. Okay.
It's time for our first break. Thank you so... Oh, by the way, hold on. I got a $10 tip from Fiddle Griddle, who says, do I have children use this on dinner? I don't have any children, and I will use this for dinner. Thank you for the $10 tip, Fiddle Griddle. All right. So it's time for our first break. For those of you who are watching on Twitch, just stick around. After about, 15 minutes, I'll take a quick 15-minute break to use the restroom, maybe grab a quick snack, and then I'll come back. For those of you who are watching on YouTube, there'll be a separate part for part 2. All right, so thanks so far, guys. I'll see you after the break.
All right, let's go to part 2, baby.
All right, everyone. Welcome back to Ask the King, episode 84. Actually, I think it's 83. I don't remember. It's for October 8th, 2020. This is part 2. If you haven't seen part 1 yet, strongly recommend you head over to, they call me, the King Hate Vlogs on YouTube and check that one out because it should be live by now by the time you're seeing this one go live. If you support the content, if you want to see Ask the King continue in the future, even if you're watching this on demand on YouTube rather than live on stream, I urge you, please send a tip over here to support it. All right?
If you want to see the show continue, tip. Now, I've criticized these people for doing this in the past multiple times because what's dumb about this is that let's say someone tips him overnight, like they usually do. He's not going to attribute it to Ask the King or anything else. He's going to attribute it to just people supporting him, not the show. So then he's going to cancel it and say, well, no one really supported the show. So then the people who did do what he just said to tip him overnight and all this kind of stuff. That meant nothing to him because that's not attached to that because it's not directly to that. He wants that support when he does it, not any other time. So this is nonsense what you just said.
I was on the fence about even doing this because we talk every single day on streams, but it seems like there is a movement of people, mostly long-standing YouTube viewers, who want to see this show to continue, but, obviously we need to have people support the show, right? And have an effort to say that they want to see it continue and ask questions. That was another thing. This show actually was very hard to get questions for the show. This probably is going to be the last part.
Whoa, man. Man, guys, DSP can't make any money off of a show that doesn't involve a game. Oh, man, he's a hack, dude. DSP's a hack. He can't make money when it's not game-related, man. What a hack, dude, right?
Even though sometimes I do 3 parts, This will probably be the last part because I don't have a lot more questions to go through. Which again begs the question, do we need to keep doing Ask the King? I have scheduled the next episode for early December. So right now it is scheduled tentatively for then. All right. But if you guys think that we don't need to do it anymore, we can change that. Let me know. Give me feedback. Let's see what happens. Alfred Aponte, give this up to Eggs and Sausage. Congrats, Eggs and Sausage, and thank you, Alfred Aponte, for the channel support. All right. Moving on. More forum questions. This one's from COT10. He said, can you do a DSP tries on the new spicy McNuggets from McDonald's? Yes, because I actually already tried them. I didn't do it on...
I love that he said, I'll do a DSP tries it for it. Can you do a DSP tries it for it? Yes. Here we go. And it's not what a DSP tries it is. It's supposed to be like him actually eating the food. But okay.
On camera, it was one day my wife and I were out on a Tuesday, and randomly we just said, let's get McDonald's. And I know it's random because we would almost never eat out fast food like that on our day out. But it was a day when we were hungry. We didn't have a lot of time. We were already running late. Let's just get McDonald's. And they just happened to have the new spicy McNuggets, and also they had the new spicy McChicken sandwiches, which is exactly the same thing. So we got them. And I will tell you what they're like. First of all, McDonald's chicken nuggets have gotten way worse recently. I don't know if it's just the past few years, but I swear to God, anytime I try to get
running late
McDonald's
for the
chicken
year,
nuggets
doctor,
now,
dude.
the breading is puffed up and not even attached to like the chicken on the inside. Like you'll bite into it, and there'll
It's
be a giant pocket
McDonald's.
of air
Whoa,
between
man.
the chicken and the breading, and usually that means there's way less chicken in the chicken nugget now. I don't know when this started, but I swear to God, every time I get chicken nuggets, it's like this now. All right, so just like way less chicken. The chicken is dry now. It used to be juicy white meat chicken. Now the chicken is kind of dry. Okay. Now I tried
I don't know,
these.
this looks like cat at all. to be
spicy
honest.
versions.
Feels bad.
And
I tried.
all it is, they add in a little bit of kick to the spice of it. Like, have you guys ever been to Wendy's and had the spicy chicken sandwich at Wendy's? It's really good. It's a ginormous, juicy chicken breast, and they season the coating to have this very spiciness, and it builds. Every bite that you eat builds the spice, okay? It literally tastes like they stole the spice from the spicy chicken sandwich at Wendy's and just slapped it onto a chicken McNugget. So, it's still incredibly disappointing. Dry chicken, too much air, not enough chicken, but the breading has a kick to it. And that's about it. Same thing with the spicy McChicken sandwich. It's exactly the same as the old McChicken sandwich with a tiny bit of spice kick to it. So when you bite it, it has a little bit of heat building in your mouth. But it's nothing to write home about. It actually doesn't taste like different flavoring. It just has heat to it. You know what I'm saying? So no, it's not anything special. And if you haven't been to McDonald's in a while, like, oh, I want to try the spicy stuff, there's no reason to. It's exactly the same low-quality food as it was, only now it has a tiny spicy kick to it that builds it even more. So, not very good. Okay?
What's the
Just being
score?
honest, the new spicy stuff at McDonald's is not very good.
1 out of 5?
Hot
2 out of
sauce, 1,
5?
2, 3.
Look at that. He says that, oh, well, here's my DSP tries. He didn't even give it a score.
Asks the following. I was
Oh,
wondering if
man.
you get a green screen, since you have room, which I do, as you can see now. All this room behind me for all my Halloween decorations, a green screen could easily fit there now. I was wondering if you're still interested in doing video game news. Years ago, you said you wanted to start a new series, and are you still interested? My other question is, would you bring back Hate Live? The best segment was back in the day. I really don't feel there's a reason for Hate Live. Maybe every quarter.
The quarter
Like
meme.
maybe once every 4 months.
Meme, dude.
I could do a show where I just talk with you guys and let you know, get caught up on me. Like, because the thing is, every day we talk. Every day we talk about personal stuff. We talk about stuff in real life, gaming stuff, everything. We have fun interactions on the streams. But not everyone can be here for every single gameplay stream to see that, right? So, it's nice to maybe have a centralized place where every few months I'll just talk about topics that are important so you guys can get an update on things that are going on with me. I understand that. We were doing that. In fact, I did one of those in January. Remember I said every quarter I was going to do a gaming schedule update, and it would be a half that and half me kind of talking about me, personal stuff behind the scenes. Then COVID hit, and...
That's not true. That's not true. It's not true. The reason why he stopped doing the podcasts is because he did the Vestreak celebrations that were a podcast, and now he's trying to tell us that he didn't do Hate Live because of COVID. Okay.
basically everything changed, right? Like everything got screwed up, and really I didn't follow through with that idea because there was no point to it. I thought that maybe things were so uncertain. Like at one point with my bankruptcy, didn't know what was going to happen with that. Then I told you guys, the thing is, the things that have happened to me this year have been public because they're public things. Like when the bankruptcy went through, everyone knew before me. I'm serious. The stalkers that I have on the internet knew that the bankruptcy was granted before I was even notified the bankruptcy was granted. They knew it. As crazy as that sounds. Okay? So, yeah, like, I really haven't had much to talk about besides just stuff on the streams. If you guys felt every few months doing, it wouldn't be Hate Live, but it would maybe be just a show where I get you guys caught up on stuff, and then we do a gaming schedule or whatever. If you feel that's meaningful, then maybe I would do it. But after COVID broke out, everything went for a loop this year, and I never really got back to doing what I had thought about would be a good idea for this year. Now, in regards to doing a game news show, the thing is I talk about gaming news topics every day on my pre-stream. If you want to hear me talk about gaming news, come to my pre-streams. And if there's a hot story that I feel is something I want to talk about, I'll talk about it on the pre-stream. I don't need to set up a green screen and look like I'm at a news desk. This just in, they disassembled the PS5, and the video on YouTube has 1.5 million views in only 6 hours, while the PS4...
Now look at the kind of news DSP would want to do. If he did a gaming channel, he would talk about other people's views. What the what? What the what? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna set up another poll, dude. Not poll, a giveaway. So we're gonna complete that. Let's start it again, boys. Let's start the giveaway. Got 20 minutes.
Disassembly only had this many views in this many hours. What's the point of that? If there's a topic I want to talk about, I'll talk about it on pre-stream. We'll talk about it organically. We'll have some discussion, and we'll go from there. But I don't really think it needs to be a formal news show. At one point, I thought about that because remember, back when I was talking about that years and years ago, I was a YouTuber. I was not a live streamer, and I was looking for a variety of content to put on my YouTube channel. I wanted to diversify from just doing the gameplay, and that was an idea I had is, gee, if I have more room and I have a better shooting location, I can actually do like a daily news show where we go through news topics and stuff. I don't do that. I'm a streamer now. I'm a full-time
Now, if you really did want to do that, then why did it take him so long to even get that chair in? Like, if he was really serious about doing that news show, he should have been making steps to do it, but he never did, so...
streamer. I don't do offline content for YouTube at all. And people still need to kind of get that through their heads because they still... In 3.5 years since I changed, guys, it was Breath of the Wild in early 2017 was the first playthrough that I was a full-time streamer. People still can't get it through their heads that I'm a full-time streamer. They're still asking me, are you going to do offline series for YouTube? Like, no, I'm not. I'm never going back to doing that, guys. Okay. Get it through their heads that I'm a full-time streamer. They're still asking me, are you going to do offline series for YouTube? Like, no.
He says this, but like, every time he says that, well, if you guys want to see me do this... Okay, for a second I thought my stream went down. Like the chat was frozen and everything. I was scared. I was a scared little dude. But he tells us, oh well, no, like, hey Phil, are you gonna play this game? No one really has been asking me to do that. No one asked me to play a certain game at all. No one asked me. And then when people ask him, he responds like this. So then he wonders why no one asks. Because then, like in the future, when So says, hey man, are you going to do a review series? Well, it's funny you say that, because honestly, no one really asked me about the offline review series. No one really showed any interest in it, so I don't think I'm going to do it, you know what I mean? But like, he did a review for The Last of Us 2, and doesn't do a review on any other game. Man, it's almost like he only wants to review negative games. He wants to be negative all the time. Okay, big ups.
I'm not. I'm never going back to doing that, guys. Okay. Last Rambo says, it's been a while since I've been doing YouTube and changed to be a streamer. What prompted you to do that? Can you explain your entire experience with YouTube?
Really, Last Rambo? Oh, Phil, Last Rainbow has been around for literal years. How does he not know why he became a Twitch streamer? Is Last Rainbow fucking stupid? I thought he was a fan. Doesn't he pay attention to the fucking content?
YouTube and Twitch from the beginning until now. I remember you mentioned that YouTube flipped the switch and did something in 2016. I'm going to give a summary. I'm not going to go through the left. Basically, I have to do a passing take out of the top.
Literally, I'm not listening to this.
I don't know exactly what the process. I couldn't apocalypse. Really quality through your life so that and I will continue to put out the content. You support the company to do the right thing. So
actually,
that's how it works. It's back and forth, give and take. It's a much more organic. And if people watch them, I make ad revenue. Great. It's I put out fun content for you. You support. And then I can put out more content again. You see, that's how it works. It's back and forth, give and take. It's a much more organic and honestly a much more sustainable.
How is it sustainable? There's so many clips. There's so many clips of him saying, "Oh, the slow night. Let's see if Snorpernell can help out." Let's see. Where's Snorty? Where do you go? Snorpernell should be here, dude. I'm a huge fan of the content. There he is. There's the guy. Let's see.
This is how I play the game. Along the walls. Look at this thing.
So wait a minute, this isn't team-based? No one can jump. You try and you fall constantly.
Shut up, 'cause we're talking about Papa Vera and Minecraft, which we already talked about, and you're acting like there's stuff going on that's not going on, so stop the drama right now, because I'm telling you, I'm just not putting up with people doing drama on my streams anymore.
A baby.
User Gregor says, in Season 2 anything different? Are you watching with your eyes closed? Did you not just see the new game I just played? Seriously. What are you doing? Thanks to everyone who contributed so far tonight. If you want to help me out the most, please tip me. I need the help with tips this week for sure, if you can.
What a sustainable
Very
relationship.
close to the Gunner Glasses goal, which would be $50, FYI.
$50.
We haven't had a vest in 2 streams, so all the vests are eligible. I figured don't do the gray vest tonight, because I know you guys don't like the gray vest that much. So all other vests would be eligible if we do hit the tips goal tonight.
But this is a sustainable relationship, dude. Obviously.
Fourth place at Evo is completely worthless.
Was I wearing boxers during the Axe body shower video? No, I was showering. I was in the shower actually showering. I was not wearing clothes in the shower. What are you talking about?
That is absolutely. I'm trying to do this a little bit. Oh, God!
Or so tonight? No, excuse me. Yeah, about 35 minutes or so. I really need to help, guys. The last 3 streams, we haven't hit a tips goal.
So stable. Look how stable this relationship is of relying on your viewers to give you money. Look at it. Look at it. He has to tell them, I haven't hit the tips goal in 3 days. You know? But, man, this is way better to rely on that than a company, right?
Relationship than relying on YouTube as a company to do the right thing. So that's what happened. Since I've become a full-time streamer, I love my job way more. You guys like what I do more. It's a win-win for everybody. Okay? Wooback Baby did a 400-bit cheer. Says, any special Halloween memories? In particular, Halloweens weren't always great for me. My dad even says this to this day. He's like, I remember when you were a kid, it was hard to have a good Halloween because for whatever reason, you just had bad luck trick-or-treating. A lot of the times we would go out, couldn't find too many houses that were giving out good candy. The weather some years was really bad on Halloween, couldn't trick-or-treat. The only Halloween memories that stand out was always when I had a good costume. I remember one year I made my own Wolverine costume with these. They were actually cardboard, but wrapped in aluminum foil claws that looked really cool. And then one year I dressed up as the spitting dinosaur. I forget what it's called. From Jurassic Park. They had these different Jurassic Park outfits. I bought the mask and hands, and people really liked that outfit as well. That's about it. Halloween was never a huge thing in my house. My mom would sometimes have Halloween decorations or whatever, but it was never a giant thing or anything like that.
Never giant, dude.
What age did I stop trick-or-treating? Relatively early. In fact, I would probably say before I was even a teenager. Because like I said, it just wasn't good. My neighborhood was getting worse and worse when I was a kid. So my parents didn't even want to take me trick-or-treating anymore because most people weren't giving out candy because it was a bad neighborhood. So I had to go to like my great aunt's neighborhood or other neighborhoods, and it just didn't work out.
How? Wait, what?
Golden Colts cheered again. He said,
How did going to another neighborhood not work out?
insignificant cheers. Not insignificant. Don't ever say that. Thank you for the cheer. Okay. The last
Oh my God.
question is for Hood. And it just
Look how
didn't work
lame
out.
this is.
Golden Colts cheered again. He said, insignificant cheers. Not insignificant.
God, Golden Colts is like such a cock. But he's insignificant money. Don't ever say that, man. It's like, oh my God, get out of here.
Don't ever say that. Thank you for the cheer. Okay. The last form of question is from Richie7. And he asks.
Yeah,
with
Tevin gets
next-gen
no money.
consoles-
Tevin can't get $14, guys. He can't get $14 because he needs to do Lampoon style content, obviously.
Coming out, what do you think Nintendo's next move will actually be? Do you think that they're going to make a console that's not underpowered and that will affect their ability to run third-party next-gen games?
No.
Well, Richie7.
Nintendo literally is more interested in doing their own thing. They never want to be like other companies. And I kind of think it's kind of dumb that people want them to be like other companies, because at that point, just buy an Xbox or whatever. Like, Nintendo should just do their own thing, because I think if they didn't do their own thing, we wouldn't have the Switch, which is a really cool system. I like the portability of it, I like the games, I like all that stuff on it. I think them doing their own thing is what makes them successful and like a good company. I think if they just become a monolithic company like Sony or Microsoft, I mean, who really is gonna care? I mean, I think that would kind of kill the company.
I'm going to be honest with you.
Kinda.
If Nintendo announced that their next console had 5 wiggling tentacles in front of it, and to play games on it, you had to walk and rub your face and slap the tentacles.
No, I will say this is kind of I don't know if I would necessarily say it's racist, but it's maybe not racist, but it's very stereotypical for him to say like, oh well, Nintendo would have this very goofy thing like that. It's just this. It's kind of a negative assumption or generalization to have over Nintendo that, oh, since they do something innovative and different, they're gonna do something really weird and different, like having tentacles and shit. Like this is way too like ridiculous. Also, okay, we could. So I guess it would be like xenophobic and racist to make these assumptions, because it is like insane to say these things.
I wouldn't
dude.
be surprised. I'd be like, that makes sense to me, because Nintendo always does the most weird fucking thing. They need to innovate when they put out new hardware. Okay? And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Perfect example. The Nintendo Wii was a small console.
How did the Wii
tiny
not
form
work?
factor, cheap compared to other consoles, had silly motion controls. It caught on with a mainstream audience. All right? And it basically allowed people who weren't regular gamers to say, I want to enjoy gaming, and jump in and play a million silly motion control games that were digestible games. You play them for 10, 15 minutes at a time. You put them down. You don't play them again for hours on end. But the console was a bestseller and sold tons of games because it was the
Why is it like digestible games you play for 10 minutes? I mean, people played a lot of games on the Wii for a long period of time. There were like good games on the Wii, but whatever.
accessible console for the common person. Then Nintendo says, for the Wii U, we're going to sell a console that has a ginormous fucking pad with a screen built into it that isn't easy to use. It's cumbersome. We're going to have games that have to implement this stupid pad. It's not easy for the common person to just jump in and use it. It's kind of annoying and frustrating, actually. Their whole thing for the Wii U is that the kid can play a game on the pad while the parents still have the TV, which makes no sense, because essentially most kids now have consoles in their actual bedrooms. The parents don't want the fucking...
Now he has complained about parents, right, having not parenting their children. Wouldn't it be a little careless to have a kid play a video game in their own bedroom? Like, I kind of would much rather have the game console in the main TV room, so that way I can keep an eye on them. And then, like, it's like, okay, go to your room to do homework, and then they could do that. Not every family gives the kid a TV in their own room. Like, it's kind of ridiculous. Like, I didn't even have a TV in my bedroom. My brother was like begging my parents. Like, when he used to share a room with my brother, my brother was begging our parents to put a TV in that room, and they were like, "No, you're not getting a TV in that room. You're gonna deal with what you get, pretty much." And the only time that we had a TV in a room was their bedroom. They had a TV, and it was an old one too. On top of that, so that one was immediately gone once whatever that used was no more.
Console in the living room regardless. So why does that a factor? It's like Nintendo, they gamble every time they put out a new console. It's a big gamble, and sometimes the gamble works, and sometimes the gamble doesn't. The Switch, I would say, very successful. Probably because Nintendo had such a poor outing with the Wii U. People were happy to see them return back to their roots, although admittedly, I don't know how many people actually use the Switch as a handheld console.
I know a lot of people
huge
that
seller.
do.
There's great games for it.
I mean, hell, I used it as a handheld when the power went out. When we had that power outage, I was playing the Switch a lot. It was really cool. I was playing River City Girls. I got the secret ending. I played Streets of Rage on it. I played all these games on the Switch. I even went back to Tokyo Mirage Sessions for a bit. I mean, there are a lot of people that use it. People who have a job, they go take it with them to play on their break. I mean, even Kat did that with his Switch, and he's like, I don't know many people that do it. Kat doesn't take your Switch to play Animal Crossing? Okay.
No, so I can't really argue. Oh, by the way, you could use like a normal controller with it instead of having to use the ginormous pad piece of shit. So it makes sense that it's successful again. But seriously, I would guarantee you the next console Nintendo makes will be a weird one again. They won't care about having the up-to-date graphics with the Xbox Series S or X or the fucking PS5. They're going to do something that's different. And again, third-party developers are going to have a hard time porting their games to the console, are going to not want to really do it that much. It's going to be the same. Because the thing is, the only way Nintendo will change is if they fail repeatedly and are forced to. But Nintendo has this rabid fan base.
Yeah, because every time he talks about portable gaming, it's always about phone games. And phone games are, like, not even the games gamers want, dude.
Of people who, no matter, it's just like the Apple fan base.
Oh,
no matter if they fail repeatedly and are forced to, console are going to not want to really do it that much. It's going to be the same. Because the thing is, the only way Nintendo will change is if they fail repeatedly and are forced to.
Hey, that's literally just like DSP. He only went back to Twitch when he was forced to. He didn't go back to Twitch when people asked him to because he said Twitch was a bad business. It sucks. Fuck Twitch. At the apocalypse happened. Hey, went back to Twitch. Oh, he didn't accept tips for a while. Oh, well, now let's enable that because he needs the money. He really does. Now that he's out of the Machinima at that point. He didn't become an interactive streamer until Machinima dropped him as well. He didn't adopt half the things. He didn't adopt the green screen until he was forced to. He didn't change his love seat until he was forced to. He didn't clean his headset until he was forced to. He didn't do a lot of things until he was forced to. And he's saying that that Nintendo is bad, is dumb because they have to be forced to change. And then when you tell DSP, why don't you change your content? Well, the way I'm doing it right now is pretty successful. People like what I do. What if people like Nintendo what they're doing now, though? Like, this is so stupid, and it's such a double standard to have. He's fine not changing because people like it. But if people like Nintendo for the games they put out or whatever reason, they're blind fanboys and they're dumb and all this stuff. Nintendo has to change. But what if Nintendo doesn't need to change because people like who they are now? This is so dumb, and it's again projecting himself onto them.
But Nintendo has this rabid fan base of people who, no matter
you know what, people should just tell DSP that you're not going to change because you have a rabid fan base of fans that love what you do, and you have no inkling to change until you're forced to. And I guarantee he'll give you a meme to say, no, dude, I do listen to fan feedback. All this stuff is because of fan feedback, man. But he didn't do long. And the other thing is, he didn't do long videos until he lost his YouTube channel. Then he started doing hour-long videos once AdSense was gone. This guy is ridiculous.
just like the Apple fan base. No matter what Apple does, no matter what stupid phone they put out, whatever dumb.
What stupid phone they put out. Now, okay, you guys are going to roll your eyes and say, Theo, you're a dum-dum, but say what you will, okay? I have a good time with my phone. I like their products they put out. I mean, the iPad I use, for example, is a great drawing tablet. It's a great tablet to draw on. I love using it. So I do like their products. I do agree that they're overpriced and shit, but I think they have some good stuff going for them. He then says that it's overpriced garbage and all this other stuff, but he has an iPhone.
Change they make, people still run out and buy the Apple products. So as long as that keeps happening.
Yeah, because it's so dumb that people like things that they like. Oh my god. Horrible. What a horrible world that people buy stuff that they like. Terrible. Garbage.
Nintendo isn't ever going to change. They're always going to do the weirdo thing, the wild thing. Yes, there are Nintendo players out there who's like, man, I just wish for once Nintendo would put out a console that's normal so we could have like insanely good graphics, Mario or Zelda.
Why would
I don't
you
think
want?
it's ever going to happen.
Why do we need insanely good graphics to play video games? Like, I really wish that brain rot would go away. That like we just stop caring about graphics. I mean, sure, you could like graphics and you can do whatever, but can we just like break away from that and just say, hey, is the game fun?
Nintendo's always going to do their own thing until they're forced to go in line with other people who are successful. And right now, enough people support them that they don't have to do that. They can keep doing their weird oddball choices and keep succeeding. So why in the holy hell would they change? You know what I mean?
Yeah, pretty much, Ludwig. He wants that.
So there you go. That's my opinion.
That's my opinion. Okay, guys. Time to pick. Let's see, it was $12. I'll pick 3 winners. Alright, so here we go. Here's the 3 winners. Winner number 1. John Rankin. Congratulations. Winner number 2. Black Doom. Congratulations. And our final winner, Mabel Pines. Please type in your characters in the chat. Congratulations. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, I received a $50 tip from No Couture. Thank you very much from No Couture. He also did a very large tip yesterday. This is by far the biggest tip and biggest contribution of the day, and it helps out tons. As I told you guys, am I spelling this right? No, it's Couture. There we go. I don't know how to spell Couture. As I told you guys on the pre-stream, sadly this week is really bad for me financially because of over $1,700 in chargebacks. I am basically really tight right now to make ends meet for the next week, because I get paid by Twitch in about a week's time. Then I'll be all right. But I need to get there. So your tips are very much appreciated. And being that was a very generous tip, I appreciate that so much, No Couture. Thank you very much. Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to Twitter questions, I would like to give a shout out to the patrons. That's right. I still have a Patreon at patreon.com/darksidephil. And admittedly, I'll say this publicly, I don't do much with it anymore. Because I became a full-time streamer, I find that less and less there's a focus on my Patreon. But a lot of my long-standing supporters still support me on Patreon. In particular, those of you who watch these videos on YouTube, and maybe you don't want to come to streams to contribute, you could pledge to my Patreon at patreon.com/darksidephil. There's perks there, like getting your question for sure answered on this show is still a perk there, but almost no one utilizes it anymore. All right? But the option is still there for those who want to use it. And thank you to those who do. Special shout out to those who've been extra supportive in the past few months via Patreon. All right? We've got Joshua King, Daniel for contributing and supporting. All right? Now we move on to Twitter questions. All right? Twitter questions. The first question is from Mason. And he asks, has there ever been a time in your experience on the internet where you consider giving up or finding another line of work? What's kept you going?
You guys.
Yeah, I would say there's been 2 different times. The first time was around the year 2016. This was the year when I was doing all this hard effort into diversifying myself. Instead of just being a guy playing raw gameplay, which it didn't look like was going to work anymore after the decline of DSP gaming in 2015 because of the false copyright strikes. It looked like I couldn't sustain things on just raw gaming anymore. I was going to have to, diversify and do different stuff. And I weighed and balanced different things. Actually, live streaming was one of them, to be a full-time live streamer. But I decided I was going to do the edited content. And I worked my ass off. I would say it was about a 6 to 8 month period there, starting like February of 2016, and eventually figuring out what people liked and what they didn't like. They didn't really like the montage-style stuff that I was doing. They liked the really high-quality edited reviews with detailed analysis of the game that I had played from start to finish over on DSP Gaming.
Dude, we've seen his in-depth reviews. It's so garbage. Oh god, dude. Oh god. Let's go to Theo Gaming. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da.
What is
Actually, hold on, guys. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Let's see. So John wants that. Got that. Black Doom wants Shinji from Persona 3. Got it. Meeple wants Toad. I like how Toad Mario Kart comes up first. Mario 64 Toad. Alright, there we go.
What's up, everyone? Phil here, and welcome to KO Gaming. For the last 3 weeks, I have been immersed in the world of Persona 5. I've absolutely enjoyed every moment of the 40-plus gameplay hours I've put into this game so far, and every single time that I live stream this game, I get a ton of questions from people about, what do you think? Is it better or worse than the previous Persona games? What do you like? What do you dislike? And being that I'm now about a third into the game, yes, it's actually that long of a JRPG, I felt that this was a good time for me to make a kind of impressions / review in progress video to let you know exactly what I think about this game, what I like, what I dislike, and comparing it to previous Persona games that I've played at this point in my playthrough. Now, sadly, I can't continue playing the game at this point because Atlus, the publisher, has put in place some really strict requirements for live streamers and Let's Players, stating they cannot go past a certain date in-game or else they have the chance of being DMCA stricken on YouTube and having copyright strikes put against them, or even having their streaming capability suspended on Twitch due to their wishes. I don't understand it. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that later on in this video, but what I want to do is make this video now, as I've now finally hit that in-game date and played as far as I possibly can for a public playthrough, and I want to give you my impressions before months pass, and next thing you know, this game is old news and no one really cares anymore. So let's talk a little bit about Persona 5, and then I'll give you my opinions on this whole Atlus debacle. The Persona series may serve as the shining example of an IP.
Look at that face cam. Holy shit, dude. What a great face cam. You know what? He should just leave his face cam there the whole time in all his playthroughs. That is a great face cam
that directly listens to feedback from its fans and improves upon itself every time a new installment is released. Persona 5 is no exception. There are numerous examples of things in this game that you can tell were either streamlined or improved based off of shortcomings from previous iterations. Now, in the past 2 years, I actually had the pleasure to play both Persona 3 and 4, and I can tell you a ton of improvements that were made in 5 that definitely make this game much better than the previous installments, so let's talk a little bit about those right now. Number 1, the graphics. They're great. Persona 5, the first time in the series, I actually feel like I'm playing an interactive HD anime. The characters, even the little graphics that are talk as you have dialogue during the game, all look high quality, pure 1080p visuals, and they look gorgeous. I am very pleased with the visual quality of this game. I can't complain at all. I actually think it does look like an actual animation. The gameplay, in many ways...
What does that mean? It actually looks like an animation. Does he think that video games don't have any animation? Whoa, man, what a shocker. It's like an animation.
Has been streamlined. First of all, the addition of fast travel between locations makes the game so...
Yeah, because there's no fast travel at all in Persona 3, no.
So much better. Once you go to a certain area in your little city of Japan, you can actually go around and fast travel to and from these areas once they've been unlocked, rather than having to go between, say, a different menu option here or there. And that was one of the main problems with the previous Persona games, is there was a lot of dead time when you had to travel in days between one point or another, and it kind of added to a little bit of boredom and or repetition. Here, since you can fast travel directly to where you want to go for a social link, or to maybe raise a stat, it saves time and it makes sense. Combat has been streamlined and refined. My goodness, how has it been? First of all, you can actually, once you learn the weakness of an enemy, auto-select that weakness. So if you forgot what the weakness was of a certain enemy type, now you can just automatically use that ability that your character or persona has to.
Dude, you don't. If you forget, you could just analyze the enemy anyway. But Persona 3 kind of has a better system than 5, and here's why. Persona 5, you have to guess the weakness immediately in order for you to get it. Persona 3 literally just gives it to you if you wait long enough, which is a better system in my opinion. It allows you to experiment more, or at least be a little bit more careful with what you're doing. While Persona 5, it's like, nah, you're just gonna have to guess, and you'll never know. Unless there is a confidant that fixes that, but I didn't do that confidant, so you know what I mean. But Persona 3 gives it to you off the bat, so that makes it better, dude.
Do it right away rather than have to fumble through menus. There's just so many different things that make combat more streamlined and more fun. Different team-up attacks, different follow-up attacks. Now you have the ability, once you stun an opponent or use their weakness so that they're downed on the ground, to either hold them up for money, in case you need more money for whatever you might need it for in the game. You can ask them for a useful item, or you could choose to try to recruit that persona, which then leads to a new dialogue tree where you have to answer questions based on the person.
You do that for all the things, though, of these dialogue trees. You do it for everything you negotiate.
Personality type of that particular persona. If you answer them right, you can recruit them and they'll join your party. If not...
That's not necessarily true, though. Persona 5, the vanilla game, it's completely random with what you do for the negotiations. Only in Royal, they added a hierarchy to it, where you could choose based off of the emotion of the shadow, which is completely different than what 5 did. 5 was just completely random. You had to guess which one was right. So, don't know if it is Persona 5 Royal Social Link, but there is a chance to get full analysis of enemy at the start of battle. It should, if it's a Social Link in Persona 5, it's gonna be in Persona 5 Royal as well. They didn't change much in that. Makoto has that? No, I don't think Makoto has that. I mean, I maxed out Makoto. I don't think she ever had that. Really? That's weird because I maxed her out and she never had that ability. Are you sure? Are you sure it's Makoto? I would believe it might be like Mitsuru. I was about to say Mitsuru. Futaba. I would think Futaba would be the one. I don't know. I mean, I guess it barely happens, so it doesn't matter.
Well, then the battle's
but still, Persona 3D just give it to you. You don't have to grind a social link to get it. You just get it. So, still. My point still stands. Persona 3 is better.
To continue. A really awesome thing that I thought was a great addition, and I definitely enjoy it, although I will admit one frustration about this new system is that it's not always apparent what dialogue option you should be using, and a lot of times if it seems like you're supposed to be more positive or jovial or joking, some of the options for their dialogue don't even seem to be of that type, so maybe it's lost in translation between Japanese and English in a lot of these cases, I'm not sure, but it's not always apparent what you're supposed to pick, which can lead to a little bit of frustration. But for the most part, the combat is greatly refined, more streamlined. Hell, even the results screen at the end of a fight looks so stylized and interesting. I mean, it just is outstanding how much they've improved upon this formula. The dungeon crawling in Persona 5 has also been drastically improved because instead of going through endless repetitive hallways that all kind of look the same like previous games, now you get unique dungeons that are actually catered to the personality of the person who's the boss at the end. There's puzzles now added to them that was never really a factor in previous Persona games. It feels a lot more like a traditional JRPG than rather the grindy combat endless gauntlets of enemies did in previous Persona games.
But it's still kind of a gauntlet, but this is... Dorkun best protagonist not shackled to a cat? What? Dorkun. It's still grindy. I mean, they have mementos that is pretty much Tartarus. pretty much. I think, though I do think it's a little bit lighter on grinding. I think Persona 3 and maybe 4, I'll have to play 4, but Persona 3, for example, is definitely more grind friendly because when you go to the lobby of Tartarus, it refills your SP and HP. While Persona 5, they don't do that for you at all. You have to lose a day to do that, which sucks. It's a piece of shit. But it is what it is. But look how detailed this review is. Oh man, the graphics have animation. The dungeons are different and different, man. Whoa, what a review. What a review, dude.
And they liked countdowns. I was actually doing some countdowns that were actually doing pretty good. So countdowns and the edited reviews were doing really well. And I remember working my ass off, and finally when that review went live for Homefront the Revolution, one of the games I said it was the worst game I had ever played.
I like the random floor layouts, but
got 1 million views in like a month.
I just kind of wish the second you go back to the lobby, they refill your HP SP. I get it for palaces to not do that because palaces are meant to be this strategic thing, and I think Memento should have had that Tartarus layout of, hey, you go back to the lobby, you refill your HP SP, because there are a lot of layers where it's like, I can continue, but I might be stuck in a fight that I might lose. And I think that's kind of shitty.
I was so happy. I was like, finally. All those idiots who made fun of me all those years and said that all I could do was make bad gameplay, I showed you I could make a highly edited video that people like, the mainstream views. That was the biggest video on all of YouTube about Homefront the Revolution. Not a single other video was made that got more views than that video about the game.
And you never capitalized on that.
And I appreciated that. And then after that, I was getting anywhere from between 20,000 to like 100,000 views on other game reviews I was doing. It was actually...
And by the way, that it's worth to say that the Homefront the Revolution review only got as much views because it got a boost on a forum. I think it was either Reddit or it could have been 4chan, but I think it was Reddit. Got a link to his Homefront the Revolution score, and that kind of gave it a lot of inflated views. So I don't even think it was an organic amount.
Worthwhile to put the time and effort and money into it, and I loved what I was doing. Even though I was doing way less raw gameplay, I felt like, wow, I'm actually turning into a different kind of content creator, right? And then the hardcore gaming season hit, and oh, by the way, yes, people are saying I should put on the Gunner glasses. You're right, fair enough, I'll put them on. That's our deal.
Awesome.
$50, I put them on. I forgot, my bad. Do it Ask the King's a little different. So anyway, I took a little bit of a break from doing that style of content because in the hardcore gaming season, I got very busy playing the new releases, okay? And then people asked me to go back to it. And when I went to go back to it, I found the entire channel had been demonetized. The entire channel, every video. I had a video that was a test video. It wasn't even a video that had content to it. It was dead air. And I uploaded it to the channel. As it was uploading to the channel, YouTube demonetized it. So YouTube blacklisted the channel. Basically said, we don't want any ads on this channel. Why? What did I ever put on the KO Gaming channel that constituted bad content for advertisers? It was highly edited, well thought out reviews of games, plus countdowns and things. I barely even ever swore on the channel, and they blacklisted it. It made no sense at all. Now, later on, about a year later, I tested it and the ads worked again. But they blacklisted it, and I was so...
I got some sad news. Breaking news, guys. Indivisible will no longer be getting DLC, dude. All the updates, all future updates and characters got canceled, man. It feels bad. Though technically, I'm not a huge... It's not a huge loss for me. I got what I got out of that game. And it made sense. It makes sense why they're not doing any more updates or DLC for that game since the company is no more. But to me at least, I care for the main game that came out, so I'm happy with what it was. At least we got New Game Plus and co-op out of it. But it makes sense because Lab Zero is no more, and I don't think 505 Games is that invested in getting trying to work out the murky details with that. So It is what it is. But the other DLC that they were doing was literally just challenge maps. So to me, it's like, it's not like it was had a season pass like giving us meaningful content. You know what I mean? But that's the update. But I was kind of expecting that. I was like kind of waiting for them to say something because I mean it was bound to happen. I'm surprised it took them this long to say anything.
Disheartened at that point. I was so disheartened, all right, by them doing this that I actually thought about, man, I don't really want to do this anymore. And honestly, I'd say late 2016 until I became a full-time streamer. You can see maybe a six month period. I became a full-time streamer full-time in April of 2017. So those last couple of months of 2016 and the first few months of 2017, I was like so not caring. And of course, you gotta remember, behind the scenes, there was other personal shit going on in my life that also was bad. That was just compounding everything, and making it worse and worse. But like, I just didn't want to do it anymore, and I don't know what to do because at that point, the job market out here was okay, but not great. I didn't know if I was gonna be able to go get another job or whatever. I was debating at that point just giving up, but I didn't. Yeah, I stuck in there. And basically what happened was the YouTube adpocalypse happened. And that was when I sat down with you guys live on a stream and I said, what do I do? Because I want to do this for a living. I love doing it, but at this point it doesn't look like it's viable. What do I do? And you guys convinced me to be a full-time live streamer. And
That's bullshit because he literally was fishing for that so he could hide behind his chat because everyone was telling him how to get a job and all this stuff and he was just like, oh, well, I'm thinking of being a live streamer. Maybe I could go all in on Twitch, right, guys? And then he would just like look at chat, and he would only read the ones where they kind of agreed with him. So he wanted to be a live streamer. He just wanted to hide behind the guise of I listen to my chat guys.
Man, I don't regret the decision at all. Okay. Now the other time, last year in April of 2019. I went to Connecticut to visit my parents who were getting up there in age, not very healthy. They have all these conditions going on. And at the same time, decided to get married to my now wife, Kat, while we were there. And while we were there, I had this very serious discussion with my parents about the future. And, my mom was basically like, you're in a situation where you're so bad off financially, you've got to take drastic action. You know what I mean? Whether it's changing your job, bankruptcy, both. How can you really do streaming long term or whatever? What do you think? Do you really think it's going to happen? Would it be viable? So I came home from that trip with a mindset that I had to stop streaming. Like my mindset was dead set that eventually I have to stop streaming because I don't see how I could make this work long term. And then COVID happened.
Now look at this shit, right? 2019 was when he got that advice from his mom, right? His mom said, he told us it was a 10-year plan. A 10-year plan he was going to phase out of doing streaming. A 10-year plan. You really think COVID is going to last for 10 years and he won't be able to get a job? In 10 years. I mean, I could give him 2 years, 3 years, 4, whatever, but 10? We're really not going to have a vaccine within 10 years? It's so obvious that and it's such bullshit. He said that, for now I'm going to be streaming, but in 10 years I'm going to get a job and I'm going to stop streaming on Twitch, all this stuff within 10 years. And that's what was the plan. So I don't understand where this sudden urge of like, well, thank God I didn't stop streaming. Yeah, you weren't going to stop streaming in 2020. That wasn't the plan, DSP. The plan was in 10 years, not 2, not 1, not 3, 10. And he's like, man, thank God I didn't stop streaming. It wasn't going to affect until 10 years, dumbass. But man, thank God he didn't look for a job in a year. He wasn't planning on getting a job. Makes no sense. This makes literally no sense. It contradicts into what he told us in 2019. Did he lie then or did he lie now?
And if anything, this year completely flipped the world on its head. And you guys, this year, came out in droves to support my streams. You made amazing positive things like the vest streak happen and keep happening. You turned my life around. Between me getting bankruptcy granted, meaning that weight of all this debt I had no idea how I would ever pay off being released, was a huge thing. Me now being able to get into a position where I'm getting caught up on my taxes and the government's not going to come after me for not paying my taxes anymore. That was a huge thing. And you guys being so supportive on the streams, allowing me now to do things like, oh my God, I can maybe afford the PS5 and I can maybe upgrade equipment and stuff. It's just a turnaround. And quite frankly, if I had immediately when I got home from Connecticut, if I had taken steps to get a new job, and maybe I had gotten a job at Boeing, which is one of the jobs I was considering. It's in the aeronautical industry, the same industry as the job I did before I did this for a living was helicopter support. It's aeronautical industry. I have knowledge of aeronautics. I could probably jump into a job with better knowledge than the common person at Boeing. Okay? Or maybe I would get into a different job, different industry. Who knows, right? I could be completely fucked right now because COVID.
But you weren't getting a job this year. It was 10 years. In 2029, 2030, he was gonna get a job, not 2020. This is bullshit.
Screwed everything up for everyone. Right now, Boeing just announced mass layoffs in Washington State. They're moving production
These don't
of major
affect him.
cruise liner aircraft out of Washington State and moving it to South Carolina. So because of that, we're losing tens of thousands of jobs here in Washington State. What if I was one of those jobs, right? And
what if I was in one of those jobs 10 years from now when I was supposed to be getting that job? This doesn't affect you, DSP, because you didn't get a job. You weren't going to. You were supposed to do it in 2030, not 2020. He forgot the plan already. But it was bullshit to begin with, because he even tells us that he makes a lot of money streaming. So why the fuck would he stop streaming? It makes no sense for him to stop. But okay.
Truth of the matter is, this year, you guys have shown me more love and support than any year before. And because of that, I can't imagine saying, why would I not want to continue being a streamer? You know, now I'm not saying this will be for the rest of my life. I'm just saying for now, I'd be an idiot
like the
to
other
say,
time,
oh, I'm going to phase out streaming. What? This has been the best year I've had in a long time. Positivity-wise, amount that I raised via contributions, everything has been outstanding. I would be a crazy idiot to say, I need to stop streaming. Seriously, I'd be a moron.
Like, he's acting as if this was going to be like a thing he would do then and there, but that wasn't the plan. The plan was to stream for 10 years, not one.
You're right. When you're getting to the top and you're growing, why would you stop? Right? Now, again, I'm on the impression that there is no way that I know I can do this forever. But at least for now, if I'd had any other job during this pandemic, I would have been out of work, or I would have been working way less. I probably would have lost everything. I wouldn't have been able to afford this house, right? But you guys made that possible.
You weren't getting a job during this, dumbass.
I'm going to keep streaming. I'm going to keep giving back to you guys. Has there been times when, yes, I realized I probably can't do this forever? Yes. And I'm sure another thing will come up where I'm like, damn, I'm getting older. Maybe I can't do this schedule anymore, you know? I mean, ideally, I'd like to not have to stream 6 days a week full time. If I could do only 5 days a week and have an extra day with my family, my God, that would be amazing. But I can't afford to do it right now. Maybe in the next year, if we keep going the way we're going, I can, right? So let's see what happens. But, you know, I'd be nuts. I'd be nuts to say I don't want to be a live streamer right now and try to stop doing this and do something else. I love what I'm doing, and it's been one of the best years in the entire time that I've ever done this. So, there you go. A few shout-outs here. Let's see here. Dan the Lad resubscribed for 5 months and said, how are you doing? I haven't been around in a while. I'm doing good, Dan the Lad. It's good to see you. Thank you for the 5-month resub. Thanks for joining us. Major Riot cheered and said, would you ever host a telethon that would help abandoned Rottweilers? What?
What? Huh?
Would I host a telethon to help someone? Non-profit? Yes. Would it be for abandoned Rottweilers? I have no idea. Woobag Baby cheered and said, I remember as a kid, I got scared by someone dressed as a skeleton. The house was pitch black and all you see is a skeleton coming towards you. I don't blame you then. As a kid, a lot of things are fucking scary. Shui701 did a bunch of cheers, but some of these are doubles. I think he screwed up here. First one says, you had more reviews on your Homefront review than IGN. Then he says, he just said it again. Then he said it again. And he said it again. 4 cheers all said the same thing. Maybe he didn't think they went through, but they all did go through. Yeah, dude, I'm serious. That Homefront review, now I don't know about now. That Homefront review had more views than any piece of content on Homefront ever on the planet. It had over 1 million views. No one else was talking about that fucking game like that. Holy Wolf Adam cheered. He says, what's your favorite vacation spot you've ever been to? Ever. I would say California. I've been both to Hollywood, California, and I've been to Orange County. I like the weather. The weather there is warm but not humid. And I like warm but not humid. I remember getting a crazy good tan when I was in Orange County. One of the best tans I've ever had in my life because I was outdoors all the time because it was actually hot, but it was nice heat where you weren't overheating constantly, and I enjoyed that. And then, of course, going to Hollywood, there's so much to do in Hollywood. You could do touristy shit. You could do other stuff. It's nice. Those are the two the place that I like the most.
Kind of fucked up the
in
nose.
general, but probably the Hollywood
Whoopsie doopsie.
Stuff that I've done was some of the best. So I still remember to this day going to like walking down Hollywood Boulevard with my parents.
Well, I'm getting hungry. I'll be right back. I'm back, guys. Now we can waddle out. Dun, 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 dun.
And going to Ripley's Believe It or Not Museum, the Wax Museum, Man's Chinese Theater, and going to Universal Studios with them as a kid. I remember all that. That was like so cool in my head. You know, I'll never forget that stuff that I did with my parents.
We'll never forget.
Moving on. Howler asks, do you feel the demise of disc games will lead to buying streaming services taking... Excuse me, let's try this again.
What?
My parents. Okay, moving on. Howler asks, do you feel the demise of disc games will lead to buying streaming services taking... Excuse me, let's try this again. Do you feel the demise of disc games will lead to streaming services taking over, or do you feel the PS and Xbox giving people the choice of buying digital-only consoles will be used as a measure of how open to the idea people... Let's try this again. Do you feel the demise of disc games will lead to streaming services taking over, or do you feel the PS and Xbox giving people the choice of buying digital-only consoles will be used as a measure of how open to the idea people are? I already mentioned this previously, but I'll say it again. They just did new, actual measurements, and the amount of people who wanted to get the disc version versus the digital versions.
But so the guy thinks that we're just gonna be stuck with streaming services for games. That's fucking stupid. No one would want that.
These consoles is like way higher. Everyone wanted to get the disc versions, but sadly they were sold out, and some people just had to basically go for the non-disc versions. What they did is they measured on the sites when the pre-orders went live. What did people go to first? And like 10-1, people wanted the disc version, but then sold out right away, so they went to the digital version. People still want their discs. I don't know why. I don't care about discs. I haven't had a game disc in a bajillion
Dude, this reminds
years.
me of that Adam Sessler video we watched where the guy was talking about like, oh, it's so prehistoric to collect games and all this stuff, so I put them in a binder, and the binder was amazing. Dude, some people like having the case, and some people like look at the casing at the back of the case, is having it there in your collection, able to get back to it all the time. Like, you know, we talked about Scott Pilgrim. That game was like wiped from the planet. Like, no one could download Scott Pilgrim and only they can pray that Ubisoft was gonna re-release it. Like, the only he's gonna run to the day one patches. That's been kind of being phased out almost. No one does day one patches almost ever. Almost. There's still some around, but it's just not gonna happen as much. And most of the time, you can still play the game without the day one patch anyway.
I don't care about them, but you know, people still want their discs. I guess they still like having the physical collection, or the idea in their mind that if they wanted to trade it in for $5, they could. I don't know.
The idea in their mind that they could trade it in, dude.
It's interesting what you're saying, though, because you're saying streaming service is taking over. Will we one day see... Right now we got Xbox Game Pass, right? And now PlayStation's trying to do kind of a similar thing. Will we have...
What is PlayStation doing that's trying to be like Game Pass? I know, before you guys tell me, Theo, they announced that PlayStation Plus games for the PS5 and all that stuff. I don't know what capacity that's going to be, though. Because is that going to be a service that replaces backwards compatibility? Is that going to be a service that will be like Game Pass? Because it just doesn't sound like it. Because it only offers PS4 games from the looks of it. And it offers basic-ass games that no one cares about. Like, Persona 5 Royal is out. Do you think people are gonna run and pick up vanilla Persona 5? Like, honestly, if you're gonna pick between the two, you're gonna go for Royal. There's no reason not to. It's not like, you know, whatever. So why would people pick? Oh, let's pick vanilla Persona 5.
Netflix for games, where Netflix makes an exclusive partnership with certain game studios, and the only way to get their games digitally would be to have to get the Netflix subscription, and you get the game through the subscription rather than paying for each individual game. That's what's happening right now with Xbox, right? Microsoft just bought out Bethesda. So if Bethesda is only making games for Microsoft consoles and PC, you need Game Pass and an Xbox console to play them. That it could very well happen, right? In the very near future, will we see this? I mean, we're seeing it already with Game Pass and these other things, but I think you'll still a la carte be able to buy games.
Bloodborne is something.
For now, they're not going to say, "Oh no, you can't actually go buy Elder Scrolls 6 by itself. You need to have Game Pass to play Elder Scrolls." I don't think so yet. Maybe long term that.
What benefit would that be, though? They could sell the game as like, hey, you get to keep it permanently. I mean, sure, the subscription model's cheaper, but you know, if you let's say you're like, oh, I need to save money, and I'm gonna cancel my Game Pass subscription for a while. You can cancel it, but you lose all those games. I mean, sure, you're gonna you might renew it at some future date, but like you could buy a game and have it there, so like, you know, during that time maybe you could go back to that game you like. You know, like, I have Streets of Rage 4 on like 3 consoles. I have it on the Xbox One via Game Pass. I bought it on the PS4 initially, and then I got it on the Switch. But I also bought the disc version of Streets of Rage 4 on the Xbox, because if I ever wanted to play that game on the Xbox, I can, and I don't have Game Pass, I have that. But I also got it just for the art book that's inside of it. It's not really much of an art book, though.
That'll
to be
happen
honest.
like Netflix. You can only see certain shows and movies on Netflix for a certain period of months before then those become outright purchasable as like a disc or something outside.
Not a lot of Netflix shows do that.
I don't know, but for me, I don't foresee that happening soon. Maybe long term we'll see a streaming service for games like we have with Netflix and Hulu and Disney Plus.
Yeah, it's called PS Now, and it
Timbo
sucks
Slice
ass. No one
cheered.
likes it.
And said, which games do you regret admitting to play? Oh, it's not Timbo Slice. Excuse me. TJ Gamebox. Boy, I read that completely wrong. My fault. TJ Gamebox here said, which games do you regret admitting to playing or playing on stream? I got a feeling it's a phone game. No, because, you know, I don't regret talking about the mobile games I actually fucking played at length. Like, I will admit, I used to play WWE Supercard a ton. When it first came out, I played the shit out of it that first year and put...
Man, I love... Yeah, you also gotta say this, that it sucks. But, I mean, game streaming services already exist, and he hates it. So, I mean, I don't know why he's like, oh, are we gonna see Netflix? I guess, you know what? That's what it has to be. It has to be a company he likes, and then he'll praise it. But if it's a company he doesn't like, it sucks. So, we'll have to wait until Netflix does games, I guess. But, this is so dumb. So the guy is literally baiting him about WWE champions. Clearly. DSP is like, oh, well, I don't know what you're getting at. Like, he even addresses the phone games I actually played. But then he, like, says, I don't know what you're getting at. And it's like, dude, you know what he's getting at. You don't have to be an idiot, dude.
Money into it like an idiot. I shouldn't have. Dokkan Battle. Final Fantasy Brave Exvius. Those were games I put time and effort
God,
and
this
some
is
money
an opening,
into.
dude.
Yes. Until I hit to the point where I couldn't do it anymore because I had no money. You know, I hit the wall with so much debt and shit. I was like, I can't spend money on mobile games anymore. I cut the cord. That was, you know, years ago. So, yeah, like, the thing is, regret admitting to playing. You guys know what I play. You see everything that I play. I don't play any games outside.
The dude asked, do you regret telling them? And he's like, regret? Well, you guys know what I play. Yeah. But he's saying, do you regret it, though? He's not saying, did you? He said, do you regret telling us that?
Of the streams, except for those few mobile games that I play. I don't play any games outside of the streams anymore. You know, like, you see every single game that I'm playing, so how would I regret to admit it when I'm playing it publicly? You know what I mean? It's for a stream or whatever. It's for the business. So...
Dokkan Battle was for the business? Okay, I didn't know that. Thanks for telling me that, DSP.
I'm not actually sure what you're getting at there. Maybe you just don't know that I don't play stuff.
I'm not sure.
I don't. Okay.
I'm not sure you're getting
Sarah's
at.
got a cheers. I hope you can go on a vacuum. I can't read today. A vacuum? He said, I hope you can go on vacation next year. You deserve it. Why does vacuum? I hope I can ride a vacuum next year. Woohoo! Right through the house. All right. I hope you can go on a vacation next year. You deserve it. Thanks for the content, Phil. Thank you, Sarah's got it. At this point, I am a far cry from being able to afford going on vacation. All right? Being honest. If things can keep going the way they're going now, and nothing else comes up, meaning no crazy, oh my god, emergency situation where I gotta dump a bunch of...
The only mobile game I play, guys, is Dr. Mario, and I think I'm done with that game. I'm at a point where it's like, I don't know, I kind of got bored with it after a while. I got really invested in it for a long time in the past few months. Don't worry, guys, I didn't spend a dime, but I kind of am bored with Dr. Mario. I'm thinking of deleting it, dude. But Dr. Mario is pretty fun. I like puzzle games, so you know how it is.
There's a strong possibility over, you know...
He can't do credit, DJ Filthy Rich. He has a bankruptcy.
I can afford to do something like a vacation. I would love to, like I said, to go to California or something like that. But it's definitely not a given, and it's not anything we're even counting on right now. You know, right now, I just need to maintain how things are so I can keep paying my taxes. That's my focus. Pay my taxes. Stay on pace. Don't fuck up. You know, that's what I got to do right now. Because it...
Is he paying his taxes? Remember he told us that he was gonna... I think he said he would have told us if he had to pay tax... If he was paying his taxes, and he never gave us a follow-up. Because last time we heard about it was... They were closed. And I think someone tried to ask him about it, and he got mad about it. And it's like, well... Dude, like, you made your whole content about taxes. And, like... You never told us an update. Are you on a payment plan? Like, he told us he was trying to get a payment plan.
It took me a long time to get to a point where I could be getting back on track. Okay? Paradox 998 cheers. Are you looking forward to the Demon Souls remake? Yes, I am, very much. Bubble Buddy cheers. What experience made you a better person that you learned most from? I couldn't tell you there's one experience. It's overall. Over time, seeing how your actions can influence others in a negative or positive way, and understanding that what you do is important, you know. I've changed as a person a ton in this last decade. As a content creator, a ton in this last decade. I'm so different now than I was when I started. I realize now that what I say and do is important and has meaning and has repercussions, you know, rather than back then it was like I just fuck around and I don't care what I say or do. No one cares about me. Right?
He has all this, but then he like shits on Tevin though. You don't think that has repercussions, dude? You don't think that's gonna piss people off that you kind of dunked on Tevin for no reason? Okay.
Anything, so who cares? It's
Whatever,
not the case.
you know what I mean?
You know, I was irresponsible with the things that I said when I had a following. So, very different, you know, very different situation. But I'm not going to go crazy into deep philosophical stuff right now. Jay Hawkwood cheers. It would be cool if you could get a Christmas vest for the holiday season. We'll see what's out there. Bubble Buddy cheers. I think you missed my 2 cheers. I did not. I just read it. And Kate cheered, says, what are your thoughts on Rambo being in Mortal Kombat 11 as well as your thoughts on Melina? I don't care because I don't play Mortal Kombat 11 and I have no desire to, so I have no input on that whatsoever. Okay. Dumb and Dandy asks the following. Do you think there could be potential in using phones and tablets in console games more often for certain purposes? Like they try to do with Grand Theft Auto 5, where you could train the dog using a mobile app and the progress would transfer to the game itself. You know, it's kind of funny.
Kind of funny.
Because in GTA 5, when that happened, I was intrigued. I was like, really? They're going to have an app on your phone tie into something that's going to actually have, like, a concrete impact on the game. And that blew my mind. I was like, wow, that could actually genuinely be a unique situation where you have an integration, because so many people have mobile phones, right? That they're using console. We do this for everything. I use this for news. I use this for entertainment purposes, to talk to you guys. I use my phone for everything. It's like the go-to device in my house to keep me attached to the world. If my phone died right now, I need to use multiple devices to do the same thing. You see?
Wait, what?
For everything. It's like the go-to device in my house to keep me attached to the world. If my phone died right now, I need to use multiple devices to do the same thing. You see?
If my phone died now, I would need mobile devices. Dude, isn't the iPhone a mobile device? A horse stable app, yeah.
Your console entertainment with the phone is kind of an interesting thing. But then again, it was terrible integration. That app sucked. And by the way, half the time it desynced and didn't work right. And it did sucked, and it really didn't add anything.
The app from, you know, I used the app for Metal Gear Solid Ground Zeroes for a while when that was new. And that was really cool. I liked that. The map was pretty good. It kept, you know, it was connected very well. And I think they kind of ruined it in Fan of Pain. I don't think they really committed to that app ever again as much. So it was kind of like, yeah, I'm not using this app anymore.
I was curious to see, could there be integration of like other media forms into gaming, and how would it affect things? And when GTA 5 did that, I thought, wow, that's cool. There have been a few other games where there's been an app maybe that's a tie into the game, but in reality, hasn't really worked out that much. I haven't really seen many game devs really give two shits about it. Maybe it's just too hard to engineer something that's going to end up working with this versus
no, look at this. Look at this. He shits on Nintendo for doing having that tablet controller. Well, look at us do that. You have a tablet, so cumbersome. But he is like all for games using a phone. This guy literally shat on Nintendo for having the Wii U tablet, but wants games to use phones. Okay.
Soul, which is their dedicated work. Obviously, you have a different dev team making an app for a handheld device or a portable device than versus a dedicated console. I don't know. I haven't seen many of those at all, right? Not many at all. Okay? All right. Pale Llama cheered. Thank you very much, Pale Llama, for the 100-bit cheer. I appreciate that. All right, next question is from Derek. And he says, as a kid, what were some games that you played that were really challenging and almost made you really mad, rage, or even pull your hair out? You know, I can think of a couple games from back in the day that really pissed me off, because back then there was no knowing if a game was good or not. You know, game magazines were just becoming prominent, like Nintendo Power, Game Pro, and so they would review games, but before then there was nothing. And I remember in particular 2 games that I purchased that I got very, very angry that I purchased them. The first game you probably never heard of. It's called Abadox. This was a game that when they advertised it on TV, they advertised it as a crazy shooter. It was a really wild ad.
Abaddon from Persona?
When I bought
Abaddon was pretty cool.
It looked interesting. It was a shoot 'em up. If you're not aware, it's a shoot 'em up game. And it has segments that are side-scrolling as well as like top-down, going up from down to up on the screen. But Abadox was not your typical shoot 'em up.
There's thing I wanted to check.
Very, very challenging.
Oh, there we go.
Ridiculous amount of enemies on the screen, and basically almost always an instant death unless you picked up a power-up that would give you like kind of a barrier.
I'm not sure I got everyone. Toad.
I thought it was going to be like the shoot 'em ups that I played in arcades before.
John
It was very different. It was way more difficult.
Okay, so I got
did
everyone.
not like the game at all. The only way I could ever beat it was by cheating, using cheat codes to beat it. So that's the way I saw the ending of it. But I was very disappointed with the game, and I spent a lot of money. It was a full-price game. Back then, by the way, games were not equal prices. Cheaper games or games that were considered to be shorter would be like 30, 40 bucks. While a game that was like a JRPG would usually be like 70 or 80 bucks because they were regarded as the bigger, longer games with more content. And a game like Abadox, as a new release, would be expensive, and sometimes games would drop in price ridiculously in a short period of time because no one likes the game. So Abadox, I remember, I bought it as a new release.
God, why does this get
It was
stuck?
like, I think it was like 50 or 60 bucks. And then
I have to,
within
like,
like
break my
2 months, the game was like
dude.
$20 because no one liked it. And I was so pissed because I spent all that money on a game that I didn't like and then ended up being shitty. But ultimately, the game that I bought that I felt was the worst game I bought, and I was so angry with the purchase, so upset because I felt that it was something that was just misrepresented. Bart versus the Space Mutants. That's right. The Simpsons game for the NES made by that infamous fucking game development company, LJN, the company that was
Has to capitalize on AVGN stuff, dude.
Back in the day, that game fucking sucks. Bart versus the Space Mutants fucking sucks. It's such a bad game. The hit detection was terrible. The jump controls were wonky as shit. Trying to aim a projectile was nearly impossible. There was an insane amount of enemies in the game that were just so wild. You couldn't dodge them. You couldn't do shit. They were always coming after you. Everything wanted to kill you in that fucking game. That game pissed me off because I loved the Simpsons cartoon. I watched it every week with my parents. And I thought that, wow, this first Simpsons tie-in game for the NES is going to be good. Dude, that game was fucking terrible. That game was so bad. I tried multiple times to play it again and again because I felt like, man, I really ripped myself off. I bought this game and I'm not playing it. And I really feel like,
man,
you know, I didn't get my...
The gamer DSP always falls for the stupid fucking marketing schemes of buying licensed games. I assumed it was good because it's a licensed game. Man. That's like me buying the Korra game expecting it to be like an amazing game. Now I know some people don't like that game. I get it. The Korra game is a pretty weak game, but I think there is a degree of fun in it. I will say I'd be lying if I said that I wasn't having fun when I played that game. I did like the game on the ground level. It just reeks of Viacom or Activision, one of those companies, going over to Platinum and it's like, hey, yeah, you're gonna have only a year to work on this game, so there you go. And then they're like, oh okay, well, I guess you can only get to a state of that's playable, and then that's it. And that's kind of what it felt like. It just felt like that they just didn't want them to develop it fully, so they were just like, hey, get this to a point that's like playable, and that's what we're gonna ship it with. And I think that's what happened. I don't think Platinum like tried. The Samurai Jack game, like I feel like a lot of people overhyped that game because it's good, but it's not like amazing either. I mean, to me, if the compliment of that game is it plays like an old game, I don't think that's much of a compliment or whatever. But it's not bad. I just think that, you know, the Korra game was $25, so that to me is like, that's fine. That was not as egregious. I think Samurai Jack being 40 was a ripoff. I think that should have been 30 or 25. That being 40 felt a little too ridiculous to me. The core game was made by Platinum, so it's not all bad. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that, like, I could tell that the people that they tried to make the core game good. It did have like something that was going for it, but it was just the Naga scenes felt like that was another note that Activision or Viacom wanted them to have. It's like, you have to have this because Naga's in the show. You got to put it in there. I just think that if they allowed Platinum to just do their thing and make the game, it would be a better game. But I feel like they wanted that to be timed specifically to be between books 3 and 4 at that time, because that's when it came out.
Money's worth. I remember once I played it, so I got like to the 4th or 5th level of this insanely hard game.
Yeah, exactly, Squad.
Fuck this shit.
Aqua Saber.
Shit. Fuck this. I was slamming shit around my house. I was so angry at this game because I'd spent money on it. I knew I was never gonna beat it without cheating. I never did beat it, I don't think. I'm trying to remember. I don't think I ever beat it legit. I think eventually what happened was I rented one of those Game Genies. I think I cheated to see the ending because the game was too hard. It was just made to be like a really annoying piece of shit. It really was.
I had a Game Shark.
So that's probably my most regretted purchase from back in the day was Bart versus the Space Mutants. Subsequently, there were better games of Simpsons that were made on future consoles. Like I remember there was one, Bart's Nightmare. That one's a hard game, but it's actually fun. Like when you get through it and beat it, every stage is completely different in the game. And I actually beat that one. I did actually work my ass off and beat the game and saw the ending. So, okay. Continuing on here. J Doge asks, seeing as you said you don't care about 4K or HDR, and you pretty much exclusively download your games, would you consider going with the cheaper Series S console instead of the Series X to save money on a next generation Xbox console?
Not gonna do that, dude.
Originally,
I wanted this to
before
charge,
we actually knew the
dude.
differences between the consoles, the idea of a console with no disc drive intrigued me when it came to the Xbox Series S, especially because of the way cheaper price tag. But as I started to think about it more, I really realized this doesn't make sense. First of all, the hard drive on that.
Whatever, it is what it is.
512 gigs, and by the way, that's not accounting for the operating system, right? So 512 gigabyte.
I was considering getting the Xbox Series S, but I kind of want to get the PS5 though, regardless. But I think it's so convoluted how they did it, so I don't like that. I don't like how convoluted. I didn't understand what was going on. Can I play games
today that are almost 300 gigs? Yeah, so...
No, I like how he says this, but, like, well, it might not even be true, actually. I was going to say that the PlayStation was going to have something smaller, too, but then I realized, well, there was a mouse in the screenshot, so who knows if it's legit, but...
So you really want to play a console that only fits 2 games on it at a time? By the way, if you didn't hear, they did announce the expansion hard drive for Xbox Series S and X. It's $300. It's the same fucking price as the consoles. So... Wow. Not very economical. Okay?
Now, I like that he said that, right? He fucking, so they cost as much as the console. Well, don't worry, Phil. I'm sure Sony will give you the same scam, too. Because this is ridiculous. Like, I think the PS4 era is going to be the last time you'll ever be able to buy a hard drive at a custom price. Now, you're going to have to go first party or whatever Sony wants you to do, and it's going to be expensive. Because guess what? They want you to spend the money, dude. And I think they also said that I think DSP's chat is going to say this, but like, they said that the hard drive is inside the console in the PS5, so you can't even take it out and put a new one in.
That being said, also, so not only is storage space an issue, you got to really think about this big picture-wise, all right? So think about this. You're a game developer.
Big picture.
And next-gen consoles, both of the PlayStation consoles are 4K, okay? One of the 2 Microsoft consoles are 4K. Just by that knowledge alone, by default, you have to develop your games to be 4K. The native resolution of your game is going to be 4K because the majority of consoles, 3 out of the 4 models of console that people will have are 4K. You're going to develop your game at 4K first. Then if you want to downscale it, you see what I'm saying? Then you're going to do that. And my concern would be getting a console where you're getting a forced down.
No, he says this, but he also told us that these games are not going to do 4K, and they probably aren't. We're probably not going to see true 4K in the Xbox Series X and PS5 probably all the way until like the end or halfway through that console generation.
Version of the game may not run as well. Of course, for me, it doesn't matter because I can't play at 4K. I have to play at 1080p anyway. But I'm just concerned that like the Xbox Series S would end up being way less storage space, underpowered, and would end up within a year or two being like a joke. Wow, everyone who bought that Series S really got fucked. Now everyone's just getting the Series X because that's the real console. I really feel that. I really feel the Series S is essentially a way for someone who absolutely wants to buy into hype and wants to buy into the next console generation with his first.
And with this logic, you can say that with anyone who buys a console. You really think Sony and Microsoft are not going to make enhanced consoles after the PS4 Pro and Xbox One X? They're going to make an enhanced console, so you could literally make the same complaint of like, oh, the people who buy a PS5 now, they're going to be really dumb and they're going to buy the PS5 Pro in the future. Because that's what's going to happen.
First wave to get in on it and afford it, even though they're not future-proofing themselves at all. You're basically buying a ticket, a temporary ticket to play for a year, and then you're going to have to buy the other console anyway. That's what I feel. I could be completely wrong, or we'll only know as time progresses. Will the Series S actually be as viable as the Series X? I don't think it will be. I think people will play it for a year or two and be like, oh, fuck, I really should have bought the better one, you know, and be very disappointed about it. That's my take on it, I think. Okay?
Of course.
All right. Before we continue, I've run out of water, and my mouth is super dry. I'm just going to run next door to the bathroom quick and refill. I'll be right back, and then we'll continue with questions. We got about 2-3 questions left, and then we could do stream chat questions to wrap up the show, all right? So let me fill this up. I'll be right back. But if you like that feeling and you want to do kind of an endless kind of repetitive dungeon, because that was a staple of the Persona franchise up to now, there's a whole new section of the game called Mementos, where you can drive around in a vehicle and attack endless waves of kind of repetitive enemies. This is a great place not only for experience building, but also for fundraising, for getting items for your party as well, like weapons and
you know
armor.
what, they did
But in addition
change
to that,
Mementos
to catch up on personas that maybe you didn't catch when you were actually in the main dungeons.
They made them
this
look.
is a great opportunity to
Mementos
go
looks
through
way
the second time
cooler
and
in
catch those personas you missed
Royal.
out on. I love the ability to not only play in a more modernized dungeon that's more stylized and unique, but also to go back to the traditional dungeons.
Kinda.
This is just doubly good. I can't believe that they
Doubly
did fan
good.
service basically for longtime fans, but also if you just want to completely skip Mementos and do the more unique dungeons, you could do that too. So it even caters to more modern audiences. Thumbs up on both fronts there. Told you it'd be quick. Outside of dungeon crawling and combat, another staple of
Whoa, man, look how detailed this analysis of Persona 5
I
is.
told you it would be quick. Quick shout out to Bubble Buddy, who cheered and asked, what's your favorite childhood memory as your first system and your experience getting it? My first system was Pong.
Yeah, who would skip
My first
Mementos?
system was
That's
a little
really...
Pong device.
that's...
All you do is plug it
Okay.
into the TV.
Not all, it is, yeah, exactly, Stormlit Aqua. It is impossible to skip Mementos. You would have... You wouldn't be able to beat the game. You have to go through Mementos. You have to. But to be semi-fair, I'll only be semi-fair. Where he was in the game, he wouldn't know the significance of Mementos as to why you do it. But even then, you have to always go to the next level. You're always going to Mementos. Like, the game always guides you there.
It plays Pong. There's 2 paddles, 2 buttons. That's all it was. That simple. Pong. Two rectangles, a score, and a little square that looked like supposed to be ping pong.
You know, I thought the battings would be good, but I'll say maybe the only complaint I could have with Persona 5, I thought the bad endings kind of felt very weak. Like, they would just feel like game over screens. That's what it feels like. It doesn't feel like it's an actual ending where you see something happen. It just kind of like, yeah, dude, you fucked up. You want to start over? It's like, oh, okay. Like, it just feels more like a game over screen than a ending to me. Because I remember when I first played Persona 5, I made the dumb mistake thinking that Sai was a buddy. And I was like, yo, okay, Sai, you gonna help me out? Okay, cool, let's talk. So I do that thinking, oh, okay, whatever. They got the bad ending, but it was literally after that. It was like you fucked up, inmate. You ruined everything, and then it was game over. So Persona 5, like, it has these bad endings, but they just feel like game over screens than anything. But it's not the worst, but that's how I feel about it.
7800, my uncle gave it to me. He gave me a bunch of games with it, like Dig Dug, Karateka, Moon Patrol.
Yeah, no, I get that. Aqua Saber, but
really
I
good
just
console.
kind of.
That was my first
I was expecting more, I guess.
gaming at home, and actually, my best memories of that were playing it with my dad. My dad would come home from work, and we'd sit down and we'd play a couple hours of I'd say probably like anywhere from 20 to 45 minutes of Moon Patrol, or Karateka, or Ball Blazer. It was a 3D game with actual polygons in it on Atari, where these two things would move around and try to steal a ball and shoot balls at each other against this virtual 3D field. Those were good feelings, because my dad was actually into gaming with me and wanted to share that with me. Because sadly, I have to say this. After that, once like
that
NES,
goes insane.
and I started playing.
Yeah, I just got back to Yakuza 3 and I dropped that game.
They didn't like games, so because of me, I was always into gaming. I never got to share those experiences with my parents. They never got into games. They didn't want to try it. They were kind of like this old guard mentality. They weren't
old guard mentality.
They have
fucking
zero interest in
boomers,
video
right?
games. They will not watch my game videos, which sucks. I would love my parents to actually know what I do, but they don't pay attention.
Now this is bullshit. He told us multiple times that his dad like watched his videos and they both laughed at trolls. And now they don't watch his content.
They
Okay.
don't care about video games. So outside, like those, I'd say probably like
The Italian guard.
where I played games with my dad every day after school and when he got home from work, and I really enjoyed that. Those are kind of my childhood memories of gaming. Okay. Continuing on. Snow White asked the following. I'm sure you've spoken on this already, but I'm curious if you could do more in depth and expand on your answer with how the current world is now. Do you think we'll be having to wear face masks and social distancing?
Oh my god,
from this
here
point
we
forward and
go.
for the rest of our lives, why or why not? Well,
To me, I don't think masks are going anywhere. Long term, let's talk about long term. Let's say it's 2040 right now, but congratulations, we made it to 2040, baby. I think we will still have face masks because I think it's going to be normalized where now people will wear face masks if they're not feeling well, and they'll be able to go to work and no one will be like, oh my god, they're wearing a face mask. I think we're going to start seeing that people are going to be more normal and okay with wearing masks if they're not feeling well. I think that's where we're going to end up going. In terms of coronavirus, and are we going to deal with that for the rest of our lives? I think we're going to find a vaccine. I mean, it's inevitable when we get the vaccine. I just think we just have to, as DSP would say, we have to get there. We have to get there first. But I think we're going to have face masks more prevalent. Social distancing will just be there until we get a vaccine going and all that kind of stuff. Once that is taken off and all that kind of stuff and everyone has access to it, I think we're not going to see the social distance markers anymore. We might see some form of that, but maybe not necessarily. Yeah, I think that too, Ludwig. Because I also think a lot of people are just getting like kind of fed up, and you know, for better or for worse, they're gonna like just be like, hey, we're gonna fucking do what we want. But I think I think we're gonna see masks be a thing. I can't see people just saying, yeah, fuck 'em. I still think there'll be people who will not wear them, but it will be more common to see people wear them. The people who don't wear them, they're not going to wear them once that restriction is lifted. But I think we're going to see people wear them regardless in the future. In the future, we will see people, like a percentage of people wearing it still. In my opinion, maybe not people who are well, but people who are like, you know, I have a runny nose and I'm gonna sneeze a lot. I'm gonna put a mask on. But you're gonna see people who are gonna be like, I don't give a fuck it. You know, we're gonna see that as well. But I think I just think the masks are going to be more ingrained in our society a little bit more than they were. But social distancing, once this is all said and done, I think that's going to be gone.
There's good wishful thinking. There's probably like listening to the experts, and then there's reality, which is probably somewhere in the middle. Wishful thinking would be, yes, one day everything will be better. This coronavirus will just become normalized, much like the flu or like any of these other viruses that we already have, and we'll have.
We live in a mask society.
We will have some kind of a vaccine for it, so that people will not constantly get it and spread it.
I honestly think. I would think, and I'm surprised if they don't think this, that companies would actually be more willing to force masks, because if they tell them that they can wear masks, they don't have to take a sick day. They can just say, "Hey, come to work. You're wearing a mask. Come on in." So I'm surprised they haven't done that, and because like that would probably like reduce the amount of sick days people will take if they can wear a mask, and they can only tell people to stay home if they can't do their job, if they can't function, like if they're feeling dizzy or whatever. But I think if it's like, hey, you can wear a mask and work, that's what you're doing. I think we're gonna see companies push for that, because that just means that they don't have to get a sick day, and I think that'd be more beneficial for these companies that want things done.
And it won't become this deadly thing where we have 210,000+ people dying a year from the coronavirus.
No, I agree with that too, Kafkas. But I think what I'm saying is that like if they're functional enough to wear a mask and work, that's what they're gonna do. I mean, if they can't like do anything, if they're really bad, if they're like, hey, I'm really sick and all that, then they'll do what they must. But I think we're gonna see more companies push for mask wearing, because that will reduce the amount of people taking sick days. I don't know. That's how I feel it's gonna be.
Vaccine will be able to go out to the
Don't give any ideas.
all time.
Well, Mabel, it's funny you say that, because if let's say we don't do that, right? Companies, as it is, already kind of penalize workers for taking sick days. For the most part, some companies might be kind, might be good about it, some might not. So I think the mask would probably be the best case scenario. Otherwise, they're gonna be going there miserable and spreading to other people, and then it'll ruin. It'll be a chain reaction. So I think the best case scenario is for these companies that have the mask idea. Otherwise, they're just gonna be like, because they already kind of frown upon sick days as it is. I mean, I know my mom was telling me about that a lot with other employees, where it's like, these people, like, some people just aren't even sick. They just abuse their sick days all the time. And her hospitals is kind of trying to find ways to kind of get them to not do that. But it is what it is. We'll have to see what happens. We'll have to see what happens. I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, life is hard, dude.
It'll be something widely available, much like the flu vaccine today. We won't have to wear masks. We'll go back to how things were. Everything will be hunky-dory back to the beginning, right? You can ask the experts, and if you ask Dr. Fauci, who's the biggest expert here in the United States, apparently, when it comes to this virus, he basically says, I foresee a vaccine being produced late this year, starting to go out to the most people who need it as
oh God, holy
Appreciate
shit.
the long stream. Thanks for keeping the long workday entertaining.
Damn, that scared me. That caught me off guard. I wasn't expecting hearing Dottie. Thanks for the $5 tip, Storm. I'll get a raffle going soon, but thanks for the $5 tip.
Then more widespread distribution by the middle to late 2021.
I appreciate you guys being
once
here.
Everyone has access to the vaccine, and hopefully late 2021, then we can maybe get back to normal. So maybe late next year, a whole year from now,
well, I think the whole thing with Fauci and all this other stuff, it's such a mess, because I really don't know, it's just a mess, because I feel like that if you want to know the real way, that the real pace of what's going on, I think you're gonna have to look outside as well. I think you could hear Dr. Fauci, and I think Dr. Fauci has also been very clear that his estimate is very optimistic. I think it's just saying optimistically, the vaccine could be done by the end of this year, beginning next year. I mean, he said that's an optimistic point to have, and I agree with that. But I think if you go off of what other doctors say over the world, it just sounds like it almost sounds the same, where it's like, yeah, we could get the vaccine now, but we don't know yet, because there's a lot of factors that go into it. There's a lot of stuff that's happening in the world that's making it a little bit more tricky. There's, a lot of other scientists. I remember last week or the week before, they were mentioning that they're now running into an issue where they're not producing enough vials for the vaccine to even be potent. So it's like, so that's also an issue that they have to, that's concerning. There's all this stuff that's going on that's in this machine. So I wouldn't necessarily say that there's a lot of stuff that's going on in the world with this, and it's kind of rough to say that, oh, we'll be sure to get the end of this year or whatever. I think it's optimistic. So that I agree with Fauci, but as a whole, I think we're probably not going to see it until like 2 years. I mean, maybe next year, but I would say probably 2022 we'll see something.
Back to our normal lives, going out to sporting events, going to mass group gatherings like arcades, things, bars, things like that, and having gatherings of friends and family around the holidays and not having to worry about spreading the virus. Okay, that was Dr. Fauci. But then there's reality, and I am a skeptic. And to me,
skeptic of reality?
We were so poorly prepared for something like this, right? Even with evidence that it could happen and all that, we were so poorly prepared for something like this that we have opened the floodgates, because even if we beat coronavirus by late next year,
now look at this.
There's going to be another one.
There's going to be another one.
Be as deadly, less deadly.
Does he think like a virus is like a group of things that are just hanging around and they're like, we can't get into America, guys. They have borders and shit. And then coronavirus found a way in. And they're like, dude, we could find a way in through the coronavirus path. Like this makes no sense. He's making it sound as if like viruses are a bunch of thugs hanging around. They're just like waiting for the time to strike. They're predators. The coronavirus, viruses are sentient beings. Like this is ridiculous. I want to hear this again.
Because even if we beat coronavirus by late next year, there's going to be another one.
But how often do we get hit with viral spreads and all this stuff? It's not common. Like, a lot of this stuff isn't common, and it doesn't happen frequently. Like, it happens. It's not that it doesn't happen, but by the time that we beat coronavirus doesn't mean that a magic virus will just show up immediately. I mean, viruses mutate and they always change, and coronavirus could mutate to avoid this vaccine that we're working on. But it's very rare that it happens. It's not very current. The other thing is that by the time the other one comes in, we'll probably have better preparation, hopefully. But we'll have to see what happens. Come on.
It made me as deadly, less deadly, more. There will be another one.
If it's less deadly, then it won't be a problem.
The next one, and the next one. And now you have a world populace that has now been shocked and awed.
The coronavirus are a bunch of trolls.
So many people that everyone now is going to be like, what the fuck do we do? There's going to be people who are going to be very afraid to go back to normal life. You may not realize this. In certain Asian countries, okay, they wear a mask all the time.
Whoa.
They've just adopted it as a way of life because they have so many outbreaks of different viruses on a yearly basis.
And then he thinks that Asian culture, Asian communities wear masks because they always have viral outbreaks. I think they just wear masks because they don't want to spread the virus, because they want to go to work and they value work. Like Japan is very notorious for their work conditions being very predatory. They have like nets so people can't jump out. They have all these things. So of course they're gonna wear masks so that it can increase productivity. That's why they wear masks. And then if they leave to go to other countries, they wear masks because they're leaving their country. A lot of people don't do this because they deal with it. But it's just, yeah, it's as YSR says, is that they also don't want to spread the virus as well. They don't want to spread their sickness either. There's a lot of stuff that goes into it. And DSP thinks it's because it's this habitual virus that all hangs out there in Asian cultures.
They just don't fuck around. They just wear it at all times. And it's funny because you'll watch video footage of people in Asia walking around with the mask, you laugh like, ha ha ha, that's so weird.
Who laughs? Who laughs at Japan wearing masks? Guys, when you played Persona 5 for the first time in 2017 and you saw people wearing masks, did you laugh at them? Were you like, haha, they wear a mask? Or were you just like, okay, hey, cool. I mean, I don't really understand. I don't understand where that came from. Like, I don't think anyone laughs. I mean, you could say, wow, they wear masks, but I mean, okay.
And then it happened here. It ain't so funny anymore, is it? Because they have to deal with that every day because they have outbreaks like crazy shit all the time, and they actually integrated it.
And now they're saying like, oh, it's not so funny now, is it? Like, dude, it's just a fucking face mask. Like, I get that people don't like face masks because it might be semi harder for them to breathe, whatever. I can understand the discomfort of it, but people wear it anyway. But I am so tired of people acting as if like these face masks are such a big deal. Like they're acting as if it's like the end of the world. Like, oh man, I have to wear a mask. Oh my god. How can I go to the supermarket now? I have to wear a mask. Like, dude, this fucking grow up.
Culture to be safe like that, and we've never done that, right? Now on the flip side of this.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna start the raffle, guys. Hold on. As I do this, I'm gonna listen to P5R, Throw Your Mask Away. It's such a great song. It's a lovely song. People don't like it. Hold up. This has lyrics. I can sing along. I'll sing along for you guys as I do this. Oh, this is not what I wanted. And faith in seems to see the light of day. This is where my mind's facing. Cause people tend to be sensitive to the new ways. Doesn't have to feel like this. Through dreams that can come true. No more tears. Drops on the cheeks anymore. Won't need to strive for the greatness. Believe in me that you don't need to suffer from anything. You don't need to turn. Requires guidance from above. You don't need to have this conflict, cause it can take you to a place of delight. Give me a peace of mind to the whole world. Sleep through dreams that can come true. No more tears. Just drop your anymore, jeez. Won't need to strive for greatness. Believe in me that you don't suffer from anything. That can throw your mask away. No pretending. You've been tied down for the longest of the times. Be free. You deserve better. You should forever be. To sleep through dreams that can come true. No more tears. still drop from your cheeks anymore. You don't need to strive for greatness. Believe in me that you don't need to suffer from anything. No, let go of your dreams. No more tears anymore. Won't need to strive for greatness. Believe in me that you don't need to suffer from anything no more. All right, you are very welcome for that for that song. You're very welcome. I knew you guys loved it.
On the flip side,
Who did it better, DSP or me? If he were to sing
pandemic
that
situation, right? Our numbers in the United States are going up.
Believe in me.
We actually have them going down, and now they're going up again.
You don't need to suffer
right?
from
And
anything anymore, guys.
We have entire parts of our country, states, that refuse to do anything about it. They won't mandate mask wearing. They won't mandate social distancing. You've got, let's just have a giant biker rally in our state that allows hundreds of thousands of people from all over the country to come and not social distance and not wear masks and make an insane super spreader event that will just make it worse for all Americans because a few want to have a party this weekend.
Oh my God, guys,
So
parties!
like, even when you have people doing the right thing.
No, it's hilarious that that Mr. Someone died from coronavirus. Big whoop is saying all this. Oh man.
Okay. You're never going to have everyone doing the right thing unless it's mandated by law. Unless the United States of America makes it law that you must wear a mask.
I don't know what if my state did this. I know some states do have a fine if you don't wear a mask, which I'll be honest, I think that's fine because I mean you should wear a mask and that is a way to get people to wear them, but it is what it is.
Distance. You must do this. People will not do it. There are people out there who are just so up their own ass about personal freedoms. They feel that if you take an inch, you'll then take a mile. That's what they feel. If today it's wearing a mask, tomorrow it'll be I can't do this and I can't do this. Even though, let's face it, in the history of America, in the last 100 years,
History of America,
how many times
dude.
have we had mandates like this where we really need to have a public health declaration to try to save people's lives? Pretty much none.
Well, we have a lot of dumb mandates.
West Nile virus.
I mean, literally, we had we all have to have car insurance to drive. You need to have car insurance. If you don't, you could get in trouble for that. Like, I don't want to be that guy, dude. I don't want to be that guy. But I always think it's just so silly that we're okay with mandating car insurance, but anything else, we can't do that. We can't do that, man. I don't know. It is what it is.
We had the swine flu. We had H1N1.
But these were things under control, though.
None of those
were as bad. But wasn't the swine flu the H1N1, though? Wasn't that the swine flu? Wasn't that the code for it? Whatever.
It's COVID. And we never really had a situation where we have so many people in our country who are exposed and are vulnerable. That's the other thing, okay? COVID...
But the other thing with those is that those viruses, I think from what I remember that I learned, was that those viruses have such a similar coding to the flu that the flu vaccine was a good response for that. The coronavirus has such a different coding that it's really hard to kind of get, but whatever.
On the week, it looks for people who have already
coronavirus preys on the weak. They go to low income families. They hang around the corner, dude. They're like wolves. They're like a pack of wolves. They're gonna get you. Be careful. Coronavirus is outside your door right now. Don't go outside, guys. Maybe because the big wet boy ended the early warning system we have.
Conditions, breathing conditions, heart conditions, diabetes and weight conditions, all these things that Americans have conditioned ourselves to believe work fine if we have them. We could just medicate them, right? COVID doesn't care. COVID says, fuck that, you're dead. If you have that conditions to believe work fine if we have them, conditions, breathing conditions, heart conditions, diabetes and weight conditions, all these things that Americans have conditioned ourselves to believe work fine if we have them. We could just
being unhealthy, being overweight, and all this stuff works fine. Oh my god, dude. If you're having trouble breathing, I don't think one of the thoughts you're gonna have is, this is working fine. Oh man, I can't breathe so good. I'm fine. This is the American way. Dude, and if you eat a lot of unhealthy foods, you get fucking diabetes. And the thing is that the issue with a lot of these things is that medications aren't cheap. So these things are, it's innately bad. And people need insulin, and they need all these medications, and they're expensive, which is ridiculous because you need medications. And it's like saying like, oh, we condition ourselves to believe that happens. This is the dumbest fucking take I heard, I believe. Jeez, man.
Medicate them, right? COVID does
Wait,
diabetes,
hold up.
weight condition, all these things that Americans have conditioned ourselves to believe work fine if we have them. We could just medicate them.
We can just medicate them. But we have... Trump had a lot of experimental medications to medicate his coronavirus, though. And we are already working to medicate COVID with the vaccine. What are you talking about?
Right? COVID doesn't care. COVID says, fuck that, you're dead.
Because coronavirus, the medications that these people take have nothing to do with coronavirus. Of course it doesn't care because it doesn't affect it. Oh my god, this guy is so dumb. Jeez, it's like taking like a cold medicine and then being like, I took cold medicine, but cancer doesn't care, man. Yeah, do you think cancer is gonna care if you took a vaccine for the flu? Do you think cancer is gonna care if you... This is dumb. This is such a dumb
If you have that
take.
condition,
Jesus.
I don't care what everyone around you told you that you're okay and you're healthy. You're
What?
dead if you have a pre-existing condition. It's really fucked up, but that's
No
the
one...
reality.
Dude, the people who have those things, no one tells them that they're healthy. If you're taking medication for some... I mean, it's one thing if you're born with a condition or if you have cancer or whatever. That's one thing. That's one thing. But if you have something that you got brought onto yourself either by like unhealthy eating style or whatever. I mean, there is two different kinds of diabetes. One that you're born with and one that you get by eating unhealthy. But it's still like, even then, I wouldn't even be that crass about it. It's just this thing is you shouldn't really be saying. Come on, man.
Situation. And we in America have conditioned ourselves to believe that living unhealthily is okay because the doctor just pump us with drugs.
No, no one says it's okay to live unhealthy. No one. People who, like, that's why people try to get people off of drinking alcohol. Like, that's the one thing. Like, if you drink a lot of alcohol and if you don't do it in moderation, it can fuck you up because you can actually form withdrawals from alcohol. But it's like, if you drink a lot of it, I mean, I'm sure people who are like here probably aren't that reckless. But it is important. There are people who have died from withdrawals of alcohol because it fucks with your system. You do start to get you do get shakes as well if you just drop drinking alcohol after drinking it a lot. There's a lot of stuff about this, and it's so dumb to say that well, we believe that it's okay to live healthily. It's no one says this. Come on.
And do shit to keep us alive.
This is
now,
so
all of a
dumb.
sudden, American races say, "Oh my God, we're fucked." If you have any pre-existing condition, you're really...
And it's also goofy to say that it's only in America this happens. It's everywhere. There's a lot of unhealthy people everywhere. It's probably more concentrated here because we probably don't have that great of a healthcare system. I mean, I mean, come on, man. American races, dude. The American race.
My parents are in the highest risk group. They both have multiple pre-existing conditions and are completely fucked. If they get coronavirus, they are probably going to die. All right? This is a serious-ass situation.
Oh, now it's serious. When it started, he said it wasn't a big whoop. Big whoop. And now it's serious because his parents could die. This fucking guy, man. He attached himself to all this drama with the coronavirus because he wants to be one of those people. It's fine to care about the coronavirus and stuff, but my God, man.
You ask me, Will this country ever get back to how it was? I don't know. I don't know if things are going to go back. Like, I think there's, unless you
I don't know.
law that we do these things, you'll never see across the board agreement that we need to do them. At the same time, I'll be honest, I don't like wearing a mask. I hate it. I fucking hate it. I have this beard, and I build up.
Shave the beard.
Mask. Sometimes it's hard to breathe. It's annoying as fuck. I hate wearing a fucking mask.
Man, he built up so much humidity everywhere he goes. But okay.
By the way, when I had double ear infections, wearing the mask wasn't very, very comfortable. It was incredibly painful because it was pulling my swollen ears and causing me excruciating pain.
Okay, I got a question there, DSP. If that was the case, why can't Kat do the errands by herself? Why does she need to be with you to do errands that she can do on her own? Is it because Kat's incapable of doing anything by herself? I mean, it's very weird how Kat can't do anything on her own. She needs DSP to be there with her. Like, if it was so painful to wear the mask, then just stay home and tell Kat, I'm sorry, you're gonna have to go and do errands. I mean, is she gonna really sit there and be like, Phil, you're a fucking asshole. You need to come with me now. I mean, he kind of paints her as if she's some kind of fucking bitch, dude. It's nuts.
I didn't make excuses. I went outside and wore a fucking mask.
I know why. He wants to virtue signal him wearing a mask, dude. Like, just wear a fucking mask. I mean, this is why people probably don't like a lot, like, who get annoyed with it. Because you have people like DSP who virtue signal it. Just sit there and say, you guys should wear a mask when you go out. You know, you have to wear a mask. You should wear a mask. Wear a mask so you don't spread the virus. That's pretty much it. You don't have to be like a fucking special snowflake about wearing a mask, dude.
Out there because I care about the people around here. I don't want to kill people by accidentally spreading the coronavirus. Okay? So all that being said, I don't feel
but how
there
do you
will ever be full-on cooperation on doing these things until it's made law in the United States. Because we have too many people who are of this mindset that unless it's illegal, I do what I want. I have the freedom to do what I want. It's the land of the free. I don't care what you tell me is the right thing to do. I don't care about the person who lives next door. I don't care about the person who I meet at the grocery store. I certainly don't give two fucks about anyone I run into out there that I don't know or corroborate with. They could all die, so I don't wear a mask. There's people in this country that are that fucked up in the head. All they care about is themselves, and they will do whatever they want unless it's the law, and now they're forced to do stuff, right?
Well,
So
they
I
are
would
already
say
kind of
these
forced to
mandates
do
and
so.
things,
They
they're
can't go
great,
inside a
but
store
you have
without
to
wearing a
have enough
mask.
people who actually are smart and actually empathetic, sympathetic, and caring enough for their fellow man to actually do the right thing to see this to be a widespread deal. I am nervous that now that we've had coronavirus, this is just the beginning of a wave after wave of this kind of shit happening. And I don't know if it will ever go back. For me, me and my lifestyle and my wife's lifestyle, has it affected us? Yes. Has it affected us greatly? No. We still can pretty much do the stuff that we like to do. We can still eat at certain restaurants. Sucks that certain businesses have gone out of business because we've seen certain restaurants and businesses around here that we liked that are gone now. And that's terrible. No. But, to save lives, is it worth it? Yeah. I mean, it's tough. This is tough. There's no definitive answer to this.
Now, I'm gonna be honest. I really don't feel like people should. Restaurants have done some marketing scheme where they tricked people into thinking, oh, you need to wear a mask to enter the restaurant. Then when you sit down, you can take off the mask. And I would not even feel safe eating at a restaurant. I would still order out, to be honest, because I just think it's a scheme because you're still in the same vicinity of other people, and I don't know. To me, I would not eat out during all this. Regardless, I would just order out. Honestly, I would not be sitting at a restaurant because I think you could still get it anyway because you'll be sitting outside. The way that they have it set up, people are walking in between you to get to wherever they need to go. All this stuff. It's all this nonsense. I just don't think. I don't think it's going to be as a benefit. I don't think it does anything as these restaurants want you to believe, in my opinion. I was saying to only take off the mask between bites. Yeah, I think at that point, to take off mask to bite, just take it home. That's all I'm saying. If you need that requirement, in general, just take it home. Like, I just like that's. And honestly, to me, I like eating at home. I think it's way better. You get a TV, you can watch a movie while you eat your dinner. You don't have to fucking sit outside and be like, whatever. I mean, outside it's nice and all, but you can eat home, turn on a movie, and have a good night, man. You can watch Brand New Animal at home and eat. That's the future.
But long term, do I ever think we'll fully go back to how we were? I am skeptical. Let me put it this way. I would like it to happen, but I'm very skeptical that it will. There we go.
There we go.
Apparently a hype train has begun.
Whoa, a hype
All
train,
right?
guys.
I
Hype train.
am going to read a bunch of these shout-outs later, but I have one more question to go from Twitter, and then we'll get to these shout-outs from Cheers that apparently got this hype train going. But just so everyone knows, during a hype train, if you cheer, sub, or tip, that unlocks if we hit a certain hype train level. Right now we're at 37% of level 1 with about 4 minutes to go. So in 4 minutes, if people cheer 100 bits or more, or sub, or gift a sub, it'll increase the hype train, and you may unlock an emo if we hit the hype train level, okay? Thank you for that. Okay. Last tweet question is from Joey. He says, with Microsoft buying companies like ZeniMax, do you think games will become exclusive to sway people to Xbox or remain multi-platform, since Microsoft will get money anyway? What's your opinion on Game Pass? Though I've never been an Xbox guy.
You know what? Joey kind of stumbled on a very good point about Microsoft buying these companies like Obsidian and all that stuff and having them make multi-platform games. And I'm surprised no one realized it. Joey made me remember that. They are making money off of a PS4 game now by doing this. So you know what? Microsoft is actually really smart doing all that. I just realized that's pretty cool. I think for Microsoft, they're just gonna let them do multi-platform games. They get more money that way. So I think that's what they're gonna do, and that adds up to everything. And then the people are, and that also kind of runs into why like Game Pass is such a good investment, because they're making money off of the PS4 sales of some of these games as well. So it all feeds in, man. Microsoft is building an empire, dude.
Uncertain. And the message that's coming out from Microsoft is also
Yeah, and it makes them look generous too. All right, guys, we got winners going on here, okay? Okay, guys, look at this. Take a look at this. Look at this. It was 20 minutes, and it was gonna be like, it was a $5 tip, so it was gonna be 2 winners. I wonder who's gonna win. All right, guys, we're gonna find out who won. Okay, here we go. Let's pick a winner. Stormlit Aqua, you are our winner. Congratulations. Now, time to pick the last winner, the final winner. Ludogolder. Jeez. That is hilarious. And it's twice as funny because Storm was the one that made the tip. Storm tipped, entered the raffle, gets a slot anyway. Oh man, that is brilliant. What a great raffle. Oh man, you could say, man.
Uncertain, because I think if they make every single Bethesda game a timed exclusive for Xbox consoles, that's a huge win and a huge loss, because they realize more people are going to want the Xbox Series X and a Series S to play them. At the same time, you have a giant installed user base of people who bought the PlayStation consoles, and now you're telling them they can't buy your games. That was millions of sales. All right, I don't know.
How about Mr. Krabs?
That's a tough decision for
Mr. Krabs. Hell yeah, let's do
all of our
that.
games exclusives, right? Or do we do timed exclusives, or do we just do cross-platform like we were doing previously? I don't know. I definitely think people who own the Xbox consoles will benefit. I do. I think that they will benefit in some way, whether it be timed exclusives, exclusive content, the games run better on the console. I do feel if you have Xbox Series S and X, you're going to benefit more from Bethesda games than if you play them on PlayStation. I don't know how yet, but that's my feeling. That's my general feeling I'm getting. But I don't know. That's a tough question. Now, as for Game Pass, yeah, Game Pass is giant value for the consumer. And as long as Microsoft continuously acquires more studios that their games will be under Game Pass, this will just continue to be added value for the consumer. There's nothing wrong with that, but what if you only own a PlayStation, right? That's where you get screwed. If they're going to make these games only exclusive, if they're going to make them exclusive to Microsoft console and you're screwing over a certain customer base, man, it's a tough call. It's definitely a slippery slope of how these things can be done.
Wait. Dude, is DSP serious? Is he fucking serious right now with this? He literally complained about Microsoft not having exclusives. Whoa, guys. Microsoft, they need to have exclusives if they want to sell their console, man. Oh, they can make exclusive with Bethesda games? Man, that would really that would be terrible if they did that. Whoa, man. Do you want them to have exclusives or not?
So I don't know. You know, it's hard to have an opinion because we don't have any facts yet. I guess we'll have to see what happens. All right. Shout outs for those who cheered, ladies and gentlemen. Shuey701 cheers to Microsoft partner with GameStop. Check out your email. There's a link. Okay, well, yes, I know.
I'm right with that.
People just said this on the stream, but I don't know what the extent of the partnership is, and I'm certainly not going to be reading a giant article now. By the way, my email won't even update, but I'm not going to be reading a giant article now during the stream.
I'm not going to read an article, but let me load it up.
I'll probably read it later, try to figure it out, and go from there. All right. Sorry, I can't give you a live reaction until I get all the facts. All right.
The facts.
Shout out to WhiteBoy89. Spelled W-I-G-H-T, which is funny because, you know, white boy typically is, you know, racial, but in this case it's not.
What?
The facts, all right? Shout out to WhiteBoy89, spelled W-I-G-H-T, which is funny because, you know, white boy typically is, you know, racial, but in this case it's not.
It's a racial term, dude. Racialist.
Thank you for the sub.
Racialist, man. Am I right?
By the way, guys, 1 minute, 12 seconds left to get on the hype train. We're still at 37%, so it's not looking good. Looney Dooney did 100 bit cheers. He says, thank you for spreading truth on the virus situation. I'm just giving my opinion. I don't know how it's truth, but I'm just giving my opinion.
Give me my opinion,
TJ Gamebox cheers. I feel like people that don't wear a mask are the ones that would hide a zombie bite during a zombie apocalypse. Of course! They don't care about others. They don't care about you. If someone refuses to wear a mask, it's because they only care about themselves. When scientists are coming out and telling you there's factual evidence wearing a mask stops the spread of this virus and can save lives, and you say, I won't do it because it's my freedom. It's not the law. You can't make me. That person is...
This dude literally did that, though. There is a Mario Maker stream where he was, like, getting salty that his mayor or whatever, governor or whatever, was like, hey, you need to wear a mask. And he was mad about that. These people are now forced to wear a mask? It's this lying into the virus and now we're wearing a mask? Oh my god, they can't enforce that. How are they going to enforce that? And now he's like, they need to wear a mask.
Is an immoral, disgusting person who only cares about themselves. Period. There's no other reason for it. It's like they said, it's not a test of your personal freedoms. It's an IQ test. If you're dumb, you won't wear a mask. There's nothing else to it. Silent General did a 200-bit cheer, and he says, cases here in the UK are going up too. I'm currently having to self-isolate as I may have it. Damn, I hope you're okay, Silent General. I seriously hope you don't have it. If you do, man, please take care and do whatever the professionals there are telling you to do. Don't spread it and take care of yourself and get better, man. We don't know enough about this virus. That's the problem. People who had it and recovered from it are saying that they're not better. They're saying that they still have underlying symptoms that aren't going away. They're saying that they're having lung pain overall that's never going away. That's crazy, you know. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we missed the hype train. It's over. We missed it. It's over completely. We had a chance to be hype. And now we can't be. Well, you know, you got to cope with these times. You take the good with the bad. When you miss a hype train, it could be a very low, but sometimes you just got to bounce back from it, okay? I'm sorry, though. Okay, Fergo cheered and said, look out, there's a giant Halloween decoration crawling behind me. Where? Wooly? Wooly's a real spider. That's not a Halloween decoration. I found him outside.
Yeah.
Robert Evans cheered. He said, I see a lot of people not wearing a mask or wearing it, but it's down below their mouth. That's because they're idiots. Why are you even wearing the mask if you're not... Just think about that. That's even the worst situation. I have the mask on my face, but then I pull it below my mouth while I'm out. What the fuck are you doing? Why did you even put it on the face?
Yeah, you know, I see people like
Silent
cover
General
they cover their mouth, but they don't cover their nose. You have to cover both. I mean, if you just wear the mask here, it's not gonna mean shit. It still can enter. You need to wear the mask over the nose.
General. Bubble Buddy cheers and hypothetically if there's a zombie outbreak, how would you prepare for it knowing the skills we gamers have beating zombie games? We wouldn't, because they're games. There's games versus reality.
No fun.
A real life zombie outbreak would certainly be very different from what we've been told in games, because games is fantasy, reality is very different, you know? So, it wouldn't help at all. It really wouldn't help at all. I'm serious. Okay. So guys, I have the capability of staying on stream for another 30 minutes. Alright? Doesn't mean I have to stay. It just means I can. If you guys have some questions you'd like to ask me, you know, I can stay for a little bit extra here. Have open Q&A with the chat. Contributions is still appreciated.
That song is still stuck in my head. I'm still thinking of that fucking song, man.
What do you guys want to do?
You know, we're gonna listen to the song in the background. Fuck it.
What do you guys want to do?
I don't care. I'm doing it. Song is badass. And you know what? I just was playing when I was playing Persona 5 Royal, looking at these lyrics, the significance of these songs matters to me.
Favorite video game fast food restaurant? Burger Shot. There you go. Well, I play Minecraft when the cave update comes out next summer. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know if I'll play Minecraft again. More than likely, I'm eventually going to play it just to give a send-off to a game that I played for a year and a half consistently, but I don't know if I'll go back to it and play it.
Man, imagine being Papa Vera. You spend all your time helping DSP build that world, right? You get him to build all that dumb shit. You then offer to work on his Minecraft when he's not even streaming. You come into his world, you build up all this stuff, you do all this work, and DSP won't even upload, he won't even go to the fucking world. Imagine being that much of a DSP baby. Holy shit, man. Oh man, that is depressing. That is so
I
depressing.
have no idea. Whatever the future holds, right? Hiro Nigu said, how'd you get into the continuous improvement job? Did someone recommend it for you? It reminds me of stuff I learned in IT and project management. Well, twofold. Number one, that's the job my dad was doing. My dad was doing continuous improvement work that he was actually getting paid for, which is why I knew I was getting underpaid for it, because he was getting paid way more money than me. The same.
Oh, look at this shit. Place of delight. Me peace. Be mine. Okay.
Number one, that's the job my dad was doing. My dad was doing continuous improvement work that he was actually getting paid for, which is why I knew I was getting underpaid for it, because he was getting paid way more money than me.
His dad had that job longer than him. That's why he was paid the most. They're not gonna give someone who just started, who they just hired, the same amount as someone who worked there longer. Is he really that dumb? He doesn't realize that that's how experience works. He doesn't learn that. Okay.
At the same company that I was doing the same work at.
Holy
okay?
shit, man.
But don't tell anyone. It's a secret. Anyway, my dad was doing that kind of work. I was already knew about it and involved in it and liked it. Okay? And then what happened was, after working at my job for about 2 years, my manager pulled our whole team aside and said, the company is looking for people who want to go above and beyond, with the possibility of maybe having this pan out in promotion and other things later on. But you have to do more work. Essentially, you're going to have to do your job as a customer service rep, and also on top of that, do continuous improvement work. They wanted to have continuous improvement reps in certain departments. So that I went for extra training and I did everything. And then basically what happened was some people were able to continue doing it while others were told, oh, you just got to do your CSR work. And I was one of the ones selected and told, we'd rather have you do the continuous improvement work rather than the CSR work. We'd rather have you get permission to not do the line level CSR work and instead do this because we need this whole process redone from start to finish, our repairs process at our company. And it was cool. I was a unique guy in the company where I was given permission to not do what my job was supposed to do and instead do higher level, more important work, even though I wasn't paid for it. Which is funny as hell when you think about that, right? So I did it for 2 years. I did my normal job for 2 years, and then because I was recognized as someone who did a lot of hard work, that I was given the opportunity to do more work with the promise of future advancement. I was actually told I would get certifications that would qualify me for a higher level job doing this exclusively. So there you go.
Man, the beat of this song, man. The beat of this song, dude.
Timbo Slice Cheers said, do you think the fly from last night will be the next president? He loved the spot on Pence. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Yo, man, the fly meme,
Furious
dude.
Kirk Cheers says, do you have HBO Max or checked it to see if you can get it for free? What do you think of the service and what have you been watching with it? I don't have it. Don't have it. I have Hulu, which Kat and I watch a bunch of shows on every once in a while, usually like pet shows, veterinary shows, stuff like that.
Seriously. Yeah, but
Plus,
you know what? You know, that's a good headcanon, Luda World. I'll picture Mitsuru now singing that. She's singing that to the group. Now they watch fucking animal shows, dude. Animal shows. They don't watch anything else, man. That's pretty sad.
we watch Disney shows on and stuff like that. And I've decided I'm gonna get rid of WWE Network. I haven't used it in a million years. I just need to go cancel it because I don't use it anymore.
There you go.
I don't watch the pay-per-views. I don't watch the shows. I'm gonna get rid of it. So really, that's it. I have two things: Hulu and Disney Plus, and that's it. So no, I don't have HBO Max. So I can't really comment on it. It is correct. I did not have a job at GameStop. I don't know what you're talking about. Someone said, "How's my job at GameStop?" Have I considered running more ads? Absolutely not. I don't want to run any more ads here on Twitch. Why? Because I don't get anything out of it. And let's say, for example, I have an audience of anywhere from 300 to 700 people, and I run an ad, I make like $1. I'm not kidding. It's like $1 in profit. So let's say I ran ads every half an hour, okay? And I have an audience of 400 people. I would make, what, $10 a day? I'd rather just not run them. I'm serious. I'd rather just not run them. I'd rather not hinder my audience. It'd be one thing if like ads were my lifeblood and a giant positive benefit here on Twitch. They're nothing. They're literally nothing. There's no point in doing it, so I'm not gonna bother.
High up in the sky.
Okay. Bubble Buddy Tuesday, thanks for the time. I have to go out, but I'll ask one more question before I go. What's your opinion on PS5 not revealing memory expansion storage options? Xbox just revealed their hand already. And thanks for having a good day. Yeah, I don't know. The thing is, a lot of people are skeptical of PS5 because it comes with a 1 terabyte hard drive, and it's been confirmed that almost 200 gigs of that are already taken up by the operating system, leaving you about 800 gigs of storage space. To me, that's a good amount. To me, I could store a giant game like Modern Warfare, and I could probably store like 5 to 6 smaller games, and I'm okay. And I don't ever want to have 14 to 20 games on my...
Games are gonna be long. You think he's not gonna be able? He's gonna have like easy time storing all those games. Like the only reason why the PS4 Pro is like not like maxed out for him is because he got like end game of the PS4 life cycle. So like it means nothing. So he's gonna have a fun time with PS5, dude.
My console. I just don't. I think it's too cluttered anyway. I would only want to have a certain amount of games on my console at once. So for me, that's not a big deal. But some people apparently want this giant storage space on it. Okay. You know, for me, I would be nervous about the Xbox Series S's only 512 gigs. Because you know some of that is the operating system. Now you're talking you can store what, 3-4 games on it?
Up in the sky.
You know, I don't know. And yes, it's true. Xbox has revealed, Microsoft revealed that their expansion memory is about $220 to $250, while we don't know what's going on with PlayStation right now. Maybe it's because PlayStation actually doesn't have a viable competitor for that or something. I have no idea. I don't think I'm going to need to expand for a while, though. I think I'll be alright, so. Okay. Almighty Derek already answered that. He says, thoughts on Vince McMahon forcing talent to sign over their rights to third-party properties like Twitch to make even more money off of them? It's completely evil. He's a scumbag piece of shit human at this point. He's an elderly guy who should retire from his job and let other people run the business because he does everything wrong. And he mistreats his employees constantly. What he's doing is breaking the law. You cannot do what he's forcing them to do. So if they went and sued him in a class action lawsuit, he would lose. But at the same time, they'd all lose their jobs because he wouldn't keep them employed. So it's a fucked up situation. The company is basically really bad to work for right now because of him. He is a toxic person, and he should be kicked out of his job. It's that simple. But it's not going to happen because he owns the majority of the company. You know, there's nothing you can really do about it. Timbo Slice Series says the breakdown something in a PS5 shows the SSD built into the motherboard, and that concerns me because if it goes bad, you're effed. See, unlike all the other PlayStations, you could always just remove the hard drive to replace it. Right. But it's an SSD, so you're effed either way. The SSD is one of the most expensive components of the console. If it goes bad, you're spending a ton of fucking money. You might as well buy a new console anyway. Seriously. That SSD itself probably costs like $300. So.
Now look at this. Microsoft, it is under the console, so fucking stupid. Sony, same price. Yeah, well, you guys will buy a new console, man. Pretty cool, huh?
Hybrid Wolf tipped me $1.50. Says my headset uses an optical cable.
Yeah, it is wild. He still has WWE Network. I thought he canceled it last year, and he still has it. I'm sure he'll cancel it, guys. I'm positive.
PS5 doesn't have one, or does it? Are we forced to use the PlayStation 1? Thoughts on that? No, there's no optical out whatsoever on PlayStation 5 or Xbox Series S or X. What they're going with these consoles is 3D audio that's built into the console by default. And there's two ways you can implement it. You can either use a headphone jack going directly from the console, or at the bottom of your controllers now, there's going to be a headphone jack you can plug your headphones into, and you're supposed to have, by default, 3D audio in any stereo pair of headphones. That includes regular headphones, giant cup headphones like my Astros, earbuds. Everything is supposed to now get 3D audio.
I doubt
that. I don't see how that's going to happen. I'm being honest. If you have an El Cheapo pair of earbuds, I don't think they're going to do 3D audio very well. I'm just saying. But this is what these companies are claiming, that 3D audio support is built in and any headphones will have it. So yeah, there will be no more optical out. What you're going to have to do, for example, my Astros use optical out.
Now, I like how he's like so cool with PlayStation not having optical out, but he chats so hard on Switch for not having optical out. DSP, I thought optical out was mandatory, dude.
But they use optical out because the optical goes to this little receiver unit. And this receiver unit decodes the optical audio into Dolby channels and puts the Dolby surround sound through the standard microphone jack to my headphones, and that's how I get surround sound. This will no longer be used with the next gen of consoles. This is out completely. All you're going to do, you're going to unplug your headphones from here and plug this directly into your controller and supposedly get surround sound. How good will it be? I have absolutely no idea. You're putting way more work now on the console to have to decode 3D audio when it used to be a separate piece of hardware. Now your console has to decode 3D audio on the fly. I don't know how this is going to happen.
I don't know.
I guess we'll find out.
How's it going to work? It is what it is.
Okay. All right. Anyone else have questions? I am not kidding. During the show, GameStop announced a big partnership with Microsoft going forward. They say all Microsoft stores are now going to close, and they're going to shift their focus to GameStop. GameStop stock skyrocketed. Is this a good move? What does it mean? First of all, what do they even have in Microsoft stores? Fucking tablets and shit? Like, what? I never seen an actual Microsoft store.
What do they sell in a Microsoft store?
I've never seen a Microsoft store. So I don't know what they have.
Dildos, DSP. They sell dildos over there.
I don't think it's a loss then, right? If this means they're going to have exclusive Microsoft stuff only available at GameStop, I guess that's cool. But I don't... Until we actually know what it is, right? Until we actually know exactly what this partnership means, there's no way that we can know anything.
No way.
So there's no point to even speculate about.
No point,
right?
guys.
There's none.
On the
Okay.
road we had to go.
What's my favorite Harold Ramis movie? Ghostbusters 1.
Oh my god, these
Although he was in
questions
a lot of
are
good movies. Ghostbusters 1.
kind of lame.
How are my ears? They're bad. My ears are fine. My ears are 100%.
I thought this was a
swelling, nothing.
Q&A
My ears
show.
are
I
good.
thought you were supposed to give
That's
us
why,
thoughtful
I'm hoping
answers,
I
dude.
can keep it that way. I won't be wearing headphones unless there's games that absolutely need it, like Amnesia. Yeah, I'm gonna wear it. New releases that need surround sound, I have a lot of dialogue. Yeah, I'll wear them. But even then, I'll be taking breaks. You know, every 15 minutes or every hour or so, I'll take like a 10-minute break and take them off, put them around my neck, so that way I'm not overheating my ears and creating that environment. Okay. Hydrocarbon, I have no money to invest in the stock market. You're out of your mind.
I don't know, Ludwig. I would say both of them are pretty scummy. I would kind of say Vince's because he's kind of treating, but
Spaceballs.
I mean they both have
really good
almost the
with
same
Spaceballs.
issues
Like,
going
that's
on with them. So
probably, like,
I don't know.
top-level Rick
I can't pick
Moranis.
one or the other. I kind
In a
of
lot
go
ways,
with
he
both,
steals the
honestly.
movie. He's not even the hero. He's the main villain, and he steals the fucking movie with his. He's so good.
DSP by far. Hey, he's not abusing anyone. He's not putting anyone in a uncomfortable situation.
A lot of people say Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. I think he was good in Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, but Spaceballs. Sorry.
Spaceballs is pretty good though. I like Spaceballs. Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
And you guess when we'll get GTA 6? We're still years away. I would guess they're developing it now, but we're not gonna. It'll at least another 2 years because the new console just came out.
What about Bully 2?
So give it like 2
When's
years,
Bully 2
probably
coming
like
out?
2022.
Dude, remember when DSB assured us that we were gonna get Bully 2? We were gonna definitely get it. Feels bad, man.
Furio Niku, I've heard of Cry of Fear, never heard of 999.
On the road we had to go, till the end. There's a turning back for us, 'cause you will
Thank you,
never
Django Pops. There's no
give
question about
up.
it doing well.
I think it's funny how you can't
Anonymous
talk
Cheer
about
did a 100-bit cheer. Thank you
Amazon
very much.
using its workers.
We're gonna adjourn in
if
just a
you-
couple minutes, guys. So last chance for questions, or if you
Yeah,
want to
probably.
help out, please do. Once the show adjourns, I'll remind you of what's going on the rest of the week, which is all gameplay, which is good. I don't know if you guys how you felt about this show. I'll be honest. If it were not for No Couture doing the very generous tip, you know, contributions would have been real slow for this show. And it seems like most people were under the impression they don't want another Ask the King. So I don't even know, or should we do another one? I don't know, guys.
Toss your hands up in the air like you just don't care, dude.
Lunaba just tipped me $2. Thank you, Lunaba. Appreciate that. Funny because that probably was coming through before I said a word. Okay. There we go.
Well, it's not like he Lunaba tipped anything massive.
My least favorite video game fast food restaurant. I don't think I know enough of them to have a least favorite.
Now, I'm curious to see. You know, let's go to his stream right now. What's he doing? Is he wearing the vest? Is he wearing the vest right now? Curious. What the fuck is this?
Nothing really scary. The scariest thing is an invisible creature chasing you, which I remember from my first time around.
He has the lights off?
I don't know if I even got this far in the first
Oh
time that
my
I played
God,
it. I played
what
it for roughly 3 hours the first time that I played it, and I don't know if I actually got this far solving the puzzles or not. I can't recall. But so far so good. I hope you guys are enjoying it. I'm enjoying the story,
he's
at
doing
least,
a
and I'm curious
break.
to see where it will go from here.
Oh, it's
We're gonna take a
5:08.
break. When I
Holy
come back, I'll give
shit.
shout outs to the top contributors of the day. And then we'll do about another hour to 90 minutes, depending, of Amnesia. Okay, so thank you guys. I will see you after the break. Thanks
Lost
for
track
your
of
support so
time.
far. All right.
I totally lost track of time. I thought it was 4 o'clock. I was like, why is he taking an early break? Dude, he didn't get the vest money. What the fuck? Dude, I don't know, man. I'm getting concerned. Getting concerned, dude. But what I was getting at, why I mentioned the vest money and all this stuff is, I'm very curious to see, because he changed the way you tip him now, where you have to, like, get an account, whatever. And I wonder if a few things. One being the vest streak going on, was that all legit tips, or were those all fake tips that he was just counting so he can continue the vest streak? Because I do suspect at least one of those tips was a troll tip that he knew he was going to be charged back, but he counted it so he could continue the vest streak. It was that one Paper Mario stream where that wrestler guy tipped him 57. It was like he did a lot of Wings memes in the name. Like, it was like telling him that he was hanging out with Wings on his Mercedes, whatever the fuck. And DSP was like, well, guys, with that tip, we hit the tips goal. That means the vest streak continues. Duh. And then, and that's it. So my theory was that he was counting some troll tips to continue the vest streak so he can artificially extend it and say, look how long the vest streak went, man. And just hope that the that genuine tips would make up for it. I'm thinking that, and I'm wondering, will this also expose just how much people in his fandom that would actually support him? You know, because, and I'm not willing to say that until like he consistently not hit the tips goal, because he can still hit the tips goal here and there, or whatever. But I wonder if it's gonna be a slow decline back to what he used to make during his streams. I'm very curious to see if that's gonna happen. I doubt it, because I still think there's still some whales that will come in. I mean, it's always a revolving door anyway. But I'm curious to see, and I'm also curious to see how DSP is gonna react, because he has became more and more entitled to getting $100. A little bit. He won't outwardly say it, but you can kind of tell some of the stuff that when he says, he sounds like he's expecting $100 almost.
We cheered again and said, if you don't have an Xbox One or a PC, you think a Series X is a good move? Yeah. It's going to be the only way to play Microsoft exclusives, and obviously, you know, Bethesda games are going to have some kind of an advantage moving forward on that console. So if you don't have a PC, that's a big selling point for Series X, I feel. If you have a PC now, it's negligible because most of those games are going to come out on PC anyway, right? Someone just asked, I think it was called a fade. They said, now that I've been...
Oh yeah, that's a good point, David.
I'm not playing any games anyway. They said, now that I'm retired from competitive Street Fighter,
that is a good point.
I'm not going back to it.
But I don't really care about the mobile game shit, to be
honest.
honest.
The community than before when I actively played. Are you crazy? No. No one in the community talks about me. When they do, they talk shit. And the reason is, the community is very fickle. The Street Fighter community was always very fickle. It really was. Like, it's like, what are you doing for me today? Seriously, like...
Hey, I was gonna stream Persona 3 after this, but this went on longer than I expected, dude.
Really well, really good tournament. And then 2 months later, they'd be
maybe
like,
Monday I'll stream Persona 3. Maybe tonight.
That's how it always was.
We might, maybe, you know, I kind of want to do a late night stream.
Staying on top.
But we'll see.
People would just forget.
See what happens.
Not respect you, not know who you were. Although it's not like that everywhere. There were some places where people were very respectful of people who they called.
We're so close to beating Persona 3. I'm kind of getting sad.
The OGs are guys like
about the end,
John Choi, Mike Watson, Alex Valle, Seth Killian, David Serlin, Jason Wilson.
Okay, I don't care about
people
fighting games.
Dude, I don't even think of myself like that. I was kind of the new breed in the tournaments, but I never saw myself as formed and dumb that they don't even understand. They would. Most people probably wouldn't even know who I am. If they know me, it's not from Street Fighter.
Hey, don't necessarily expect it, but if I do, you'll know.
That have erupted out of that, they don't know me as the Street Fighter player from back in the day.
Hey, I got Narcissus flowers, dude. I'm good. I got 2 Narcissus flowers.
Said, you remember when the director called you Darks Fadil in a COD game? That was hilarious. No, that never happened, actually.
That did happen. And
I don't remember if it did or not. I don't remember.
It's pretty funny. I don't know why.
I've not seen The Boys.
Darks Fadil, nope. Dude.
I've never seen that either.
I keep hearing about The Boys.
My favorite Leslie Nielsen movie.
I might watch that.
The Naked Gun. Oh shit! One of the first 2 Naked Guns. They're both really good. Both first 2 Naked Gun movies are great. The Smoking. No Furious Kirk. I've not seen The Boys. Nope. I've never seen that either. My favorite Leslie Nielsen movie. Great. The third one's kind of. Is it? This Halloween marathon. What am I doing? I have no idea. But we have to think of something. We have 3 weeks left.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we got to think of something
Sorry.
together that we want to do for the Halloween marathon.
You
'cause I honestly
encountered
don't
the
know
Reaper?
what
I have!
I'd like
Dude,
suggestions.
I did run to the Reaper in Persona 3. I intentionally wanted to see how that fight went. And it was... David, I'm going to be honest with you. I felt like I could have beat him. My party was landing criticals like nobody's business. We kept doing a lot of attacks on him. We could have... I feel like we could have done it. We could have done it. But I was too low level. So maybe sometime in these next sessions, I'm going to try to fight the Reaper again. But I was so close. Because Akihiko kept doing criticals on him. And I was like, what the fuck? We're doing criticals on the fucking Reaper? And I think I'm at the level where I can stand toe-to-toe with him. I do want to fight the Reaper in Persona 5 as well at some point, one day. But I kind of want to beat the Reaper too in Persona 3, see what happens. But I mean, we didn't make any progress in the health meter department, but we did some good damage, dude. We kept laying criticals, it was pretty sick. Right to the Reaper. Aki, I've been waiting for this.
Talk about Grande Stalker. I said Grande Stalker.
Akiko's ready.
Yeah, that's right. The Cold War beta comes out this weekend. I keep forgetting because Timbo told me about it last night. So let's think of the schedule. Right now, tonight is Fusion of Fire Embarrassing. Then on Monday...
Enough of the fucking game
Jono
schedule.
the Rabbit said, fuck it, I tried to ask you something. Well, I'm sorry, Jono, I didn't see your question.
Jono the Rabbit.
Am I hopeful for the future of Street Fighter as Cookie Monster? I mean, I don't want to give up hope on Street Fighter. I'm very skeptical that they'll do anything good because it seems like most of the people who knew what they were doing, who developed Street Fighter games, don't work there anymore. They got these B teams, C team, D teams working on Street Fighter that don't even understand basic fucking combat mechanics anymore. So I don't know. I would like to think they'll make a good game again. I definitely want to give Street Fighter 6 a shot, but I have no confidence or faith that they will do a good game. Let's put it that way. Hybrid Wolf took me $2.50, and I've seen you for a long time. Remember Wet Playthrough? Yes, but
using
you
your
feel
party.
like you have the development
I've been swapping, but right now I have. I always have Yukari. Dude, Yukari's amazing. Her AI. I don't know what the fuck they did, but her AI is like on a whole other level. She heals and attacks when it's right. I mean, recently but the last stream I had Yukari, Mitsuru, let's see, I think it was Aegis, and that's it. You only have 4, so yeah. I only used Mitsuru that one time though. I kind of swapped her out with Junpei though. I kind of switched between Junpei and Akihiko. No, but David, dude, look at this. Look at this. Take a look at this. Go to my channel. I gotta show you this. Look at this, dude. So we were fighting the grief of Jotun. The grief of Jotun. This fucker. I hate the grief of Jotun. Hate him. So, all this, right? Bruh. My entire party. My party did everything correct.
I think I'll be fine, so we'll do this for now.
They did everything correct. They broke his elements, so I mean, look at this. Look, Ice Affinity reverted, so you're like thinking to yourself, oh my god, Theo, what the fuck? Do you think,
No! Oh my god.
well, she's in rage.
Rage. Holy shit, dude.
And then she used a disrage! She used a disrage!
Bullshit.
And it was like, whoa, man. Blew my mind. Blew my mind. And then look at this. She has Spirit Train. Well, actually, she had like low SP. Eventually, I gave her full SP again. Oh shit. No matter if I lowered its attack, it still had the double attack. I died there, but good thing I Mickey Dolan. Well, anyways, you can watch the stream. You can watch the stream. I beat him. I beat the fucking Jotun of Grief, all because my fucking party did everything correct. They broke the ice. His ice drain. Yukari kept breaking his wind. Aegis was blocking everything. She was debuffing, returning our stats to normal every time he would try to debuff us. It was like a synergy going on. And then, like, near the end of that fight, I was like a few deaths away, and I was like, oh shit, I'm gonna fucking die. And then fucking Aegis lands the killing blow, and we win. It was so fucking rad. I was like, what the fuck? Holy shit. My party did everything correct. I've never seen my party in that game handle a Guardian so beautifully like that. And no one died at the end, so they all got the experience. And I was just like sitting there like, I can't believe that happened. And I was like amazed. And that kind of motivated me to think, I think we're ready to fight Nyx. I think my party is just so good that they're gonna be like, Mama Nyx, goodbye. Go home. Bye-bye, Mama Nyx. And we're gonna be like breaking away from our mom, and we're gonna be independent. You know, we're gonna tell Mama Nyx to go back down, sit down. Her time is done. She's a fucking boomer anyway.
Skin, or develop a sensitive skin. I don't know how you do it, but cheers to you. Have a good night. Thank you, Hyperwolf. I mean, at this point, I have to. Constantly, people just say shit about me that's untrue. Insane conspiracy theories, wackier than anything that our government or.
Well, I wouldn't say I was close to being the Reaper. I'm just saying, like, in that Reaper fight, we were landing criticals like nobody's business. We didn't make any headway with him, but we held our own pretty well. But we still died very, very soon. It wasn't like it wasn't a meaningful encounter about it. We still died very early. I mean, his health bar was still like full. But, I mean, we were also low level because I think he's like level 60 or 70. And I was level 50, I think. Around that. But it is what it is.
People could come up with these weirdo conspiracy theories.
I wasn't close to beating him, but I was just amazed we landed criticals on him.
All I do is I focus on the positive stuff on my streams and I let it roll off. I don't let it bother me anymore, you know? Frog and Streets, in retrospect, are you happy you started doing Let's Plays in the days of his infancy, or would you rather have started when it was more widespread and mature? I don't think I would have been popular if I didn't start it when I did, you know?
Stop that thigh, dude.
I don't think so. I don't think that I ever would have had a lick of popularity like I do now, or had, if I hadn't started when I did. It was right place, right time. I struck when the iron was as hot as possible, you know? The thing is, there are people who definitely jumped in and doing it after me, duh. But most of those people who jumped in and did it after me, they came in with a different attitude and a totally different skill set. They could video edit well. They came in with a lot of money to invest into it, to have a good setup and everything. Oh my god. I was just some nobody. With
they
no
can edit
money,
well,
nothing,
dude.
just dicking around. And at that time when I started doing it, it was possible for that to become popular. Today, you can't just fuck around and become popular. You have to have a professionalism to it. You have to have a certain level of expertise, a certain level of production value that I didn't have. But it was okay back then because no one else did either. You see? It changed over time.
No, that's kind of bullshit. There were still people back then that had a lot of quality in their content, though. There was still edited stuff going on and all that. I mean, it's kind of simplifying what was going on, but whatever.
But today, I would never be successful. There you go.
Yeah, that's also a good point. Like, Tevin S does have to kind of rebuild his community.
Elon just cheers. Do you have the
For all
best
that
job in
time,
the world?
but-
And if not, what's the dream
I mean, he's
job?
still
I don't
doing
know.
good
It's
numbers,
the best job I've
in
ever
my
had.
opinion.
I don't know if it's the best
For
job
what
in
it
the
is,
world,
a
but it's the
bit.
best
I
job
mean,
I've
it's
ever
his
had.
stream.
Put it that way.
He does what he does. It's not for me. Not for me to
Code
say.
Fade, I have no idea. He says, if I could make a totally new gameplay mechanic for a new Street Fighter game, what would it be? I'd have to sit here and think about it, because it has to be something that doesn't break the game, but also is fun to implement, and eat, and you know, something that everyone
And
can
eat?
access. There's a lot of factors that come to something like that. That's not a question I can just answer on the fly with no pre-thought. Okay. Timo Slice says he's really liking Season 2 of Fall Guys so far. Good. I'm looking forward to that tonight, guys. I am.
Oh, he ended up being
That's
disappointed of Fall Guys. Feels bad, man. Chew that nail, Phil. You chew that
I
nail.
have no recollection how much this hat was, Cheerio Eater. I bought it a decade ago. I don't know how much.
It's $200. He was afraid to even tell us it was $200. It was as much as 2 vest streaks, dude. That's 2 vests. Which is funny because he charged people the amount. Whatever.
Oh my god. I think questions are dying out here, guys. Nah, Furious Kirk, I don't think I'm playing any other version of Crysis. I think the remaster was enough wasted money and is dead in the water. I'm not interested in it anymore.
I like how the guy named Joe Mama.
Oh yeah?
And
Expand
we can't
Dunks
ever
15
see him
games have been
again.
removed from Fall Guys. There's a new lobby option that selects from specific game stages. All right, we'll see.
Joe Mama's in Ban World.
We'll see tonight. You know, Cookie Monster, he says, am I sad that the traditional popularity of Halloween is fading away? I mean, see, the thing is, it wasn't. The popularity of Halloween was
Traditional
actually
popularity?
all-time high until the pandemic.
What?
And then what are you going to do? You
People
know,
don't like
essentially,
Halloween because of the
this year
corona.
has ended
Okay.
Halloween,
Yes.
and there's not much you can do about it, right? It doesn't mean that it won't be back, and it won't be back, and maybe things change too. You know, maybe we'll find a way to do it more safely rather than going to strangers' houses. I have no idea, but for now, yeah, Halloween's pretty dead. All stores out there now are Christmas. I'm not even kidding. Stores have abandoned Halloween because they realized no one's going to buy Halloween shit this year because there's no trick-or-treating. So every store now has their full Christmas stuff out on the shelves. It's crazy. Christmas trees, everything is out. It's nuts.
Huh.
Sarsgata wishes I could do more IRL streams. Dude, I do these every day. Sarsgata, every stream I put out is an IRL stream. Don't you get that now? Like, every stream I do is interactive where I answer questions. It's not dedicated to that.
Man, remember when he used to do IRL streams? Holy shit, dude. Oh my god, what is going on here? For some reason, these headphone cords, if they're on this trackpad, it fucks with the mouse. I don't know why. DSP. Oh, this was a mistake. DSP Gaming, that's what I meant. That's what I meant.
Hello, everyone. Darkside Phil here.
Man, remember when he used to do IRL streams? And they had that cat with him. Oh my god.
Immediately.
Yeah.
That's the first of May. Before anything else, that's the first of May.
Can I wish the same thing 3 times?
Oh my god. No, you don't have to answer the question.
No, I'm just...
Man, he talks to her like she's like a child.
Goobler Low.
You're gonna have to change.
Sorry, I don't recognize your name. Goobler Low cheered and says, I don't know if this would be a good idea for you guys. You could play the Telltale Walking Dead Season 4 when it comes out together. It could be interesting to see your reactions and if your choices would differ. I don't know.
Actually,
Co-op in a Telltale game, you know, like 2 people doing commentary. How would that work?
How would that work? He literally did Godfather with fucking Leanna. How would that
I
work?
mean, it could be interesting, but I don't know. I'm not sure.
It could be interesting.
Well, it is coming out what?
Soon, I think.
November.
Oh,
November.
oh,
it starts.
November. I thought
November,
it
the
was-
first episode. Yep.
Okay, never mind then. Yeah.
Never mind, can't do
all
it.
of your mothers
What?
just tipped $1. So everyone on the stream, their mothers, all went into their purses. 1,000-bit cheer. Highly recommend it. Have you ever seen Cowboy Bebop?
No, I want to watch it though. I really want to watch it.
It's on Hulu. They haven't watched it. This is fake. She's either lying or DSP is lying about something. I mean, come on. Cowboy Bebop is on fucking Hulu. They haven't watched it. They could watch it, but it's like no, they can't watch it. They have to watch animal shows. It's like is Kat like thinking DSP is too young for Cowboy Bebop? I heard Cowboy Bebop has violence, Phil. No Cowboy Bebop for you. That's what it is. You know what? She probably watches anime on her own. She's probably like Phil is probably too young for for anime. He's not ready to see Faye Valentine. And honestly, I think he would not be able to understand the episode Speak Like a Child. Speak Like a Child makes me cry. I'll be honest. If I watch that episode, I'm probably gonna cry like a baby. That episode is so sad. It's so sad. Oh man. That episode makes me sad all the time. Just thinking about it.
There's giant chunks of every stream I do where I talk like this, so.
Faye Valentine, I used to hate Faye Valentine.
Nope.
I used to thought she was like annoying and all that, but then the more I watched Cowboy Bebop, the more I liked her, and I really liked her story too. Then I watched it again, and my opinion changed on her completely too. Now I loved her all the way through. Yeah, Faye has a very complicated past.
Candy? Anything with chocolate?
Speak Like a Child is the one where they find a cassette tape, a random cassette tape that was sent to them. They play it, and so far it's like gibberish. You see all these kids. It's like, what is this, and all this stuff. And then you oh my god, like, and the tape keeps fucking up. So Spike and Jet just get so like hooked on trying to get this tape to work. So they finally get it to work, and when they play it, and during this time as well, Faye is kind of having these flashbacks to a previous to these memories that meant nothing to her, and then like, they see that they get the tape completely, and the ending, oh my god, it ends where they see the child, like this kid, like this the beta tape, yes, the Betamax, that's what it is. But they see this little kid, and they're like, oh, she's saying like, grow up or whatever. And then it cuts to Faye, and it just ends there. It ends right when she sees like that. That is so fucking powerful. That way it ends is such a strong ending, because it ends on like such a fucking burn. Because the whole time you're like, what is this tape? What the fuck is this? And you don't know what it is, and all this stuff. I mean, they only allude to her being like this person that was frozen over time. But then you see that ending, and you're just like, what the fuck? And it's just, it is so subtle, the drama and the tragedy there, and it's just like I wasn't expecting it. Oh, oh man. Have you seen Space Dandy? I have. I like Space Dandy. I was a little disappointed. It was a very I mean, I don't hate Space Dandy. I think the ending of Space Dandy is great. I love that ending. That ending was just so. It felt like a Studio Trigger show. And I know that the one thing that they talked about with Space Dandy was it's a unique show where Watanabe, whatever, I can't remember his name. So that he wanted the show to have like different directors with each episode. So that's why a lot of visual styles were different. A lot of stuff was different about that show. It never stayed the same. So it kept this energy going. So that's why there were some episodes that were kind of weak in my opinion. But it was a really solid show. But the ending was so gonzo. I loved it. I love stories the most, like, that go outside of what you expect, and they just go like, fuck it, this is just something very fucking stupid, and I love that. But man, like, it kind of reminds me of Trigger a lot. Face Story gives me such a feeling of being helpless. Yeah, like, because it's such a sympathetic thing, because not a lot of people know what they want to be and what they want to grow up to, and it's just it's such a powerful episode that kind of explains her entire character. I love that episode. That episode is one of my favorite episodes. There's a lot of good episodes in Cowboy Bebop, but that one is definitely up there for one of my faves.
Nestle Crunch, Hershey Bar, those little miniature bars that they do. And seriously, Reese's Peanut Butter Cups, Hershey Kiss, M&M's,
I'm a Goobers.
with chocolate. That's my thing. Chocolate. I'm a chocoholic. Can't stop myself from eating it. All right, when someone says meow 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 in the stream chat, I think that's my cue to
meow meow meow,
guys.
He's trying to summon Jasper. Come on.
All right, folks. So that is it for Ask the King.
That's negative.
Thanks for a great episode. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm going to upload this right now.
Nice
to
Nazi salute.
Vlogs on YouTube. It's up to you if you want me to keep doing it. It just seemed like this episode there weren't many great questions, and that even like I said, the support.
The questions sucked.
No Couture, you know, I don't know how this would have went. So maybe this is the logical end of Ask the King. Maybe it's not. I've already posted up a place on the forums for you to ask questions for our next episode. If we do one, it'll be in early December.
Man, he loves doing that
think.
redundancy.
All right, let me know what you think, and we'll go from there. All right, guys, thank you for a great episode. Until next time,
it's like Whiplash
peace
going
out, my friends.
from a deep discussion to I like chocolates. That's pretty funny. Oh man, let's talk about our favorite anime. Okay, well, let's listen to DSP talk about chocolate for an hour. Let's see if he's back from break. Did he get any more money? He better got money, dude. Oh my god, this is rough. Oh wow, he even got the numbers wrong. Wait. Oh, never mind. It was right. It was 82, then 83. Oh my god. I want to watch a little bit of his raw gameplay of Catherine.
Hello everyone, Darkside Phil here, and welcome to DSP Gaming.
Oh dude, that scene was fucked up. That scene was wild.
So let's check out his phone and see what's in there. I guess first we should save. Oh really?
Oh really?
Really? There are several types of blocks.
That was close.
Oh, it did? I might have caught that when I watched Steven Universe a lot. I kind of fell off that show. But
it's already harder than the demo was.
Cool.
The demo was on easy mode.
What
I just fucked myself. I just fucked myself. I think I'm done.
Dude, no.
I gotta undo that.
Oh my god. Okay.
You know you can hang from blocks, right? It's a really useful technique.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh
If
no.
There's nothing to stand on when you pull a block out.
Yeah, I think they referenced Speak Like a Child when they were doing the Rose tapes. Yeah.
You'll hang as well.
That's the episode I was thinking
Try
of.
it out. From there,
I think the first season of Steven Universe was probably a better
So obviously
season.
how I get this money.
I kind of fell off that show because I got tired of it jerking me around. Like, oh. Whatever.
Now what do I do?
Oh my god, dude, really?
I screwed myself again. Oh god.
Screwed myself again, dude. Dude.
I don't know what to do here to get up.
my
How the fuck do I
God.
get up, man?
Oh my god. Dude, I can't.
Oh no, I still can't do it.
Like-
Fuck. Oh my god, I don't know what to do, man.
I can't believe he's this bad.
I can't get up any way here.
Holy shit.
It's erasing from my score when I undo.
Oh my god, dude, what are you doing? Oh.
I don't know. What the fuck do I do? Still
Oh
can't
my
get up there.
God,
What the fuck?
That was. He could have done something there. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is so bad.
I'm still screwed.
What is going on? We're watching him like be very bad at puzzle games. Dude, this isn't even the worst part of Cat. Oh my god. Dude.
Whoa, shit. This is super hard. This is just the second fucking puzzle, man.
Dude, you watch this. You know immediately why he doesn't want to go back to Catherine. This is why he doesn't want to go back to Catherine, because people will just be sitting there in chat making fun of him for not getting the puzzle. That is really why he doesn't want to do Catherine ever again. And people could think it's like the meme of, oh, it's because of waifus, but I think the real reason is this. Because he just knows his chat would just laugh so hard at him and make fun of him for how bad he is at these puzzles. And these aren't the worst puzzles. Like, oh my god, man. And honestly, these are pretty easy puzzles. Like, the setup is easy to kind of think about. I mean, there are harder puzzles, and there are hard puzzles, but oh my god, man. This is wild.
I'm gonna get the worst score ever. I gotta undo all this.
Dude, he had the... Oh my god. There's like two ways you could do this.
It won't help at all. I don't know. That was a horrible thing to do.
Well, I don't know if his chat would be able to do that, though, because they'd be like, Phil, you gotta move the block over there. Where's over there?
Can't push these at all.
It is now time to continue, but first, let's update everything. Let's give shout-outs, let's update the leaderboards.
Oh boy, let's
take
update the leaderboards.
How
Take a look here. How are we doing here?
Well, it looks to me like we have lost more subscribers, and therefore, the running joke continues. I am not streaming ever again. We're at 729 subs. Reason being, if you remember, guys, last month we had a significant amount of gifted subs to hit the subs goal for the Halloween event. So that's
every sub goal is hit by gifted subs, though.
We're at 729 subs. Thanks to everyone who did sub today, because there were a lot of subs and resubs. Shout out to Frenolith, who's the current top cheerer with a 300-bit cheer, and shout out to 672 for a $6.72 tip, which is the biggest tip of the day. We're up to $41 in tips out of the $100 tips goal. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all,
oh boy, time to guilt them.
Hope you're enjoying the playthrough. I don't often play these PC originating horror games, but I hope you're liking it.
Utterly worthless cheer. Wow, Golden Cult, do you want DSB to suck your dick?
I don't know if I'm into new territory or not from my first run.
Like, dude, imagine if you're Golden Cult. Here's money. Here's my worthless money, man.
If you like the playthrough,
man, do you want DSB to suck your dick,
channel
dude?
Itself. I need help this week with tips. I do. Because of chargebacks and the like, I really need help with tips this week. If you guys could tip me, I would very, very much appreciate it. If we hit $50 of tips on this stream, the Gunner Glasses is the tier 1 goal. And then at $100, I put on a vest. We have not done a vest in 4 streams because we haven't hit a tips goal, which isn't good because this is the week I actually need a lot of support with tips.
Remember when you used to brag?
So I would appreciate if you guys could support the stream.
You know what?
With tips today.
It's gonna be
not mandatory.
It's not mandatory,
it's not
guys.
Expected. But it definitely would help out a lot if you could. All right? Please consider tipping. Tonight, the late stream will be Street Fighter returning. Didn't do Street Fighter last week because we did Super Mario Brothers 35. But Street Fighter returns tonight. 2 hours of old school throwback fun. I hope that you guys will join me for that. Tonight, 6:45 p.m. Pacific time. Tomorrow will be the return of Crash 4. Which I know you guys have been waiting for since Monday when my stream got taken down by false DMCA bullshit. So Crash 4 tomorrow.
Oh
and
my
tomorrow
god,
night,
I don't know where it is.
Fire Emblem 3 Houses. There will be more Amnesia and Crash 4 over the course of the next week. But on Sunday, we'll actually be checking out the Black Ops Cold War Beta, which launched today.
Skittles.
We'll be doing that on Sunday, okay?
My adult business degree.
All right, good stuff. All right, guys. Outside of that, not much else to say.
Guys.
You guys heard about the nonsense going on earlier today on pre-stream. You know,
the divorce papers.
Idiots trying to forge a fucking document in my name, which you can't do.
Man, remember when he just told us that he wasn't gonna spend any time to talk about it?
Not surprised, because they're all reading my tweets from earlier. They're like, "You gotta be fucking kidding me." Yeah, pretty stupid, huh? But it is what it is. let's try to avoid that. Let's try not to think about that. Let's play Amnesia. All right, I am liking the story.
Let's not think
Golden
about
Colts
that.
cheers an utterly worthless cheer. That is not an utterly worthless cheer. Thank you very much, Golden Colts, for your
Oh my
support.
god, this
All right,
this wants
are
sympathy.
you ready? Are we ready for more? I hope so. More Amnesia right now on the stream. Here we go. I guess we'll see how it looks. It looks like it got brighter during the break outside. Let me see how the camera looks. Nah, it looks fine. Because I was going to say, do I need to turn this on again? I don't really, because it's kind of bright, right? I guess we're okay for now. If it gets darker outside, I'll turn the flashlight back on.
He has to do
Okay,
this
here we
gimmick,
go.
dude. Has to do this gimmick.
Alright, so we are heading into storage. Let's see what's down there. I'm assuming there's going to be more things to do with the elevator parts or whatever, right?
What's Frank playing? What's he doing?
I don't know if I'm supposed to
Mafia.
be reading this, seriously. Like, I haven't been reading it, so I hope it has nothing to do with the story, and maybe it does. It's pretty dumb if they've got
The strange letter frightened
here
him, but it
as part of the
also
story
is
during a
one.
loading screen. I hope not. Alright, storage. What do they got stored down here in storage?
YouTube mode on.
What the hell? He just wrote something.
Was it this one?
Sounds good to me.
Funny mirrors, now cheers. I'm sorry my tips bother you so much. Hygienic streamer
Best husband possible.
Boy, I'm banging.
shambles after all the positives. What is brown? Better at detecting when someone. They use every.
That's not it. Oh my god, where is it?
It is what it is, I guess. All right.
I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about?
Well, he literally oh my god, I really want to find this fucking clip. But it's like him talking about how he'd always get money, people always would give him money. More Skittles, Crush and Fall Guys. Jealous of Wings. Nervous about Wage on Fire Emblem. Oh my god. Oh, it's this one. It's this one. This has to be it.
This is how I play the game. Office as I speak, for the very first time. Here he is, he's behind me. People were asking, how would you ask him to work out, Mr. Jasper? The couch, because he's not in here. He smashed me with his hair. He used the love seat, and it's not in here anymore. There's no love seat. A Halloween marathon on Halloween, but the Vest Streak ended. That means there's not going to be any more festivals. The festivals are done. They're officially retired, okay? But we have a Halloween event coming up, and you guys really away, but it would be a cool event, a cool thing to do.
Please.
$1.30 said, you try to be patient and tolerant with your... At this point, if you can believe it, it was actually 10 years ago when I played MGS2, and they hated it.
Living meme.
No, I'm a streamer. You're a bunch of idiots who turn my life into a meme because you're losers and you have nothing else to fucking do. You literally had no friends in real life, so
No
you made
friends.
a community of weirdos on the internet who all they do is stalk me and make fun of me. You have an entire fucking forum community of people.
Trolls have no friends, all this stuff. Tevin does his own content. His content sucks, and they do have dual lampoon style content because their content sucks, man. They can't make original content, and they have no friends. Wow, man, I wonder why people don't like you, dude.
People that just sit on there and shit on me all day because they're completely bereft of any useful thing to do with their life. They're empty fucking people. They're husks that don't really exist. All they do is sit on the internet making fun of me all day. So that's what I mean. It's not like they don't have a specific reason or a specific agenda anymore. We're known for. It's pretty pathetic. But
Pretty
that's what it is.
pathetic.
It's a running thing now where they can't give it up anymore. Regardless of the fact that obviously I've improved over the years. I've changed the person who I used to be and they used to criticize. They don't care anymore. To them, you know? Just like so the Vest Streak ended on Monday. Yesterday we had a perfectly great day full of streams. Earlier today we had a good Tell Me Why. Everything's just back to normal. Everything's fine. No drama, no nothing. I guess they thought it was going to be like some crazy difference if the Vest Streak ended. Nothing's changed. Everything's good. The streams are great. I'm having fun. I can't wait for everything coming up, the new releases and everything. I'm just as excited today as I was when the Vest Streak was going and keep going, right? But they seriously thought that, like, when the Vest Streak ended, this would be the end of me and I would go away or something. I'm not going anywhere. Everything's great. Everything's fine.
I mean, he's not gonna go anywhere,
that's
but
right,
he's
it's
not gonna
just-
be making $100 as much.
Fuck sitting here playing mine as if
Hide behind. Their old agenda was, oh, Phil's a bad person, a bad streamer, we need to change him. But now that's not what it's about anymore. Now it's literally just about having someone to meme on every day because, like I said, that's their whole existence now. Their whole positive existence is hating on Phil. This is all they care about now. So if they don't, oh God, Phil improved. He's not like he used to be. You know, if they can't admit that, you know, or if they did admit that, they'd have nothing to meme on anymore.
Oh,
they
no.
literally, like a puff of smoke, would disappear from the internet with nothing to talk about. After meme hidden in it, talk about shit. Tonight, which is incredibly unlikely, I will spin in my chair.
You're constantly.
He's just in it like 10 times. Watching Batman wants to see you. Nice coffee, cheers. Since the streams are super positive. This is the end of Phil. That's the end of Phil. I've never ended and I'm not going anywhere. It's never going to end until I choose for this to end. We will be streaming and having fun. Alright? Enough of their fucking nonsense.
And maybe
Time ago as a kid. I never saw that when I was shooting movies. I mean, holy crap, I wasn't expecting a $90 tip on tonight's late stream, to be honest with you. And as you can see, Bishop of Mercy, even though the vest streak ended, okay, I'm still having great streams, we're still having fun, and I'm still, you know, doing good.
Still
so
doing
thank you
good.
very much, Bishop of Mercy, for that very, very
Still
generous
doing
tip.
good, baby.
So ladies and gentlemen, due to Bishop of Mercy, not only, so any other color, beige, to jinx anything, and certainly not that. Right, of course, you see it all. But remember the whole time the vest streak was happening, and all the people who don't like me were saying, oh man, Phil wouldn't get this normal amount of support, it's just because of the streak. Once that streak ends, he's screwed, right?
He'll never get this level of support once the streak ends. Oh man, look what happened. Oh man. Oh, where's the vest money? Well,
this is
it's coming soon. The vest money's coming soon. Don't worry, it's coming.
I don't know.
He just told us they had 4 streams of no vest.
There are bugs on the screen now.
And he's like, well, see?
You know that? There are bugs on the camera. My cursor.
Right, of course, you see it all ended.
It's like glitching out.
It all just ended overnight. No, people actually like my streams. They actually like my content. They actually like me. That's why they're here. They're not here to just be negative jerks.
They love his content so much because they gave him vest money. But now, where's the vest money, Phil? I thought you were gonna get the vest money. He's on the screen. We got bugs on the screen.
Oh, I hit the jackpot. One of each.
I mean, I'd say at least one of those like vest money from that streak was a troll donation. And I think it's that Paper Mario one with the wings memes.
All day, they actually enjoy the stuff. You know?
It's already lit.
I wouldn't have been around for 12 years if I didn't actually have a positive fan base who likes who I am and what I do.
Some items can be combined in your inventory.
And I appreciate it, guys. I really do. I appreciate the support. I'm having fun no matter what I'm playing. You guys come out and hang out with me. We have fun. We have a good time, man.
Okay.
like I
So there you
had
go.
put myself into this.
How scary is
bubble.
the game so far? I'm not scared.
It's like
that it's not eligible for a whole other day. Only because now
is
we're
it
like.
creepy to see the zombie kind of walking around? I guess so.
I guess so.
But not like super scary or anything, right? Okay. So, Tinderbot. I got
You know,
the item, I can't
DSP
combine it
needs
yet.
to scream like a
There's
little
more-
girl
there's more
to get the vest, I guess. Dude, it's
Valve
overpowered.
rusted shut.
Whoa, man, these must be legit tips. I mean, dude, totally. Let's make Greece great again.
Okay.
Here.
Now do I have all the drill parts? Yes.
I agree.
The hand drill, a small
Let's add
carpenter's drill. So if the valve rusted shut, maybe I can like drill a hole in it and fill my chemistry pot with the explosive mixture. Maybe. Yup.
Man, this emote is such trash. Look at this emote. It looks like a turd with his face on it.
There you go.
It's supposed to be a werewolf, but he looks like a
Partially filled
turd.
pot. Now where's the other one? They said there were 2 containers. This be this one.
Is he adding new emotes? No.
There you go.
Pot, my guess.
Alright, so maybe now I could go back to where I was and use this to blow up the blocked area.
Pathetic losers, no life, but will for money.
I gotta find the way back. I don't remember.
Oh shit!
This way.
He tagged Tevin, man. Is he here? Is the guy here? Is the dude here the whole time? No, he's not here. He's not even here, dude.
Don't stand too close to the blast. So what do I do?
Wow, this is so much fun. This is a really good game
How do I do it?
for him to stream. Hint. You got a hint.
Do I need to use a Tinder or something?
You can't let detractors win. Oh my god. Evil living with the memes.
What do I do?
Man, this is literally what we come back
Maybe
to.
I gotta throw something at it.
You know what? P5R. Throw your mask.
Oh shit, there it goes.
Oh my god, this song is too good. Oh god, that is way too loud.
Okay, that worked.
Hold up.
Cool. Good progress, right? Turtle Dude just cheered. He said, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being best, what do you rate turtles? Besides this, what's the dumbest question you've ever been asked? I actually think turtles are cool. They're very unique creatures.
Turtles are cool,
What other
guys.
creature carries its house around with it, right? Pretty rare in the animal kingdom to see that. I give turtles a solid 8. How about that? A solid 8. The only bad thing about turtles is they do carry disease and bacteria. So if you touch a turtle, sometimes you get sick, which is a bummer, obviously, because if you have a pet turtle, you want to be able to touch it or pet it or interact with it. You can't really. Okay? So there you go.
And I held my faith in.
Outside of this being the dumbest question, dude, I've been asked way dumber questions than that.
See the
So
light
it doesn't even
of
rank. It
day.
doesn't even rank as a dumb question.
Is where my mind's facing. Cause people
is
tend to
Moon Story.
be
I am
sensitive to
almost
the
out of fucking
new ways.
Nice to find some down here.
Doesn't have to feel like this. To sleep through dreams that can come true. No more tears
Wish some of these chests opened up.
anymore. Want me to strive for greatness. Believe in me. You don't believe in suffer from
Oh! Close that right back up,
anything.
thanks. Oh shit.
Did you make the wrong turn?
Well, fuck.
Requires guidance from above.
Kinda wish I didn't open that door now.
You don't need to have this conflict.
Shit.
I can take you to the place of
I'll
delight.
distract his ass.
Give peace of
Fuck,
mind
he's probably still out there.
to the whole world.
Maybe the
But
deal.
sleep through dreams that can come true. No more tears
He's locked in.
that shall drop from your cheeks anymore. That won't need to strive for greatness. Believe in me that you don't need to suffer from anything.
What's going on? Whoa, what the fuck happened?
Whoa.
I take damage here. What?
Took damage,
I take
dude.
Damage.
You can throw your mask
That's stupid. I was taking
away.
damage by touching the fire.
No
X Cisco resub for 15 months. Thank you,
pretending.
X Cisco, for the resub. Appreciate that.
You've been tied down for the longest
What
of
is
the
this fire supposed
times. Be free.
The woman got killed.
Deserve
Got
better.
brutally murdered.
You should be forever
Case of a missing
be.
rod. They have a full set of 3 rods.
Sleep
unavailable.
through dreams that can come true. No more tears to drop from dreams anymore. You don't need to strive. More greatness. Believe in me that you don't need to suffer from anything. No, let's go of your dreams. No more tears shall drop down from your cheeks anymore. You don't need to strive for greatness. Believe in me that you don't need to suffer from Anything no more. Okay, I'm not gonna do the full note on that. Alright. Alright, gang. That is it.
Alright, let's get the fuck out of here.
That is it for this stream. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. It was a good Ender the King, and I had a good time singing Throw Away Your Mask, one of the best songs from Persona 5 Royal, if you ask me. It's a great song. That song is so fucking good. So good. Theo's Corona theme. Hell yeah, trademark for laughter, dude. But thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. It was a great song. I don't know if people hate when I do these kind of sing-alongs, but I like doing them regardless, damn it. But thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope to see you next time. I might maybe stream tonight. I'm not going to promise anything, but hope to see you when I stream again or do a video. So thank you for watching. Again, thank you for supporting the viewers canvas. Look how cool this is. We got so many characters. I would think maybe next week, if you do a few streams next week, that'll be the end of the season, which is pretty nuts. So thank you for watching. I'll see you guys next time. Have a good week, everyone. Stay safe and bye-bye.